Chapter 4094. Although he knew there was someone behind Di Tuatyen's back, but that was a matter for the future. Jinshin and Chu Ling only asked him to kill Di Tuatyen. Perhaps they were worried that he couldn't afford to offend the person behind this. For now, he shouldn't pay attention to it. Once his strength reached a certain level, it would be easy to decide whether to kill or not. Since you've told me everything, should I ask you a question? It seemed like Di Tuatyen had given up on resisting. Being controlled by a late 6th Divine Core warrior was indeed a bit shameful. But he had no other choice. He just wanted to die with a clear understanding. Ask away, Ling Xiao said with an indifferent tone. When you came here, did you think you could kill me? Di Tuatyen asked. No. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, when I came here, I only had a 30% chance of killing you. I needed to cooperate well in every aspect in order to succeed. Luckily, you're weaker than I thought. I didn't find the bloodthirsty plague. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to hurt you with my last attack. Also, I have something to tell you. During this period of time, Hinajuku has been serving you with a colorless, odorless, and temporarily harmless poison in your tea. Of course, she took the poison from me. Once it combines with the bloodthirsty plague, it will unleash a terrifying amount of damage. It will damage your meridians and inner core. So you've planned this all along. Kid, you're really scary. It was your idea to make Hinajuka my disciple, right? You were the one who taught her all those tricks to please me, weren't you? Ha 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 ha, I never expected this. I can't believe there's someone more sinister and vicious than me in this world. You're strong. I admit defeat. But, even so, you still don't have the confidence to kill me, right? Aren't you afraid of death? Di Tuatyen let out a wild laugh and asked. Of course, I still have my biggest trump card. Master, you can activate the Battle Soul formation now. Let Azure Lotus Swordswoman, Old Ancestor Scarlet Flame, General Zhao Fengyun, and Governor Jiang Nan in here. Ling Xiao suddenly said. Master? Di Tuatyen was dumbfounded. Who was Ling Xiao's master? He had never heard of this before. And this master could actually break the Battle Soul formation? How was this possible? But whether he thought it was possible or not, the Battle Soul array had been activated. Green Lotus Swordswoman and the others came in. When Forefather Scarlet Flame and Zhao Fengyun arrived, the battle inside had already ended. Just as they were about to forcefully break the Battle Spirit array, the Battle Spirit array activated itself, and there was a voice telling them to enter. As for the others, they were blocked outside. Di Tuatyen looked outside. Green Lotus Swordswoman, Ancestor Scarlet Flame, Zhao Fengyun, and Jiang Nan hurriedly rushed in. Bastard! How dare you hurt my young master? I'll kill you. As soon as Forefather Scarlet Flame entered, he flew into a rage. He grabbed Di Tuatyen's collar. However, in the next moment, he suddenly realized that Di Tuatyen's entire body was injured to the point of no return. Moreover, his meridians and acupoints were all sealed. Even the healing medicine that he had taken couldn't take effect. Could it be that young master did this? Ancestor Scarlet Flame asked in shock. Who else could it be but him? Di Tuatyen smiled bitterly and said, My biggest mistake was that I knew too little about Ling Xiao. I didn't expect him to have such a terrifying trump card. I also didn't expect him to have a master who was proficient in array formations. Of course, I didn't expect the three of you to gather together for him. Although Green Lotus Swordswoman and the other two were incomparably powerful, standing there, they were like mountains, causing Di Tuatyen to feel a huge amount of pressure. However, he was about to die. Di Tuatyen didn't care about this at all. You're really too stupid. When I recommended young master to come to the Battle Spirit Sacred City, you should have understood what I meant. At that time, what you should have done was to accept him as a disciple and teach him well. Perhaps, the grudge between you two could have been resolved. But look at what you've done. Sigh. This is fate. Even I can't save you after offending young master. Green Lotus Swordswoman sighed. To be honest, she felt that it was a pity. Di Tuatyen was also a genius. If he died like this, it would definitely be a huge loss to the Golden Heavenly Nation. It seems that Ling Xiao's secret is even bigger than I thought. Di Tuatyen smiled bitterly. He regretted it a little. However, it was too late for regrets. Fine, just give me a quick death. It's not a loss to die in the hands of someone like you. I'll fulfill your wish then. Ling Xiao struck out with his palm. It landed on Di Tuatyen's head. Don't tell me you think you can kill me like this. Show me something stronger. Di Tuatyen looked at Ling Xiao with a mocking expression. Is that so? You still want to act tough when you're about to die? Ling Xiao sneered. From his palm, a blazing flame was unleashed. This is an immortal flame. Di Tuatyen was surprised. You still have a secret. Do you think you can fully understand my secret? Ling Xiao smiled. The raging flame was boiling. Di Tuatyen was completely burned into ashes. At the same time, all the energy in Di Tuatyen's body flowed into Jiang Qin's. Together with the thief god's inner core, Ling Xiao's cultivation had finally broken through to the peak 6th heavenly core realm. Thank you, Ling Xiao. The moment Jiang Qin killed Di Tuatyen, Ling Xiao suddenly heard two voices. They were the marks left behind by Jin Shun and Chu Ling in his body. At this moment, he was completely free. No need to thank me. Seniors, rest in peace. Ling Xiao clasped his palms together towards the sky. After killing Di Tuatyen, it seemed like Ling Xiao had finally relaxed. The stone in his heart had finally been lifted. When Ling Xiao promised Jin Shun and Chu Ling to avenge them, he didn't know much about the 4 major domains. Even in front of the weakest warriors in the 4 major domains, he was just a piece of trash. But now, he had actually completed his revenge. Even Jiang Qin himself found it unbelievable. Young Master. Before this, Ancestor Scarlet Flame and Zhao Fengyun didn't really respect Ling Xiao. They only called him Young Master because of what happened to Hong Qi. But right now, they were really in awe of this young man. Even fear. A late 6th Heavenly Core Warrior was actually able to kill a late 8th Heavenly Core Warrior. Although they didn't know what had happened just now, they knew that it was something impossible for them to do. I'm sorry for making you guys worry, Ling Xiao said with an indifferent tone. You should take it easy in the future. Since I have the confidence to step into the Saint Lord Palace, I won't die. Even if I can't kill Di Tuatyen, I can still escape. I don't need a maid. I need someone who can help me when I'm in danger. Do you understand? Understood. Zhao Fengyun and Ancestor Scarlet Flame cupped their fists together. They didn't feel conflicted because of Ling Xiao's admonishment. On the contrary, there was an aura coming from Ling Xiao that even they were afraid of. Of course, Ling Xiao knew what it was. It was something that had been hiding in the depths of the universe of Tyrant. Chapter 4095. Back then, Black Demon had beaten up a mighty warrior from the Eternal Palace. That mighty warrior, Wang Quanzhong, was probably a divine physique realm warrior. He was a terrifying existence that had surpassed the divine core realm. The stronger Ling Xiao became, the more he understood how terrifying Black Demon was. All right, don't be so restrained. I'm a junior, so I'll call both of you big brothers. If I call you uncle, I'll make you sound old. Do you have any objections? Ling Xiao said with a smile on his face. Of course, young master can call us anything you want. Ancestor Scarlet Flame's tense face finally showed a smile. Zhao Fengyun was still as serious as ever, and he didn't talk much. He just nodded his head in agreement. Young master, you've really broadened my horizons this time. Before you appeared, no mortal core warrior had ever defeated a heavenly core warrior. It had never happened before. Even in the ancient records, it had never happened before. That is to say, even the ancient sages couldn't do it. But you did it. I'm afraid you're the first person in history to do it. Ancestor Scarlet Flame said excitedly. It's not that bad. I just used some small tricks. Just like what Di Tuatyen said, it's a little despicable. Ling Xiao knew clearly that even though he had reached the peak mortal core realm, he was still a peak mortal core warrior. But when facing a heavenly core warrior, it was still impossible for him to defeat a heavenly core warrior. He might even need to use some sinister methods. But he didn't care. Those who survived were the mighty warriors. Monster. Even if you're in Golden City, you're still a monster. Zhao Fengyun still didn't talk much. But this praise made even Ling Xiao, who had a thick face, feel embarrassed. Oh right, Big Brother Scarlet Flame, Big Brother Zhao, why are you here in the 3000 Saint City? Isn't the ranking competition 1 month later? Ling Xiao asked. It's changed. It's changed to 3 months later. Because something happened in Golden City. Sword Maiden Azure Lotus said, that's why they're here. They also want to announce the ranking of this year's competition. The Fighting Soul Sacred City has perfectly completed their mission, and their ranking is now in the top 500. This is a huge improvement. Before this, they were still in the top 1,000. Also, in the individual ranking, you're ranked 10th. This ranking, in addition to the fact that you killed the koi fish earlier, all of a sudden, you became the target that all men in the 3,000 holy cities wanted to defeat the most. Because they don't think you're qualified to be the 10th. They all think that you cheated. Forefather Scarlet Flame said disdainfully, if that bunch of trash knew that you even killed Dituat, they would definitely kill you. Then I'm afraid you won't be ranked 10th. But first, in any case, I have never seen any disciple from the 3,000 holy cities who is stronger than Dituat. Those are all empty. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, in my opinion, there is no difference between the 3,000 holy cities. Only by entering the Golden City can it be considered a true holy land for cultivation. Actually, you can't say that. Out of the 3,000 holy cities, the top 3 holy cities were already known as the candidates for the Golden City. Basically, any disciple who was qualified to enter the 3 holy cities would have a great chance of entering the Golden City. I think you should choose one of them to join. As for the Fighting Soul Sacred City, let it fend for itself. Zhao Fengyun said indifferently, you want me to be a deserter too? Ling Xiao smiled. This is not a deserter, it's helplessness. If you stay in the Fighting Soul Sacred City, you will never know how terrifying the top 3 holy cities are. I know you value your feelings, but as long as you become strong enough, no one will dare to bully the Fighting Soul Sacred City. Jiang Nan also advised at this time, let's not talk about this anymore. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, there is something more important than this. What else can be more important than this? Azure Lotus Sword Maiden, Forefather Scarlet Flame, Zhao Fengyun, and Jiang Nan were all confused. I want to go to the Heavenly Demon Ghost Realm. Ling Xiao said, why are you going there? That is a terrifying place, and it is much more chaotic than the Golden Heavenly region. Heroes are divided and wars are endless. I'm not afraid to tell you that Huang Jindi's daughter, Shandian, went to the Heavenly Demon Ghost Realm. Azure Lotus Sword Maiden reminded. Then I have to go even more because my sister, Ling Jiaojiao, is there? Ling Xiao gave a brief introduction of Ling Jiaojiao. Such a loyal and righteous woman is really rare. And she is your sister. You must go. Azure Lotus Sword Maiden was the first to change her mind. Forefather Scarlet Flame and Zhao Fengyun had no objections. Azure Lotus Sword Maiden added, how about this? Fengyun will stay in the Fighting Soul Sacred City for the time being. Help Jiang Nan stabilize this place. Scarlet Flame and I will follow young master to the Heavenly Demon Ghost Realm. I want to go too. Zhao Fengyun frowned. One of us has to stay behind to guard the house. And Fengyun, your identity is too special. You are a member of the military. Once you step into the Heavenly Demon Ghost Realm, it will definitely cause a lot of trouble. Azure Lotus Sword Maiden advised. Sigh. All right, I'll listen to you. Zhao Fengyun sighed. He also understood that Azure Lotus Sword Maiden's words made sense. Young master, what about you? Azure Lotus Sword Maiden asked. Naturally, I have no objections. I don't know what Sister Jiaojiao's situation is right now. She might face many experts. With you guys following me, I feel more at ease. Ling Xiao laughed. If he had helpers, he naturally had to bring them along. Although they might not be needed, it was still a layer of protection, in case there really was a problem that couldn't be solved. With Azure Lotus Sword Maiden and Scarlet Flame Ancestor working together, most of the problems could be easily solved. It was just that Shandian was actually unconscious. He didn't know what had happened. Unfortunately, he wasn't qualified to go to the Golden City yet, so he couldn't help Shandian. Fortunately, according to Azure Lotus Sword Maiden, Shandian's life wasn't in danger now. It was just that he was unconscious. It was as if he had been cursed. What he needed to do now was to improve his strength as soon as possible. When he was qualified to go to the Golden City, he would be able to help Shandian. Let's go. There are still 2 things to announce. After the announcement, let's go to the heavenly demon ghost realm. Azure Lotus Sword Maiden said, "You guys should leave first. I'll get rid of it later. The fewer people who know about our relationship, the better." Ling Xiao thought about it and said, "All right." After Azure Lotus Sword Maiden and the others left, Ling Xiao walked over and woke Daisy up first. Listening to Ling Xiao's narration of the results, Daisy was sobbing like a baby. But it wasn't sadness, it was touched. Let bygones be bygones. Go and give it to City Lord Jiangnan. No, it should be Holy Lord Jiangnan. Go and apologize to her properly. No matter how she punishes you, take it. Because you did something that no one can forgive, although it's pardonable. But a mistake was a mistake. You should be punished. Do you understand? Ling Xiao reminded. Understood. You can go and do your work first. I need to think about it. Hinajika nodded. Ling Xiao nodded and stepped out of the Holy Lord Palace. At this time, everyone in the Fighting Soul Sacred City had gathered here. Chapter 4096. Greetings, Elder. As soon as Ling Xiao arrived outside, he immediately heard Elder Shanhu's voice. He quietly blended into the crowd and didn't cause too much of a commotion. Although everyone glanced at him, they were all stunned. Their eyes were filled with surprise and confusion. But with Azure Lotus Swordswoman, Ancestor Scarlet Flame, and Zhao Fengyun here, they didn't dare to speak carelessly. Azure Lotus Swordswoman nodded her head and said, "Today, I have 2 things to announce. First, the Fighting Soul Sacred City's assessment has been completed with outstanding results. The Fighting Soul Sacred City's ranking has risen to 496th place. Therefore, the Fighting Soul Sacred City will receive 10 million upper-rank Spirit Stones, an 8th grade Emperor Realm Martial Skill, 10 7th grade Emperor Realm Martial Skills, 106th grade Emperor Realm Martial Skills, 1005th grade Martial Skills, 10,000 4th grade Martial Skills. In addition, there are also a number of rare pills. Among the 3,000 Sacred City's disciples, the weakest was at the 3rd Heavenly Core Realm. Therefore, the rewarded martial skills were basically all 4th grade Emperor Realm martial skills. As soon as the announcement was made, all the disciples of the Fighting Soul Sacred City cheered. One had to know that the rewards in the past were far from this. It seemed like the higher the ranking of the Sacred City, the higher the reward. Thank you, Elder. Thank you, Huang Jindi. Everyone knelt down and expressed their gratitude. Now that the number of people in the Fighting Soul Sacred City had decreased, these rewards were easier to distribute. Those who stayed behind naturally rejoiced in their hearts. Also, Fighting Soul Sacred City's disciple, Ling Xiao, has reached 10th place in the assessment. He is also rewarded with a Supreme Rank Spirit Stone, an 8th grade Emperor Realm Martial Skill, and a number of rare pills. Supreme Rank Spirit Stone. Hearing these words, everyone was stunned. One must know that the value of a Supreme Spiritual Stone was equivalent to 10 million Upper Spiritual Stones. Many people here had never seen a Supreme Rank Spirit Stone before. It was said that even in the Golden City, there were very few of them. Ling Xiao actually received a Supreme Rank Spirit Stone as a reward. The expressions of envy, jealousy, and hatred in the crowd were simply dazzling. "This is for you." Ancestor Scarlet Flame flicked his finger, and a storage ring flew into Ling Xiao's hand. Ling Xiao put the item into the Dongsheng Emperor Ring. He just casually glanced at it. Then, he discovered that the 8th Order Emperor Grade Martial Skill was actually a peak 8th Order Emperor Grade Martial Skill. Although it wasn't like the 12 Divine Beasts technique that could be upgraded. But the advantage was that this set of martial skills did not require any materials to cultivate. As long as one reached the 7th Divine Core Realm, they would be able to cultivate it. This would be very helpful for Ling Xiao to protect himself. After all, his martial skills were lagging behind. He couldn't use the 12 Divine Beasts technique all the time, right? That piece of top-grade Spirit Stone was even more amazing. It was definitely rarer than 10 million high-grade Spirit Stones. Just by holding it in his hand, he could feel an incomparably powerful force. As for those spirit pills and miraculous medicines, although they weren't as good as the ones he had refined, they weren't as good. But the most important thing was that they were able to fill their stomachs. It would be even better after he tempered it a little. Next, I will announce the second matter. Zhao Fengyun's voice rang out. Let me tell you some unfortunate news. The Holy Lord of War's Soul Sacred City, Di Tuatyin, was killed by the enemy. Not even his bones remain. Just as he said that, the ground below began to shake. It was as if a bomb had been thrown into the crowd. Everyone panicked and fell into chaos. Silence! Zhao Fengyun shouted out loudly. His voice was so terrifying that everyone shut their mouths. Di Tuatyin's death is a great loss to the Fighting Soul Sacred City. According to the three of us, the former city lord of Jiangnan Palace, Jiang Nan, will replace Di Tuatyin. He will be the Saint Lord of the Fighting Soul Sacred City. I don't accept this. Just as Zhao Fengyun finished speaking, someone immediately shouted out from below. This voice came from Xingming. As the great elder of the law enforcement palace, Xingming's strength was on par with Di Tuatyin. If Di Tuatyin was dead, then the one who would replace him as the Saint Lord should be him. It's useless even if you don't accept this. This is a decision made by the three of us. But this is only temporary. Later, we will report this to the Golden City. Perhaps, the higher-ups will send a Saint Lord from nowhere. You must all be prepared. Zhao Fengyun glanced at Xingming with an indifferent expression. Xingming didn't accept this decision. It was within his expectations. After all, he would stay and help Jiang Nan manage the Fighting Soul Sacred City. He was just a wanderer. It didn't matter where he went. Xingming opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Firstly, Zhao Fengyun was here. Even if he didn't accept it, it was meaningless. Secondly, as Zhao Fengyun had said, Jiang Nan was only a temporary Saint Lord. In the future, the Golden City might send a Saint Lord from nowhere. That was how Di Tuatyin came to be. Now that he and Jiang Nan were in a heated argument, it was possible that outsiders would take advantage of them. After all, he just didn't accept Jiang Nan's strength, but he didn't have any enmity with Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan, take this storage ring. Ancestor Scarlet Flame gave the sacred city's reward to Jiang Nan. Thank you, Elder. Jiang Nan took the storage ring and said in a clear voice, Since I, Jiang Nan, am the Saint Lord of the Fighting Soul Sacred City, I won't only care about my own disciples. As long as you have talent, if you meet the requirements, you can get the resources you deserve from me. Thank you, Saint Lord. Other than the people from the law enforcement palace, everyone else had accepted their fate. Jiang Nan was usually a good person. She was much better than Di Tuatyin. If they had to choose, they would naturally choose Jiang Nan and not Xingming. Xingming's nature was no different from Di Tuatyin's. They were all jackals of the same tribe. Ling Xiao, this is great. Ling Xiao? Zhan Long had already been released by Ling Xiao from the Dongshang Emperor ring. Seeing that Jiang Nan had become the Saint Lord, he was about to turn back and enjoy the good news with Ling Xiao. However, he realized that Ling Xiao had disappeared. Zhu Xiaohan, have you seen Ling Xiao? Zhan Long asked curiously. No. Everyone looked at each other. No one knew when, but Ling Xiao had already disappeared without a trace. There's no need to look for him. Ling Xiao received a special mission from the Golden City and went to complete it alone. I'm afraid he won't be back for 2 or 3 months. The ranking battle of the 3,000 sacred cities will be held in 3 months. He won't be absent. Of course, Jiang Nan knew what Ling Xiao had done. She had already heard about it when she was in the Sacred Lord Palace. However, she didn't expect Ling Xiao to leave in such a hurry without even saying goodbye. All right, we're leaving too. Azure Lotus Swordswoman and Ancestor Scarlet Flame tore through the air. Naturally, they were going to chase after Ling Xiao. Zhan Long seemed to have suddenly understood something. He couldn't help but feel envious. Zhan Long, Zhu Xiaohan, Chen Xiuji, He Ningdi, Hinajiku. The 6 of you will cultivate under my name from now on. It's not considered a master-disciple relationship. Just treat it as a student and teacher. Zhao Fengyun watched Ancestor Scarlet Flame and Azure Lotus Swordswoman leave and named 5 people. These 5 people were all from the same sect as Ling Xiao, who had gone through life and death with the Great River Bandits. Moreover, they dared to support Ling Xiao in front of experts. That was why Ling Xiao asked Zhao Fengyun to take care of them. Among the people who returned from the Great River Bandits, only Chun Yu was not selected. Chun Yu knew the reason. However, she still felt a little lost in her heart. If only I had firmly supported him back then. Chapter 4097. Ling Xiao naturally didn't know Chun Yu's regret. At this time, he had already arrived at Beifeng Strong Country with Azure Lotus Sword Girl and Ancestor Scarlet Flame. Because the entrance to the Heavenly Demon Ghost Realm was in Beifeng Strong Country. Although he had never been there, Azure Lotus Sword Girl and Ancestor Scarlet Flame had been there. Following Azure Lotus Sword Girl and Ancestor Scarlet Flame, the three of them flew towards the entrance of the Heavenly Demon Ghost Realm. They thought that the distance wouldn't be too far. But in fact, after arriving at Beifeng Strong Country, they had already flown for a full 3 hours. They still couldn't see where the entrance was. Ling Xiao's understanding of the Heavenly Demon Ghost Realm was just a small world. Sister Azure Lotus, I've always been very confused about something. From the Heavenly Dragon Continent to the Black Tortoise Continent. On the previous 3 continents, there were almost no small worlds like this. Even if there were, they were very small. There had never been such a large number. How did these small worlds form? The journey was boring, so Ling Xiao couldn't help but ask. It's a long story. Long before the mystic world split, this kind of small world had already appeared. Rumor has it that on the day the human king was born, countless meteors fell from the sky. Above the mystic world, almost all creatures thought that the end had come. However, after those meteors fell, they didn't cause any danger. Instead, they formed countless small worlds scattered all over the mystic world. Later, the mystic world split. Many small worlds couldn't withstand the new laws of the mystic world and collapsed, directly turning into nothingness. Almost all the small worlds of the Heavenly Dragon Continent, Divine Phoenix Continent, and White Tiger Continent collapsed. They returned to nothingness. In the future, there should be many small worlds in the Black Tortoise Continent. This is what Master told us. Azure Lotus Sword Girl said with a smile. Do you know how the eternal desert of the 4 great regions was created? I don't know. Ling Xiao shook his head. You may never imagine it. The eternal desert is actually made up of fragments of small worlds. Every grain of sand contained a terrifying amount of spatial energy. Once you step in, most people won't be able to come out alive. The 4 great regions are separated by the eternal desert. Only through a special teleportation array can ordinary people come and go. The eternal desert is a place where only experts can enter. Green Lotus Swordswoman's words shocked Ling Xiao. That desert was actually caused by the collapse of a small world. This was too terrifying. What about the 9 regions of the 9-star heaven realm? Ling Xiao could not help but ask. The entrances to the 9-star celestial realm are basically at the point of contact between the eternal desert and the 4 great regions. It's extremely dangerous. Forefather Scarlet Flame said with a smile. Sai, your big brother has always wanted to go to the eternal desert to explore. He wanted to see what kind of amazing things existed in the eternal desert. It was a pity that he never had the strength to do so. Every time we reach the edge of the eternal desert, we can't withstand the terrifying spatial turbulence. Brother Chihua, do you mean that there is something special in the eternal desert? Ling Xiao said in surprise. Of course. Do you think that the 4 great domains are the 4 great domains? In fact, compared to the eternal desert, the 4 great regions and the 9-star celestial realm were just small places. Just like how the western region is compared to the entire Black Tortoise Continent. Forefather Scarlet Flame said with a smile. I learned this from an ancient book. Oh right, a few of them came from the mysterious eternal desert. Their names are Sumengzhen, Sunshang, Zhunong, and Shahai. It is said that they are master and disciple. They came from the eternal desert. Ling Xiao had seen the 4 people that Forefather Scarlet Flame had mentioned before. When he first saw these 4 people, he knew that these 4 people were even more terrifying than the experts of the small purple spirit kingdom. He did not expect that they would have such a terrifying origin. These 4 people travel around the 4 great domains in the 9-star celestial realm. I don't know what their purpose is. However, every top expert was extremely respectful to them. No one dares to offend them. Forefather Scarlet Flame continued, How big is this Black Tortoise Continent? I'm really looking forward to it. Ling Xiao suddenly became excited. Oh right, is there only one entrance to the heavenly demon realm? He suddenly asked. Of course not. There are a total of 9 entrances to the heavenly demon ghost realm. They correspond to the 9 great kingdoms of the heavenly demon ghost realm. However, there are only 2 entrances within the range of our golden heavenly region. This one is located within the range of the northern wind kingdom. It's the closest one to us. Suddenly, Forefather Scarlet Flame stopped talking and looked into the distance. Be careful. We're close to the eternal desert. When Ling Xiao heard this, he hurriedly looked forward. Everything was gray and hazy. It was as if a terrifying giant beast was lying there, and one could not see the end of it. Before reaching the eternal desert, Ling Xiao already felt a sense of oppression that he had never felt before. Even when facing an expert who was countless times stronger than him, he had never felt this way before. It was as if he was just an ant. This feeling was too shocking. In the past, when he sat on the ground and looked at the stars, he was amazed by the vastness of the starry sky. Now, in this eternal desert, he actually had the same feeling. Could it be that every star was a world? As for the falling meteors, they transformed into numerous worlds. Then, they collapsed and became this vast eternal desert? Protect the young master well, Green Lotus Swordswoman reminded. Then, she released her vital essence to help Ling Xiao. Only then did Ling Xiao feel a little better. However, that terrifying aura still made his heart tremble. Looking at the eternal desert, then looking at the Golden Heavens domain. He felt that the Golden Heavens domain was like a small island in a stormy ocean. If he didn't have the Tai Chi eye and had a good imagination, he probably couldn't even imagine such a thing. This isn't sand. Finally, they arrived at the eternal desert. Green Lotus Sword Maiden and Forefather Scarlet Flame reminded Ling Xiao not to land on the ground, because if he landed, he might never be able to stand up again. The bright sand on the ground was actually a small world. Remember, don't step on it. In fact, in the 4 major regions and the 9 stars realm, there were countless warriors who wanted to explore the secret of the eternal desert. However, only those who went in did not come out. Anyway, the people who went in disappeared. Whether they were dead or not, there was no way to know. Those 4 guys from the eternal desert, if they didn't bring the relics of the seniors who had once gone to the eternal desert to the 4 regions and 9 realms, I'm afraid we wouldn't dare to believe that they came from that mysterious place. Looking at the endless eternal desert in the distance, Forefather Scarlet Flame's heart was extremely restless. What about my grandfather? He can't step into the eternal desert either? Ling Xiao asked. Of course, Master can. He can even walk out of the Black Tortoise continent, let alone the eternal desert. He already knew the secret of the eternal desert. He just didn't tell us. That kind of secret is only interesting if we find it ourselves. I will definitely go back after I reach the divine body realm. Forefather Scarlet Flame's eyes flickered with anticipation. Death was scary. Chapter 4098. Just by flying along the edge of the eternal desert, Ling Xiao felt an unprecedented shock. Old Ancestor Scarlet Flame's passionate words made him feel emotional and moved. For warriors, when they became stronger, they naturally wanted to face stronger challenges. The eternal desert might really be a good place. Ling Xiao looked into the deep darkness and said, "One day, I will find out the secret of the eternal desert." It's good for young master to have such thoughts, but you still need to increase your cultivation as soon as possible. The eternal desert is a nightmare for people with your cultivation. Sword Maiden Azure Lotus reminded. I understand. Ling Xiao knew that he still had a long way to go, so he was moving forward even more desperately. But we haven't reached the entrance yet? He changed the topic. After all, the eternal desert was too far away. At this stage, it was better to figure out the heavenly demon ghost territory first. Don't worry, with our current speed, we should be able to reach it in 3 hours. Of course, the premise is that we don't encounter any trouble. Sword Maiden Azure Lotus said, while looking around vigilantly. It was as if there was something terrifying in the dark desert. Ling Xiao didn't ask. In fact, he knew after thinking about it. This was the intersection of the eternal desert and the golden sky region. It must be the weakest place of the laws. a place that the Golden Sky region couldn't control. The chaos here was definitely more terrifying than other places. Even the Great River bandits were nothing here. The bandits that lived in this area were the most terrifying. There were also the demonic beasts that could travel through the spatial turbulence in the eternal desert. None of them were easy to deal with. If one was lucky, the bandits or demonic beasts they encountered would be weaker, but it was nothing. If one was unlucky, they would encounter a heavenly core bandit. For Ling Xiao, it was the end of the world. This was the reason why Sword Maiden Azure Lotus and Old Ancestor Scarlet Flame had to protect Ling Xiao. When bandits moved, they would not be alone. They would usually move in groups. Besides the bandits and demonic beasts, the natural conditions here were also terrible. The spatial storms that appeared from time to time gave even Sword Maiden Azure Lotus and Old Ancestor Scarlet Flame a headache. A spatial storm was no ordinary storm. Wherever it passed, the spatial laws would become chaotic. They might not die, but it was very likely that they would be trapped in the turbulent space forever. To die of old age alone, that was even more terrifying than death. Before coming, Ling Xiao had done an in-depth understanding of the situation here. However, when he saw the solemn expressions of Green Lotus Swordswoman and Forefather's Scarlet Flame, he was shocked. He knew that the actual situation might be more troublesome than what was written in the book. Actually, you don't have to worry. Someone had already concluded a pattern of spatial storms. As long as we discover them in advance and avoid them in time, there won't be much of a problem. Perhaps because she was afraid that Ling Xiao would be worried, Green Lotus Swordswoman explained. Ling Xiao nodded and didn't say anything. In fact, he was more concerned about Ling Jiaojiao, who was in the Heavenly Fiend Ghost Trap. Green Lotus Swordswoman and Old Ancestor Scarlet Flame could help him deal with the spatial storms and troubles along the way. But once they reached the Heavenly Fiend Ghost territory, many things would probably go out of control. Perhaps he would have to settle many things himself. Big Sister Qinglian, tell me more about this demonic skeleton. I want to know more. There aren't any detailed records in the book. Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Of course. Green Lotus Swordswoman nodded and said, Scarlet Flame, pay attention to the surrounding situation. And Old Ancestor Scarlet Flame nodded. He, who was usually bold and unrestrained, had become very serious at this moment. Green Lotus Swordswoman looked at Ling Xiao and continued. The 9-star celestial realm is 9 powerful small worlds. It's an existence that's on par with the 4 major regions. But these 13 forces are actually divided into strong and weak. It has to be said that the Eternal Emperor region is the boss of the 13 forces and is the strongest, and our Golden Heavenly region is ranked 4th. It's inferior to the Heaven Sacred Land and the Savage Beast region. As for this demonic skeleton, its strength isn't considered strong and can only be ranked 9th, which is considered relatively weak. But you mustn't underestimate the demonic skeleton because of this. One had to know that even the weakest of the 13 forces, the Deep Sea Dragon region, was ridiculously powerful. This kind of ranking is just to pick the cream of the crop. I know. Ling Xiao nodded. All right, then I'll continue. Green Lotus Swordswoman continued. The strongest of the demonic skeleton is called the Devil Emperor. Like the Eternal Emperor and Yellow Emperor, they are all the strongest of this small world. But the Devil Emperor has a carefree nature. He does as he pleases. As a result, although the demonic skeleton nominally regards him as the supreme, in reality, the Devil Emperor basically doesn't care about anything. Unless it's a matter of life and death, he won't show his face. I'm afraid that in the 4 regions and 9 realms, only those few supreme experts know the Devil Emperor. Devil Emperor. I'll remember it. Ling Xiao was very clear that what Green Lotus Swordswoman told him was the key information. Under the Devil Emperor, there are 9 great devil kingdoms. The supreme expert of the Devil Kingdom is the Devil Venerable, and under the Devil Venerable is the Devil King. In the 9 great devil kingdoms, there are quite a number of devil kings. They were either in charge of a sect, or occupy several cities, or the right-hand man of the Devil Venerable. Hearing this, Ling Xiao asked curiously, what level of expert is the Devil King? How many are there? Devil Kings, Devil Venerables, and Devil Emperors are all existences above the divine core realm. There is only one Devil Emperor, and 9 devil venerables. However, the number of demon kings is not fixed. According to the investigation results of our Golden Sky region, there are around 100 devil kings. On average, there are around 10 devil kings in each devil kingdom. Some are less, some are more. Green Lotus Swordswoman answered. What? Hearing this, Ling Xiao was dumbfounded. He thought that experts in the extreme realm of alchemy were already extremely rare. He didn't expect there to be more than 100 warriors above the divine core realm in this demonic skeleton. There were 13 such powerful existences in the Black Tortoise continent. 8 of them were even more frightening than the demonic skeleton. If that was the case, the number of warriors above the divine core realm might be around 2,000 to 3,000, or even more. Sigh. The path of a mighty warrior is still far away. Green Lotus Swordswoman let out a sigh. In front of all the warriors from the 3,000 saint cities, she was an unreachable elder of the Golden City. But in fact, only Green Lotus Swordswoman knew how tiny she was. Ling Xiao couldn't help but smile bitterly. Even Green Lotus Swordswoman was tiny. What did he amount to? Which devil kingdom does this entrance belong to? Ling Xiao changed the topic. Fengdu Devil Kingdom. Green Lotus Swordswoman answered. Do you still remember that Qi Yaoguang? He is from the Qi family of the Fengdu Devil Kingdom. Is the Qi family very powerful? Of course. In the Fengdu Devil Kingdom, the Qi family is ranked in the top 4. The Qi family's clan chief is a devil king. Green Lotus Swordswoman answered. Chapter 4099. Green Lotus Swordswoman said, the demon king of the Qi family is called Demon King Qi. Qi Yaoguang went to find the Great River Bandits for the Great River Star. The Great River Star is on the seal of the Demon Venerable of the Fengdu Demon Kingdom. He is probably preparing to fight for the position of the Demon Venerable of the Fengdu Demon Kingdom. No wonder Qi Yaoguang didn't let me go to the Sky Devil Ghost region. This Fengdu Demon Kingdom should be very chaotic now, right? Of course, the Demon Venerable of the Fengdu Demon Kingdom couldn't improve his cultivation. Now he has reached the limit of his lifespan. The first reincarnation, the limit of his lifespan is 500 years. If he can't enter the second reincarnation at this age, then he can only accept death. No one can change that. Why is this different from what I heard before? Ling Xiao was puzzled. Then you must have heard wrong. Generally speaking, the lifespan of a martial artist before entering the reincarnation can reach 200 years at most. And the first reincarnation will increase his lifespan by 300 years, reaching the limit of 500 years. As for the future, even we can't say. So if someone tells you the future information now, it's most likely not reliable. Green Lotus Swordswoman said, I see. The death of the Demon Venerable of the Fengdu Demon Kingdom will definitely lead to a fight for the position of Demon Venerable. The Qi family is ranked in the top 4, so they will definitely participate. Ling Xiao now had a general understanding of the situation of the Fengdu Demon Kingdom. In fact, it's not just that. Generally, when the Demon Venerable dies, he will keep his inheritance. It will be passed down to the next Demon Venerable. In order to fight for this inheritance, the people below will also fight until their heads bleed. Green Lotus Swordswoman sighed. Their fight has nothing to do with me. I only care about my sister. Ling Xiao hasn't grown up yet, so he is not in a hurry to invade the territory of the Sky Devil Ghost region. He can't eat a fatty in one go. He must wait until he becomes stronger and then think of a way to unify the 4 regions and 9 worlds. That is the right way. The people in front, stop. Just as the 3 of them were chatting, a group of people suddenly appeared in front of them. There were about 100 of them. Bandits? Ling Xiao frowned. He really hit the jackpot this time. He actually encountered bandits. They are not bandits. Green Lotus Swordswoman shook her head and said, they should be heavenly demon ghost realm martial artists. An escapee. I wonder what exactly happened in the Fengdu Devil Kingdom for these people to be in such a sorry state. Should we make a move? Ling Xiao asked. After flying for so long, Ling Xiao also wanted to move his hands and feet. Perhaps there's no need. The strength of this group of warriors was not strong. Let's go and take a look. Green Lotus Swordswoman smiled and said, since they came from the Fengdu Devil Kingdom, then why are they here? Perhaps we can learn something useful from their mouths. As he spoke, the group of people had already rushed over. Kill. This group of martial artists in dire straits were even more direct than bandits. Without saying a word, he made a move. Leave it to me. Ancestor Scarlet Flame chuckled. A ball of blazing flame suddenly condensed in his hands. Then, he punched out. 100 martial artists were all blasted flying out. Nearly half of them fell into the eternal desert and were instantly sucked into the spatial turbulence. Ling Xiao was dumbfounded by the sight. This eternal desert was truly incomparably terrifying. He really had to hide a little further away. With just one punch, nearly half of them were killed, and the remaining people were all seriously injured. No one was unscathed or even lightly injured. The leader of the group had already wet his pants. A bunch of idiots. Learn from the bandits. You know how to choose your targets. You idiots, even if you don't run into my hands today, you will probably die in the hands of others tomorrow. But I'm in a good mood today, so I'll give you a chance to live. Tell me, are you martial artists from the Fengdu Devil Kingdom? Ancestor Scarlet Flame asked domineeringly with his hands behind his back. Yes, yes, yes. Everyone hurriedly shouted, scrambling to be the first, as if they were afraid that they would be killed if they spoke too late. Why do you want to escape? Ancestor Scarlet Flame asked again. The Fengdu Devil Kingdom is fighting. We are disciples of the Black Fire Sect. In the end, the Black Fire Sect was destroyed by the Yu family. We had no choice but to escape. Although everyone's voices were very chaotic, Ling Xiao still understood. It's better for you to say it. Everyone else, shut up. Ancestor Scarlet Flame had a headache hearing this, so he appointed the leader of the other party to answer. What Yu family, Black Fire Sect, what's going on? Reporting to the hero. There are 7 major forces in the Fengdu Devil Kingdom. They are the 3 clans and 4 sects. The Yu family is the family of the deceased demon Venerable and belongs to the strongest lineage. There are 2 demon kings in the family. The remaining Qi family, Yang family, and the 4 sects only have 1 demon king overseeing them. Our Black Fire sect is one of the 4 sections. Unfortunately, our sect master was killed by the experts of the Yu family. The Black Fire sect has been disbanded. The leader replied obediently. In front of Ancestor Scarlet Flame, he didn't dare to lie. Have you heard of a girl called Ling Jiaojiao? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. I don't know. We really don't know. The leader hurriedly shook his head, but from his eyes, Ling Xiao saw signs of lying. Tell me the truth, or you will all die. Ling Xiao said coldly. We know her. Just as he finished speaking, the body of the martial artist suddenly exploded. A terrifying force would bury several martial artists in the vicinity with him. Get lost. Ling Xiao waved his hand. Although he didn't know why this mysterious force wanted to hide Ling Jiaojiao's identity, but since he couldn't get anything out of these people, there was no need to keep them. Anyway, he had nothing to lose. Still not getting lost? Ancestor Scarlet Flame waved his hand. He was still willing to listen to Ling Xiao's words. Big brother Scarlet Flame, Sister Qinglian, let's hurry up. I have a feeling that Sister Jiaojiao should have encountered a lot of trouble. Ling Xiao looked at Qinglian Swordswoman and Ancestor Scarlet Flame and said, he's loyal and has outstanding talent. When it's time to be ruthless, he won't be lenient. I like young master's personality. Let's go. Ancestor Scarlet Flame smiled and sped up. Not long after, they saw one of the entrances to the Heavenly Demon Ghost territory. It was no different from other teleportation portals, but there were clearly people guarding it. Could it be the Yu family? Ling Xiao frowned. The Yu family obviously wanted to wipe out the other forces in one fell swoop and then inherit the position of the demon Venerable. The 3 of them, outsiders, would probably be stopped as well. Perhaps a fierce battle would be unavoidable. Don't worry too much. It's impossible for the Yu family to guard the entrance at this time, although they are the most powerful force among the 3 clans and 4 religions. But they have no way to fight against the other 6 forces at the same time. What's more, how could the Black Fire sect be destroyed so easily? If you don't remove the roots, it will grow again when the spring breeze blows. The Yu family is probably in a terrible situation now, and will definitely not make enemies easily. Qinglian's swordswoman analyzed. What's there to be afraid of? Even if they want to stop us, we'll just kill them all, except for the powerhouses above the Demon King level. I'm not afraid of anyone. Ancestor Scarlet Flame was more direct than Qinglian's swordswoman. Chapter 4100. Just as Ling Xiao had expected, there were warriors guarding the entrance of the heavenly demon ghost region, but their quantity and quality were poor. It seemed like after the demon sovereign died, in order to fight for the position of the demon sovereign, they had started fighting amongst themselves. As a result, they had neglected the threats from the outside world. The martial artists guarding the entrance were really not strong. They were only at the divine vein realm. There wasn't even a single divine core warrior. It felt similar to the warriors Ling Xiao met when he first entered the golden heavenly region. There were only 30,000 warriors guarding the entrance. It was said that there used to be more than 1 million warriors here, and there was definitely a Devil King guarding the entrance. But now, it looked like a mess. Let alone a Devil King. There wasn't even a single divine core warrior. The chaos gave Ling Xiao and the other two a chance to sneak in. But the reality was different from what Ling Xiao had imagined. Ling Xiao planned to sneak in, but Ancestor Scarlet Flame barged in. Facing a mighty warrior like him, the 30,000 warriors surrendered without hesitation. They didn't even have the intention to resist. This was not a joke. There wasn't even a single divine core warrior among the 30,000 warriors, even though they couldn't see through Ancestor Scarlet Flame's true cultivation. But they could still feel his terrifying aura. Great God, please spare our lives. We are just trash that was abandoned. Just treat it as a fart. The commander of the defending army cried bitterly as if he was crying for his parents. Shut the hell up. Ancestor Scarlet Flame didn't have the intention to attack. Killing these people was even easier than killing a bunch of ants. It was pointless. When he asked them to shut the hell up, all of them shut their mouths. Now, I'll ask you one question, and you'll answer one question. If anyone dares to lie, I'll send you to hell. Ancestor Scarlet Flame roared. Yes, yes, yes. We'll answer whatever you ask, great God. We won't hide anything. Everyone nodded their heads. Big Brother Scarlet Flame, let me ask. We have to separate these people so that they won't collude. Ling Xiao stood up. The four-leaf demonic pupil in his right eye opened. 30,000 warriors were controlled at the same time. These were only 30,000 divine vein realm cultivators. To Ling Xiao, they were nothing. He could control both at the same time. But if there was a divine core warrior, it wouldn't be so easy. He did not ask any questions. Instead, he directly extracted everyone's memories. Furthermore, he had used his martial spirit barrier to block the aura of the outside world. In order to ensure his safety, he even released part of the power of the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. He strengthened the martial spirit barrier. He then used 4 layers of spirit avoidance talismans. Previously, the ancient martial art practitioner from the Black Fire sect had only wanted to talk about Ling Jiaojiao. Then, he would explode and die. That power did not come from the martial artist's body. Instead, it was external. He did this to avoid the same trouble. After a long time, Ling Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Let's go. Everything is clear now. Ling Xiao stood up and swallowed a pill. His physical strength was rapidly recovering. The three of them went through the huge portal. Soon, they arrived at a world that was completely different from the golden skies. Heavenly Devil Ghost territory. The environment of the Heavenly Demon Ghost domain was very gloomy, just as the Ghost domain had said. All the plants were black as ink. It was emitting an evil aura. The air was filled with a terrifying devil intent. If someone who wasn't a devil cultivator came here, it would be very uncomfortable. However, when Ling Xiao arrived here, he found it very comfortable. The Sky Tyrant martial spirit contained everything. Of course, the most important thing was that he had the heavenly demon bone in his body. Not long after they left, the 30,000 soldiers woke up from the soul catcher state. What happened just now? Someone asked curiously. Something happened, but why can't I remember anything? Another person said, should we report this to the higher-ups? Report my ass. If we don't know anything, we'll be scolded if we report it. Most of the people insisted on this point. Therefore, until now, no one knew that Ling Xiao and the other two had entered the heavenly demon ghost domain. At the same time, Ling Xiao found a secluded place and stopped. He had obtained a lot of useful information from those memories. He needed to discuss his next move. Seeing that Ling Xiao's expression didn't look too good, Green Lotus Sword Maiden asked, "Is your sister in trouble?" Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Sister Jiao Jiao is not in trouble, but a disaster." Hearing this, Green Lotus Sword Maiden and Ancestor Scarlet Flame were shocked. Disaster? To be able to say this word from Ling Xiao's mouth, it was obvious that the trouble this time was much bigger than they had imagined. What exactly happened? Just tell me straight. We will help you even if we have to risk our lives. Green Lotus Sword Maiden said. Ancestor Scarlet Flame also nodded. This time, following Ling Xiao to the Fengdu Devil Kingdom, the two of them didn't plan to return safely. Sister Jiao Jiao's current status is very high. It's so high that even I can't understand it. Ling Xiao said with a frown. That's impossible. According to what you said, although Ling Jiaojiao's aptitude is outstanding, it's far inferior to yours. Even if she came to the 4 major regions longer than you, her cultivation is much higher than yours. It's higher than your cultivation, but status isn't something that can be obtained overnight. Green Lotus Sword Maiden frowned and said, unless she has been possessed, she is no longer her, but has become another person. Sister Green Lotus is indeed Sister Green Lotus. You hit the nail on the head. Although the memories of those miscellaneous soldiers are very vague, the information about this is simple and doesn't involve any core secrets. But I can still guess a little. Ling Xiao sighed and said, Sister Jiao Jiao came to the Golden Sky domain with Shandian. Later, in an accident, she was taken away by the demon lord of the Fengdu Devil Kingdom. She became the direct disciple of the demon lord. Xin Dian went to the heavenly demon ghost realm to find Sister Jiao Jiao. In the end, she didn't expect that she would be cursed and fall into a coma. Princess Shandian has always been a person who values friendship and righteousness. It's just that I didn't expect her to have such a touching story with you. Green Lotus Sword Maiden sighed and said, if Ling Jiaojiao has been possessed, then she might be a shell. Then she would be nothing more than a shell. Only her body belonged to her. Her soul had long become someone else's. If you save her, you can only save a corpse. Do you still want to go? No. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, I was worried that something would happen to Sister Jiaojiao. I implanted a trace of my consciousness into the depths of her body. If her soul perishes, I will know. But in fact, no such thing happened. Therefore, I suspect that her soul is only sealed in her body. So, as long as I destroy the soul that has possessed her, I can save her. Logically speaking, if it's a possession, one side won't leave behind the other's soul. Forefather Scarlet Flame thought that Ling Xiao was just comforting himself and couldn't help but say. Chapter 4101. Big Brother Scarlet Flame, that's true. But Sister Jiaojiao's situation is different. I've checked her body before. And don't overthink it. I was just checking her talent. I found out that Sister Jiaojiao has a very special physique. Her body is like a deep sea. It can allow all kinds of mixed energies to enter. It's very useful for the devil race's cultivation. But this deep sea only recognizes Sister Jiaojiao's soul. The soul snatcher must have left her soul behind to use it as a key. Ling Xiao explained. Now that you mention it, I understand now. What is your Sister Jiaojiao's current cultivation level? Ancestor Scarlet Flame asked curiously. Extreme Core Realm. Ling Xiao answered. She's at the perfect 9th level of the Divine Core Realm, and is about to step into the Shattered Core Realm, the so-called Shattered Core Realm. When one reached the Extreme Core Realm, the inner core would naturally shatter. The energy would then be absorbed by the body. The Shattered Core Realm didn't have a fixed level, it was a transitional stage. When the body completely absorbed the energy from the inner core, when the warrior naturally stepped into the Divine Body Realm. This is too strong. Ancestor Scarlet Flame couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. An existence at this level, unless he and Azure Lotus Swordswoman worked together, there was no way they could defeat it. Who was the person who took over the body? Ancestor Scarlet Flame asked. It can't be the Lord Devil himself, right? I've often heard that when those Lord Devils reach the limit of their lifespan, in order to continue living, they would possess someone else's body. Although the success rate was extremely low, the possibility of deceiving the heavens was less than 10%, but they were still willing to try. After all, if they could succeed, they would have an extra 500 years of lifespan. The result would be completely different. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't, but it must be related to the Lord Devil. Ling Xiao thought for a moment and said, but no matter who it was, they dared to hurt his sister Jiao Jiao. He would definitely make that person regret being born in this world. A ruthless look flashed through Ling Xiao's eyes. No matter what method he used, he would make that person pay the price. In this world, there were many people who would add flowers to brocade, but there were very few people who would help him in his hour of need. Ling Jiaojiao had helped him when he was in his most pain and helpless. He would remember this kindness for the rest of his life. Young master, your sister is our benefactor. We will not stand by and do nothing. However, he absolutely could not be impulsive in this matter. In the face of a strong enemy, if we are slightly rash, we may lose everything. Even his nickname was lost in the process. Understand? The Green Lotus swordswoman reminded. Of course I know. Ling Xiao did not let hatred get to his head, because he already knew that it was meaningless to be rash. It would only make him more confused. Let's go. I want to see Qi Yaoguang first. Ling Xiao suddenly said. Why do you want to see that little girl? Green Lotus swordswoman was a bit confused. I forgot to tell you that older sister Jiao Jiao is currently staying with the Yu family. The reason why the Yu family dared to attack other powers so unscrupulously was because of this. It was because they had more than 2 demon kings. Moreover, he also had Ling Jiaojiao, who could step into the core fragmentation realm at any time. They wanted to deal with the Yu family. He could only work with the Qi clan. Among the 3 clans and 4 sects, I only know people from the Qi clan and the Black Fire sect. Now that the Black Fire sect had been destroyed, they were no longer of much use. But the Qi clan is different. Ling Xiao explained, Young master, you are able to think calmly under such a furious situation. I really admire you. Not bad. It is time to meet Qi Yaoguang. Qi Yaoguang is the number 2 genius of the Qi clan. He is second only to her brother Qi Niming. That Qi Niming is a true genius. You must remember this man's name. He had relied on his own cultivation to reach the frightening mid-9th divine core realm. But young master, your talent is stronger than his. As long as you get the same amount of resources, your overall strength will soon surpass his. Ancestor Scarlet Flame smiled and said, but right now, perhaps we can work with this man. He will become one of our forces. Let's see. Let's meet Qi Yaoguang first. After all, I've killed a warrior from the Qi clan, and I think they still hold a grudge against me. Ling Xiao stood up. Although he said so, his eyes were filled with determination. His goal was simple. He was going to save Ling Jiaojiao, but he had to use the method properly. Otherwise, he would lose everything. You don't have to worry too much. Possession is just our speculation. As for whether it's true or not, we have to see it with our own eyes. Swordswoman Azure Lotus comforted Ling Xiao, although she knew such comforting words wouldn't work, because the fact that Ling Jiaojiao had been possessed was a fact. Ling Xiao's mood wasn't that relaxed, because it might involve the Honor Devil, an existence that surpassed the divine core realm. Luckily, the Honor Devil from the Fangdu Devil Kingdom was dead. Even if he possessed Ling Jiaojiao's body, he wouldn't be able to recover his strength in a short period of time. If he forcefully increased his strength, it would only cause the new body to collapse. There was still a chance. Even if he had to risk his life, he couldn't let Ling Jiaojiao be a puppet for the rest of her life. Her body was controlled by someone, and her soul was sealed. That kind of torture was worse than death. Even if it was the Honor Devil, he would be willing to sacrifice himself to drag the Honor Devil down from his throne. He, Ling Xiao, was fearless for his family. Don't worry about me. I'm fine. At least, Sister Jiaojiao isn't dead. That's good news. Ling Xiao looked at Swordswoman Azure Lotus and Ancestor Scarlet Flame. Both of them had been worried about him. It's good that you're fine. Young master, you have to understand. Only when you're strong can we solve this problem. Otherwise, everything will be over. Perhaps your sister Ling Jiaojiao has placed her only hope on you." Swordswoman Azure Lotus gently rubbed Ling Zhao's head and said, "Don't disappoint a girl, especially a family member." "I'm fine, but you too," Ling Xiao sighed. "I thought this time, it would at most involve some powers similar to the 3,000 sacred cities. I never expected it to involve so many people. Even an existence that surpasses the divine core realm is involved. What I'm worried about the most is that you'll be dragged into this mess." "Don't talk about dragging us into this mess. If it wasn't for your grandfather Hong Qi, both of us and that young man Zhao Fengyun would have been dead long ago. We wouldn't have been able to avenge ourselves. Besides, it's not like we don't have any allies this time. If we can ally with the Qi clan, this matter will be easier to handle." Ancestor Scarlet Flame patted Ling Xiao and said, "Although the strength of the Heavenly Devil Ghost region was not as strong as the Golden Heavenly region, but the Demon Emperor's personal strength might not be weaker than the Golden Sovereign. Even if he was no match for the Golden Sovereign, it would take a long time for the winner to be decided. Therefore, in the Heavenly Devil Ghost region, the danger that Ancestor Scarlet Flame and Swordswoman Azure Lotus faced was no less than Ling Xiao. The people of the Heavenly Devil Ghost region would never show mercy to them just because they were from the Golden City. In fact, Shundian was a good example. Shundian was the daughter of the Golden Sovereign, but she was still cursed into a coma. Chapter 4102. Ling Xiao, who was on his way, didn't know that the development of the Fengdu Devil Kingdom had already exceeded his expectations. He was looking forward to contacting Qi Yaoguang in private and then forming an alliance with the Qi family to deal with the Yu family, to save Ling Jiaojiao. However, at this moment, the Qi family was facing a disaster. 3 clans and 4 sections. After the Black Fire sect was destroyed, the other 3 sects and the Yang family took the initiative to join the Yu family. A huge alliance was formed. As a result, the Qi family was unlucky. At this moment, in the Qi family's residence, it was densely packed with martial artists. 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, completely surrounding the place. It was almost impenetrable. Of course, these martial artists were nothing. The key was that there were 6 Demon King level experts in the Yu family's camp. 2 from the Yu family, 1 from the Yang family, and 1 from the other 3 sects. With such a terrifying lineup, even the Qi family couldn't do anything. After all, the Qi family only had 1 Demon King. Even if there was a genius like Qi Niming, it was useless. Before a genius grew up, the effect could be said to be minimal. Accept your fate, Qi Fenghua. Although you are very strong, so strong that the 2 of us aren't your match even if we join forces. But now that we have 6 people on our side, what can you do? The one who spoke was the Yu family's patriarch, one of the Demon Kings, Yu Tian. The reason why the Yu family chose to attack the Black Fire sect first was that they couldn't afford to provoke the Qi family for the time being. This Qi Fenghua was in existence second only to the Demon Venerable in the Fengdu Devil Kingdom. The 2 Demon Kings weren't his match, but everything was different now. Yu Tian, you'd better remember that if you can't destroy my Qi family today, my Qi family will definitely destroy your Yu family in the future. Qi Fenghua looked at Yu Tian coldly and then waved his hand. Kill. There was nothing to say. The enemy had already arrived at their doorstep. Whether they fought or not, they couldn't escape death in the end. Before they died, they had to make the other party pay a price. The martial artists from both sides collided crazily. A great battle that would affect the situation of the Fengdu Devil Kingdom began. At the same time, in the Qi family's secret passage, Qi Niming and Qi Yaoguang were running. Their storage rings contained the key to the Qi family's comeback. In order to take revenge, the Qi family decided to let Qi Niming and Qi Yaoguang escape, leaving behind a glimmer of hope for revenge. Many years ago, this secret passage had been built. Only the upper echelons of the clan knew about the secret passage. The siblings exited the secret passage and fled madly. Oh no, someone is chasing after us. Yaoguang, take the storage ring and flee. Whether you go to another devil nation or the 4 great domains, it's all up to you. But you must remember to live well. Qi Niming looked at the approaching pursuers with a hint of madness in his eyes. Before Ling Jiaojiao appeared, he was the most outstanding genius in the Fengdu Devil Kingdom. He didn't want to keep running for his life. Moreover, in order for his sister to escape, he had to attract the pursuers. "Brother, I'm not leaving." Qi Yaoguang shook his head desperately. "Scram. Otherwise, I'll kill you so that you won't be sullied by others." Qi Niming roared. Qi Yaoguang was stunned. In the end, he gritted his teeth and turned around to leave. "Brother, you must survive." Qi Yaoguang entered the dense forest and began his escape. The Great River planet did not bring any benefits to the Qi family. Instead, it caused the Yu family to go crazy. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have wanted that thing. In the end, they were too obsessed with it. Thinking about the Great River planet, a man suddenly appeared in Qi Yaoguang's mind. Why did I think of him? Qi Yaoguang shook his head with a bitter smile. He's just a 6th divine core warrior. He can't help me much. But I think I know him and Shindian. Shindian has fainted. I can only look for him. With this thought in mind, Qi Yaoguang started running towards the exit of the Golden Sky region. Qi Yaoguang ran for 3 days. Although her brother Qi Niming had attracted most of the pursuers away, but some of them still managed to find her. She had to fight every single day. After 3 days, she was completely exhausted. Right now, even a 7th divine core warrior could easily kill her. If it wasn't for the fact that she didn't want her family members to die in vain, and she didn't want to let her brother down, she would have given up. Perhaps she would have given up. Surround her. Don't let her escape. She can't hold on any longer. Once again, Qi Yaoguang was intercepted. Qi Yaoguang's mind was in a daze. After fighting for an hour, he had killed more than a dozen men. Finally, he fell to the ground. While he was in a daze, he saw a man. No way. Why would he come to the heavenly fiend ghost region? I must be seriously injured. I'm hallucinating. Qi Yaoguang finally fainted. Sigh. I came here to ask you for help, but you fainted first. Looking at Qi Yaoguang, who had fallen to the ground, Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh. But he couldn't just leave him to die. Qi Yaoguang had helped him during the Great River Bandits mission. Get lost. Looking at the pursuers from the Yu family, Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, they were all small fries. He was too lazy to kill them. Brat, how dare you interfere with the Yu family's business? You're courting death. He didn't want to kill these men, but these men were courting death. Sister Qinglian, sorry for the trouble. Brother Qihua's attack is too eye-catching. You should do it, Ling Xiao said to a dark corner. After that, he went over to check on Qi Yaoguang's condition. What a beautiful girl. How could she be so seriously injured? Sigh, consider yourself lucky to have met a good person like me. Feeding a healing pill to Qi Yaoguang, Ling Xiao threw Qi Yaoguang into the Dongshang Emperor Ring. While at this time, the battle on Qinglian's swordswoman's side already ended. Looks like the Qi family is in trouble. Although they didn't know what exactly happened, they still thought about it. Even Qi Yaoguang had to flee for his life. The Qi family's situation could be imagined. With the 3 of their strength, they could not save the Qi family either. They could only take one step at a time. Go to Bloodpool City. That place is the Qi family's territory. After going there, we should know the situation. Qinglian's swordswoman suggested. Go. The 3 people continued to hurry along. As for Qi Yaoguang, he stayed in the Dongshang Emperor Ring. The injuries on his body were seriously too serious. Wanting to recover would probably still take a very long time. A day later, they already arrived at Bloodpool City. Although the current situation in Bloodpool City was still considered fine, but from time to time, one could see martial artists killing people on the streets. The killers were all wearing the unique uniform of the Yu family. The ones who were killed should be martial artists related to the Qi family. From this, it could be seen that apart from a few fish that escaped the net, the majority of the Qi family had already been annihilated. Or perhaps he was captured. Restaurants were always the best place to inquire about information. The 3 people found a restaurant that was still operating normally in Bloodpool City. When they entered, they heard people arguing inside. Only after listening carefully did they know. It turned out that the boss of this restaurant was actually a spy of the Yu family in Bloodpool City. All kinds of information had been passed to the Yu family through here. Chapter 4103. In the past, no one knew the identity of the owner of this restaurant, but after the Yu family destroyed the Qi family, the owner revealed his identity with great fanfare. On one hand, he was proud, and on the other hand, he was afraid of being accidentally injured by the Yu family, although he knew that this might lead to the Qi family's revenge. But after weighing the pros and cons, it was still worth it. Qi, the person who was shouting in the restaurant, was easily killed. Chop him up and feed him to the dogs. The restaurant owner sneered. Now, the entire Fengdu Devil Kingdom belongs to my Yu family. Whoever dares to stand up for the Qi family, I'll kill him. After saying that, the owner left. He left the waiter to take care of the guests. Although Ling Xiao disdained such a person, he was not here to be chivalrous. He was here to inquire about information. There were quite a lot of people in the restaurant. It was noisy, and they were all talking about what had happened recently. No one paid any attention to them. After the waiter came over, Ling Xiao ordered a few dishes to go with wine. As he ate, he began to listen to the discussions around him. Sigh, it's really tragic. It's said that the Qi family almost died overnight. A few fish that escaped the net are being hunted down. Yeah, when the demon Venerable was still around, he didn't make a move against the Qi family. Now that the demon Venerable has just passed away, the Qi family is being targeted. I don't know why. In fact, Ling Xiao was also very surprised by this question. Could it be that the one who possessed Ling Jiaojiao wasn't the demon Venerable? Is Qi Fenghua also dead? Dead. Although Qi Fenghua is known as the #1 person below the demon Venerable and the most powerful demon king, there are 5 demon kings. How can he not die when there are 5 demon kings? But I didn't see his corpse. With the Yu family's habits, if they really killed Qi Fenghua, they would definitely show it to the public. It's said that he was blown to pieces. It's said? Can it be true? I don't know if Qi Fenghua is dead or not, but Qi Yaoguang and Qi Niming are still alive. The Yu family has already offered a huge reward. Let's not do such a wicked thing. The Qi family has been good to us. Even if we can't help, we shouldn't bite the hand that feeds us. Shoo, lower your voice. The walls have ears. What I said is the truth. You guys probably don't know, but Qi Niming and Qi Yaoguang, this pair of genius siblings, have given the Yu family a lot of headaches. It was rumored that the 6 demon kings were injured in the battle with Qi Fenghua and would not be able to fight for a short period of time. Thus, many experts were sent to pursue the siblings. However, most of the people who were sent out were killed without any news. If the Yu family can't get rid of them completely, I'm afraid that they'll be in trouble in the future. Just as this person finished speaking, a cold light suddenly shot out of nowhere. It was nailed between the man's eyebrows. Although the person who spoke wasn't dead yet, he could feel his life force rapidly depleting. Qi Niming and Qi Yaoguang, these 2 idiots, and it's not even worth mentioning, actually dare to say that my Yu family is going to be unlucky? Since you don't know how to keep your mouth shut, then this lady will teach you how to keep your mouth shut. As he spoke, a woman floated down from the 2nd floor. She was about 16 or 17 years old. His age was similar to Qi Yaoguang's, but his cultivation was far weaker than Qi Yaoguang's. He was only at the late 7th Divine Core realm. Qi Yaoguang was an 8th Divine Core warrior. This woman's cultivation wasn't that great, but her temper wasn't small. Just because someone said that Qi Niming and Qi Yaoguang would become a threat to the Yu family, she wanted to kill them. She was really vicious. I was just telling the truth, and you actually killed me. These were the man's last words. After saying that, his eyebrows suddenly exploded, and he fell to the ground. Soon after, he stopped breathing. Looking at this scene, Ling Xiao didn't want to poke his nose into other people's business. Instead, he looked at Ancestor Scarlet Flame and Sword Maiden Green Lotus. He said helplessly, "Looks like we're right. The Qi family has been eliminated by the Yu family." The power struggle between the heavenly demon Qi family is really brutal. It's really amazing. Not just the heavenly demon Qi family, the same goes for the 3,000 saint cities. When a saint city is destroyed, the people in that city will be implicated. Sword Maiden Green Lotus sighed and said, "This is the world of warriors. It's much crueler than the world of mortals." Just as she finished speaking, a cold light suddenly shot over. But this time, it didn't hit anyone. It was gently flicked by the innocent girl, and the cold light fell to the ground. It was actually a silver needle. Their voices were very soft, but it was still heard by the people of the Yu family. "Didn't you hear what I said? How dare you mention the Qi family?" The girl said coldly. "Don't think that you can behave atrociously just because you're strong. This is now the territory of my Yu family." "Miss, aren't you a bit too vicious? I just mentioned the Qi family, and you want to kill people?" Ling Xiao frowned. "So what if I kill you? Anyone who dares to mention the Qi family must die. The Qi family should be despised forever, covered by the dust of history." The girl sneered. Okay, okay, okay. We know we won't mention it." Because he had just arrived and had to act in secret, Ling Xiao didn't want to provoke trouble. "Humph, don't mention it just because you said so? Since you've already spoken, don't think about leaving safely. I now suspect that you are the remnants of the Qi family. Men, capture these 3 people." Following the girl's order, another 4 men jumped down from the 2nd floor. These 4 men were all peak 7th Divine Core warriors. They looked like the girl's bodyguards. It seemed like this girl's background wasn't simple. "Forgive people whenever you can. Don't cause trouble for yourself." Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. He didn't want to cause any trouble, but the girl didn't want to let him go. With his violent temper, there was no way he could let this matter end peacefully. Swoosh! A sword energy shot out from Ling Xiao's fingertip. It easily cut off a strand of the girl's hair. The 4 bodyguards were shocked, and they quickly protected the girl. "How dare you attack me?" The girl was furious. "So what? You have 3 breaths of time to get the hell out of here, or else I'll kill you." Ling Xiao said coldly. "You're courting death." The girl's expression was gloomy. She raised both of her hands and shot out dozens of silver needles. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. Then he instantly transformed into his divine frost dragon beast soul form. An icy cold energy was unleashed from his body. In just an instant, the dozens of silver needles were frozen. Then they all fell to the ground. They turned into ice chips. Freezing dragon breath. After that, Ling Xiao opened his mouth and spat out. An extremely cold energy burst out from his mouth. The 4 bodyguards were shocked, and they quickly jumped out. They blocked the terrifying cold energy for the girl. However, all 4 of them were instantly frozen into ice sculptures, although they quickly broke free from the cold energy. However, everyone's expression was very ugly. "Young lady, step back. This guy is strange. I think he's a beast god warrior." Beast god warriors were extremely rare, and whenever they appeared, they would immediately attract the attention of other warriors. Of course, Ling Xiao was the same. "You're quite knowledgeable. I can't believe you can recognize a beast god warrior." Ling Xiao glanced at the restaurant owner who was watching from the 2nd floor, and he sneered in his mind. It looked like he had no choice but to make a big fuss today. He had planned to destroy the Yu family anyway, and vent his anger for his sister, Ling Jiaojiao. Chapter 4104. "You really dared to attack me." The girl's face was filled with disbelief. Now that the Yu family was in power, who dared to not give them face in Bloodpool City? However, this kid in front of her did not know what was good for him and actually attacked her. He even injured her bodyguard. Ling Xiao smiled disdainfully. His face suddenly turned cold, and he took a step forward. An even colder aura spread in the air. The wine on many people's tables froze because of this. The diners were afraid of implicating themselves, so they all moved away. However, they did not go far. They all watched this scene with interest. The Yu family was in power, but they were too much of a bully. It was time for someone to stand up and teach the Yu family a lesson. "So what if I attacked you? Is the Yu family that great? Is it so great that you can kill me, but I can't even fight back?" Ling Xiao showed a mocking expression. These arrogant people seemed to think that they could bully others at will because they were in power in the Fengdu Devil Kingdom, and others did not even have the right to attack. Just how ignorant was he? As the saying went, even a rabbit would bite when cornered, let alone a human. However, the girl did not seem to understand his words. She suddenly smiled disdainfully, and the original panic in her eyes disappeared. Ling Xiao knew that the owner of this restaurant must have given her courage. The owner was an expert, and Ling Xiao knew this very well. The girl was even more clear. Therefore, the girl did it again? She stood up and said, "You should be an outsider. You really don't understand how scary the Yu family is. Do you believe that I will cut you into 8 pieces today and then wrap you into buns? I really don't believe it." Ling Xiao smiled disdainfully and took another step forward. An even colder aura blew, as if winter had arrived. "I don't know if the Yu family is great or not, but I know that you are a piece of trash. In front of me, you don't even have the right to speak. You actually attacked me." As Ling Xiao spoke, his palms gathered even more powerful cold air. Then, he suddenly blasted it out. He did not use any martial techniques, and only used the strength of his body and the power of the Frost Divine Dragon to attack. But it was still very powerful. In the air, it was as if a divine dragon was roaring. The 4 bodyguards were scared out of their wits. He hurriedly defended with all his might. If the previous Frost Dragon breath only froze the target. If that was the case, then this palm strike could really kill. In the bone-chilling wind, the diners secretly gave Ling Xiao a thumbs up. She was truly a newborn calf that wasn't afraid of the tiger. She even dared to touch someone from the Yu family. He didn't care about the consequences at all. Scram! Facing the 4 bodyguards, Ling Xiao angrily roared, and an even more ferocious aura entered his palms. 4 consecutive palm prints blasted out. The 4 bodyguards couldn't stop him at all. His body was sent flying, and he froze in midair. When he fell to the ground, he was already seriously injured. This scene caused everyone to be shocked. Looking at this young man, he didn't look very old. He was probably around 18 years old. How could it be so terrifying that it could instantly force back 4 perfect 7th Divine Core warriors? He was definitely a genius, but he didn't know where he came from. Judging from their methods, they shouldn't be from the heavenly demon ghost horde. A beast god warrior was indeed frightening. In fact, in Ling Xiao's opinion, those 4 bodyguards were too weak. They were all at the perfect 7th Divine Core realm, but their combat strength was far weaker than Lu Qingmang's. He really didn't know how they cultivated. It was said that although a demonic cultivator could cultivate very quickly, their foundation wasn't stable, and they couldn't defeat ordinary warriors at the same cultivation level. They couldn't even compare with the geniuses outside. Today, Ling Xiao finally believed it. Chasing after cultivation speed wasn't a good idea. The young girl was so scared that her face turned pale. However, when she remembered that the owner of the restaurant was still there, she let out a sigh of relief. But Ling Xiao's strength still surprised her. Although his cultivation level didn't seem high, his combat strength had shocked her. "Trash, didn't you want to chop me into pieces and wrap me up? I'm standing right in front of you. Why don't you do it?" Ling Xiao's voice was extremely cold. He never liked to stir up trouble, but he would never swallow his anger. Someone was trying to kill him. How could he not even dare to fart? That wasn't his style. Towards this kind of arrogant and condescending woman, he had no choice but to accept it. It was useless to say anything. The weaker you were, the more she would take advantage of you. The only thing he could do was to fight violence with violence. A strong counterattack. "Stop. I'm afraid you still don't know who I am?" The young girl swallowed her saliva, took 2 steps back, and said loudly. If she had known earlier, she would have asked her family to send a few more bodyguards to protect her. No, the number of people wasn't a problem. The key was that the bodyguards were too weak. But she had done this before, and no one dared to do anything to her. Who would have thought that she would meet such a rash person like Ling Xiao today? "Oh, then, may I ask who you are?" Ling Xiao said sarcastically. "Don't tell me you're the daughter of the Demon Emperor Wu? If the Demon Emperor had such a trash daughter like you, he would be angered to death. It's fine if you're just trash, but the key point is that trash likes to bully and kill people. I really don't know how your brain works. You really don't know how to write the word death. What a joke. Who dares to kill me? As long as you're in this Fengdu Devil Kingdom, my father can make your head fall to the ground with just a word." The young girl was choked by Ling Xiao's words, but she still stubbornly showed off her family background. "Is that so? Then I really want to give it a try. Let's see if your father really has this ability." Ling Xiao was originally a daring person. He had done this kind of thing before, and it wasn't the first time or two. Want to scare him? Not a chance. You dare. If you take another step forward, this young miss will make your head separate from your body. The young girl was really frightened. Why did she meet such a stubborn guy? She couldn't scare him. He was simply a madman. This kind of bullshit. You've said it more than once. Since you want to kill me, then I'll kill you first. This is very fair, right? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. His smile made the young girl's hair stand on end. As he spoke, his hands turned into dragon claws. The cold light reflected in the young girl's eyes. It was as if she saw the arrival of the god of death. Save me. The young girl was finally scared. She exclaimed, Stop. Following the young girl's voice, a person fell from the second floor. It was the owner of this restaurant. His body was fat, like a moving ball. Seeing the owner of this restaurant, the diners felt some contempt in their hearts. But no one dared to say a word. Because the owner of this restaurant was very strong. They couldn't afford to offend him at all. That young man is going to be unlucky. Everyone couldn't help but secretly shake their heads. Sure enough, it was really unwise to go against the Yu family now. Although they sympathized with Ling Xiao, but the Yu family was the Yu family. That young girl's identity was special, so the owner of the restaurant could not do anything. If this young girl died, the owner of the restaurant would be in trouble. Ling Xiao turned his head to look at the fat ball. Chapter 4105. This fat ball had been watching from the second floor. Ling Xiao had known about this for a long time. Therefore, there was nothing strange about it. What's wrong? Didn't I pay for my meal? Or are you going to give me a few more side dishes? Ling Xiao asked with a smile on his face. Looking at Ling Xiao's expression, the restaurant owner was a little surprised. He was an early 8th Divine Core warrior. This young man was only at the peak 6th Divine Core realm. Even a beast god warrior was just a piece of trash in front of him. Why wasn't he afraid of him? Both Azure Lotus Sword Girl and Ancestor Scarlet Flame were hiding their auras. That was why he couldn't see through them. Therefore, he didn't notice. After a brief moment of surprise, the restaurant owner said with a cold voice, Break your own arms and get the hell out of here. The restaurant owner's tone was really domineering. It was exactly the same as the young girl. He wasn't trying to stop the fight. He was trying to get back at the young girl. Breaking his arms is too easy for him. We should kill him. The young girl shouted. As if she had found a helper and a backbone, the young girl's fear instantly turned into hatred. Break your own arms? Fatty, is there something wrong with your head? You want to break your own arms just because I ate some food? Do you believe that I won't burn down your restaurant? Ling Xiao sneered. The restaurant owner furrowed his brows. What an arrogant young man. How dare he act so arrogantly in front of him? All the customers were surprised as well. This young man was really something. He dared to speak like this in front of the restaurant owner. He was a madman. I just wanted you to break your own arms and get the hell out of here. I didn't expect you to be so courting death. Looks like I'll have to kill you. The restaurant owner's expression didn't look good. In front of his master, a dog like him had to do his best. Kill me? Then I'm afraid you'll have to wait. I'll have to kill her first. Ling Xiao pointed at the young girl and said, With me here, you can't kill her. The restaurant owner was very confident. Is that so? That's not necessarily true. After finishing his words, Ling Xiao suddenly disappeared. In front of everyone, right in front of the fatty, he pierced the girl's throat with his finger. The young girl crashed to the ground, her eyes still filled with shock and disbelief. Silence. The restaurant became deathly silent. Everyone's eyes fell on the girl who had fallen down. The dark red spot on the girl's throat was too obvious. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao would actually make a move? Moreover, it was done in the presence of the fat restaurant owner. He wasn't just attacking the young girl. It was a slap to the restaurant owner's face. He had slapped the Yu family in the face. How shocking. The girl's aura had become extremely weak, although his Niden had yet to shatter. However, the cold aura had already invaded her inner core and started to resplendent her inner core. At this moment, she was filled with terror and shock. She was the eldest daughter of the Yu family. She was the daughter of the current head of the Yu family. The patriarch of the Yu family was a demon king. Today, Someone actually dared to kill her. Furthermore, she could feel her soul gradually weakening. Bastard! The restaurant owner finally made his move. Then, he blasted a palm at Ling Xiao from behind. However, Ling Xiao was nowhere to be seen. The restaurant owner's palm landed on the young girl's body. The young girl's body shattered into pieces. Her death was hastened. So you want to kill her as well? You should have told me earlier, then I wouldn't have had to do it. Ling Xiao's mocking voice sounded out once again. The restaurant owner's fat body kept trembling. He was obviously extremely angry. Men, chop this young man into pieces and feed him to the dogs. The restaurant owner obviously felt that he wouldn't be able to catch Ling Xiao by himself. But almost all the waiters in his restaurant were strong warriors. None of them were lower than the 6th divine core realm. As he gave the order, Li Yundong's expression changed. More than 10 people jumped out in a flurry. Just as Ling Xiao was about to make his move, he suddenly returned to his seat. Young man, are you scared? Seeing this, the restaurant owner was puzzled. Right at this moment, a sword beam pierced through the restaurant's wall and flew toward the restaurant owner. The restaurant owner carefully dodged the attack, but it was useless. The sword beam was too fast. It was unbelievably fast. In just a split second, the restaurant owner's heart was pierced through, and he was nailed onto the wall. Blood flowed down the wall. The scene was quite shocking. The man is an extreme core realm warrior. Ancestor Scarlet Flame lowered his voice and said, "He doesn't seem to be an enemy. I think he has a grudge against the Yu family." Sword Maiden Azure Lotus analyzed. Ling Xiao nodded his head. He also felt that these two men were right. This man's sword attack was obviously meant to kill the restaurant owner. While they were talking, the sword beam suddenly exploded. The rest of the restaurant's waiters were all killed. None of them were left alive. The diners were all shocked by this scene. This sword energy was too frightening. Ling Xiao didn't think he would be able to block it. The attack of an extreme core realm warrior was really frightening. It's Qi Niming. Someone recognized the man who attacked with the sword. The man was holding a long sword, and he looked very weak. He also had many wounds on his body. Isn't Qi Niming Qi Yaoguang's brother? Ling Xiao thought to himself. Although he had no friendship with Qi Niming, because the enemy was the Yu family, allies were necessary. If he could help Qi Niming, it would be a good thing for him. Just as he was thinking, Qi Niming's expression changed, and he jumped into the distance. He was obviously flustered. After a while, 3 figures chased after him. Each of the 3 figures was a powerhouse of the extreme realm of core, although they were not as strong as Qi Niming individually. But if the 3 of them joined forces, they could take Qi Niming's life. And Qi Niming was obviously too tired. In order to distract the pursuers, he had fought countless times and was about to run out of energy. This person is worth saving. Ling Xiao's intuition told him that Qi Niming was definitely a friend that he could make. Young master, do you want to chase after him? Sword Maiden Azure Lotus asked. Let's go and take a look first. After ensuring the safety of the 2 of you, we can save him. If the danger is too great, then forget it. Ling Xiao didn't want to put Sword Maiden Azure Lotus and Ancestor Scarlet Flame in danger because of saving Qi Niming. Ha ha ha, thank you for your concern, young master. But don't worry, although the 3 people chasing after Qi Niming are powerful, but they are definitely not a match for the 2 of us. Ancestor Scarlet Flame was in a good mood. The main thing was that Ling Xiao could still consider his safety at this time. This made him very touched. In fact, if Ling Xiao ordered him to chase, he would also go. But his mood was naturally different. You guys go first, I'll be there soon. Ling Xiao knew that it was meaningless for him to catch up. After all, his current strength was not enough to intervene in the battle of extreme core realm warriors. It was really great to be able to meet Sword Maiden Azure Lotus and Ancestor Scarlet Flame. Thank you, Grandpa. Thank you for leaving me such a precious treasure. Ling Xiao watched as Sword Maiden Azure Lotus and Ancestor Scarlet Flame flew away. Then he looked at the crowd and said, "Go out." The diners didn't dare to refuse and walked out of the restaurant. Chapter 4106. The entire restaurant was burned to ashes in a sea of fire. As for the girl and the restaurant owner, there was no evidence. Seeing the situation here, Many people in Bloodpool City revealed excited and hateful expressions. That kind of trash should have been killed long ago. How satisfying. Although they hated the restaurant owner, they didn't have the strength to go against him. Now, someone did it. They were naturally happy. After destroying the restaurant, Ling Xiao chased after Ancestor Scarlet Flame and Green Lotus Swordswoman. In order to not attract attention, he chose the Shadow Warrior form. Not only was it safe to chase in the dark, but it could also help at critical moments. The Tai Chi Eye could already see the scene a mile away. After all, Qi Niming was already tired. Although his injuries weren't too serious, he was facing the siege of 3 extreme core realm experts. He still felt very uncomfortable. At this moment, Ancestor Scarlet Flame and Green Lotus Swordswoman were still some distance away. However, as long as there were no other accidents, it wouldn't be a problem to catch up. What is this place? Suddenly, Qi Yaoguang woke up in the Dongsheng Emperor Ring. She felt her brother's aura. That was why she woke up early. Oh, you're awake? Ling Xiao smiled and said, "This is the space of my Dongsheng Emperor's Ring. Lass, you were lucky. Otherwise, you would have died long ago." It's really you. Qi Yaoguang couldn't believe her ears. Before she fainted, she thought that what she saw was just an illusion. She didn't expect it to be true. Ling Xiao actually came to the Heavenly Fiend Ghost territory and saved her. This was simply like a dream. She could feel that Ling Xiao's strength was stronger than when he was in the Great River Underground City. They had only been separated for a few days, and he had changed so much. She didn't dare to recognize him. Oh right, my brother. Qi Yaoguang suddenly felt her brother's aura again. It was very weak. Don't worry, Sister Green Lotus and Brother Scarlet Flame will save him. What you need to do now is to recuperate in peace. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Thank you." Qi Yaoguang really didn't know what to say. She was really lucky. She made the right choice back then. If he had offended Ling Xiao back then, it would have been difficult for him to escape this time. What are you thanking me for? I still need your help. Ling Xiao didn't elaborate. After all, it wasn't the right time to talk. On the other side, it was clear that the experts of the Yu family had also felt the auras of Forefather Scarlet Flame and Green Lotus Swordswoman. The battle stopped for a moment. They vigilantly looked in the direction where Ancestor Scarlet Flame and Sword Maiden Green Lotus were flying from. Qi Niming didn't escape either. With his current strength, he wouldn't be able to escape. He might as well make the best use of his time to recover. Who is it? How can he be so powerful? One of the martial artists frowned. I'm not sure, but you can ask first. Right now, our Yu family is unifying the Fengdu Devil Kingdom. Don't make too many enemies. Another person said, what's there to be afraid of? No matter who it is, just kill them. When has our Yu family ever been afraid of others? The third person was obviously a bit rash. Qi Niming also looked into the distance. His brows furrowed. He didn't know who it was. However, he really couldn't think of anyone who would help him at this time. His Qi family's forces were almost uprooted by the Yu family overnight. If someone really came to save him at this time, even if Qi Niming had to work like a horse, he would repay the favor. Of course, he had to take revenge for the Qi family first. The 3 men in front of him were extremely terrifying. They were all elders of the Yu family. 3 early 9th level Divine Core Warriors. Although he was a mid-9th level Divine Core Warrior, he had been fighting crazily for 4 days and 4 nights. He hadn't rested for even a minute. He was too tired. He was no match for these 3 men. Of course, he hadn't wasted these 4 days and 4 nights. Quite a few extreme core warriors from the Yu family were killed by him. It could be considered as him venting out a part of his resentment. However, the Yu family was too powerful. Plus, the Yang family and the other 3 sects worked together. The men he killed were just a drop in the bucket. It was meaningless. The only way to make the Yu family decline was to destroy the 2 demon kings of the Yu family. Then, he would kill Ling Jiaojiao, who had recently risen to power. However, no matter how much of a genius Qi Niming was, his strength was still limited. Facing such a powerful opponent, he was exhausted. Today might be his doomsday. The sword in his hand had been completely dyed red. The bloody killing intent kept roaring out. No one knew how many men he had killed. Kid, no one can save you today. Don't even think about it. One of the three men sneered disdainfully. Although you're strong, you're still weak. You've been hit by my demonic blood palm. Your meridians are damaged. Your inner core is damaged. In this world, no one can help you. Even the Devil Emperor himself can't heal your damaged meridians. Your life is over. There's no use running away. Chi Niming's eyes were filled with coldness and helplessness. So what if he was a genius? He was still too young. It was impossible for the Chi family to make a comeback. But he wasn't willing to die like this. If he died like this, even if he went to hell, he wouldn't be able to answer to his dead family. I hope my sister has escaped from the heavenly devil ghost region. If that's the case, I can feel a bit more at ease. Chi Niming let out a bitter laugh. He was still unwilling to give up after fighting for so long. But the reality was very cruel. Even a genius like him couldn't think of any way to reverse the situation. The demonic blood palm was too terrifying. It was a very insidious martial art. Although one wouldn't die immediately after being hit by the demonic blood palm, if one couldn't force out the poison within a day, then it would never be possible. He had witnessed with his own eyes the scene of a peerless genius being turned into trash by the demonic blood palm and finally committing suicide with hatred. He didn't expect that today. He would have to walk the same old path. It was really sad and lamentable. Stop. Who dares to disturb the Yu family's business? One of the three elders of the Yu family shouted with an ashen face. This person was the most reckless one. As he spoke, a terrifying aura was released. He tried to intimidate the two people flying over. Because Ancestor Scarlet Flame and Green Lotus Swordswoman didn't release their true aura, they didn't know how terrifying the two people flying over were. So terrifying. Ling Xiao was still far away, and the green-faced elder's aura had been weakened by Ancestor Scarlet Flame and Green Lotus Swordswoman. But when it came head-on, Ling Xiao still felt an irresistible terror. Blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. The gap is too big. The extreme core realm is really terrifying. This is only the early stage of the extreme core realm. If it's the peak core realm, how terrifying would it be? What about the core-shattering realm? What about the divine body realm? It's really unimaginable. Ling Xiao had never felt that he was strong, but when he saw such a terrifying existence, he still smiled bitterly. His efforts were far from enough. Chapter 4107. Are you all right? Qi Yaoguang asked with concern. Don't worry, it's just a small injury. It was indeed a small injury. With the strength of his physical body, he would quickly recover. Big brother Qihua, sister Qinglian, can you deal with it? I still say the same thing. If you are in danger, then don't save me. Ling Xiao sent a soul message to the two in front of him. Don't worry, young master. We know our situation. These three old fellows are no match for us. But you, be careful. These three guys have strong auras. Be careful not to get hurt. Ancestor Qihua reminded. It's fine as long as you guys are fine. I can still hold on. Ling Xiao wasn't paying attention just now, so he got hurt. In fact, it wasn't that easy for an extreme core realm powerhouse to hurt him with aura. Soon, Ancestor Qihua and Qinglian Swordswoman had arrived near them. Then, they stood dozens of meters away. As for Ling Xiao, he took a detour from the side and quietly hid in the darkness. He didn't get close, although the Shadow Dancer could hide all auras. But he had never tried it in front of an extreme core realm powerhouse. If he was discovered, it would be terrible. So, he stayed very far away, a full 1,000 meters away. With the aura of Ancestor Qihua and Qinglian Swordswoman, the other party definitely couldn't detect him. The green-faced old man looked at Ancestor Qihua and Qinglian Swordswoman and said coldly, You are not from the heavenly fiend ghost realm. Are you from the golden heavens domain? Forget it. No matter who you are, if you leave now, you can still live. Otherwise, he would die here. Our Yu family is not something you can provoke. Although this person was very reckless, the other two had a certain influence on him, so he didn't directly attack. Instead, he threatened. Unfortunately, Ancestor Qihua didn't pay attention to him at all. Instead, he looked at Qinglian Swordswoman and said, You block them. I'll go save her. Okay. Qinglian Swordswoman nodded. She really didn't care about the three people in front of her. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't want to cause too much of a commotion, he would have killed these 3 people. Now that Ling Jiaojiao's situation was unknown, he didn't know if it was caused by the Yu family. They didn't want to kill him, otherwise, it would be awkward if they killed the wrong person. As for the enmity between the Yu and Qi families, it had nothing to do with them. The two of them stopped their discussion. Forefather Scarlet Flame suddenly pounced towards Qi Niming. "Brat, don't resist. I'm here to save you." As he spoke, Forefather Scarlet Flame had already arrived in front of Qi Niming. The 3 people from the Yu family were shocked when they saw this. They didn't expect these 2 experts to come to help Qi Niming. They were furious and attacked Forefather Scarlet Flame at the same time. Unfortunately, a sword light pierced through the sky. He actually managed to stop all 3 of them. "Your opponent is me." Green Lotus Swordswoman revealed a smile. "I'm sorry, but that brat is somewhat related to us. If you're willing to let him go, we don't have to fight." "In your dreams." The green-faced old man's face froze. He knew how terrifying the Green Lotus Swordswoman was. Therefore, he looked at the 2 people behind him and said, "There's no need to hesitate. Let's use the talismans that the Patriarch gave us." "All right." The 3 of them responded. Everyone took out a talisman. The 3 spirits fused into one. They released a thick, pitch-black fog. Green Lotus Swordswoman frowned and hurriedly said, "Scarlet Flame, quickly throw him out. Young Master will think of a way to deal with the rest. The talismans of these 3 guys are very strange. I'm afraid there will be trouble. Let young Master take him away." These words were spoken extremely quickly. In fact, before she finished speaking, Forefather Scarlet Flame already knew what she meant. He had already thrown Qi Niming out. He landed right beside Ling Xiao. At this moment, the talisman had already released a terrifying power. A majestic and shocking aura descended from the sky. It was as if the sky had collapsed, causing people to feel extremely shocked. "Oh no, it's the dark explosion. Young Master, leave quickly. We'll be fine." Forefather Scarlet Flame transmitted his voice. Under this dark explosion, they couldn't protect Ling Xiao at all. They could only let Ling Xiao leave. Ling Xiao threw Qi Niming into the Dongshang Emperor Ring. He didn't leave immediately. The dark explosion was too terrifying. He had also heard of it. With Green Lotus Swordswoman and Forefather Scarlet Flame, they probably wouldn't be able to resist it. Even if he had to leave, he had to do something. In the form of a shadow warrior, Ling Xiao quickly rushed behind the 3 people. He suddenly took out the East Victory Sky Sword. The sword pierced into the body of one of them. Originally, this dark explosion required 3 talismans and 3 martial artists to use them at the same time to erupt with all their energy. However, one of them was stabbed by the East Victory Sky Sword. The power of one of the talismans instantly weakened. The dark explosion wasn't completely formed. "That's good. Retreat." Ling Xiao could only do so much. He immediately left with 1 strike. He used the Golden Light technique and escaped. As for Forefather Scarlet Flame and Green Lotus Swordswoman, they might be injured under the incomplete dark explosion, but they definitely wouldn't die. He was sure of this. He would only be a burden if he stayed there. "Damn thief, I won't let you off." Even though the elders of the Yu family roared with all their might, but it was of no use. Ling Xiao had long since disappeared without a trace, and he didn't see Ling Xiao's appearance clearly just now. "It's safe here." Somewhere, it was desolate. However, Ling Xiao still set up a concealment array around him. Then, he released Qi Yaoguang and Qi Niming. "Thank you, young hero, for saving my life. I, Qi Niming, will never forget your great kindness." Qi Niming knelt on one knee and was grateful to Ling Xiao. To be honest, he didn't expect anyone to come and save him. He really had to thank Ling Xiao for being able to survive. "Get up. I'm only helping you because of your sister." Ling Xiao looked at Qi Niming. This person knew how to be grateful. He didn't save him in vain. "Thank you." Qi Niming stood up, but he was very confused and shocked. This was because he had personally heard the 2 terrifying powerhouses address Ling Xiao as young master. With such powerful subordinates, Ling Xiao's identity must be extraordinary. But he was too embarrassed to ask. "Ling Xiao, I really have to thank you. If it weren't for you this time, we would have died in the hands of the Yu family. Qi Yaoguang also said, let's put it this way. I saved you guys for selfish reasons. I hope I can join forces with you to save my sister Ling Jiaojiao from the Yu family. Ling Xiao went straight to the point. He didn't want to say unnecessary nonsense now. Although he knew that Ancestor Qihua and Sword Maiden Qinglian wouldn't die, he was still a little worried. In addition, he was worried about Ling Jiaojiao. He wasn't in the mood to talk nonsense with others. You really came for her. Qi Yaoguang sighed and said, alas, I knew that people like you wouldn't listen to advice. Don't worry, we have a common enemy. Chapter 4108. Dong. Qi Niming suddenly fell to the ground and fainted. Qi Yaoguang was shocked. Don't panic. Let me take a look. Ling Xiao grabbed Qi Niming's wrist and checked carefully. He frowned. This is a bit troublesome. Your brother was hit by a very vicious palm technique. If it was within a day, it would be easy to solve. But now he has been delayed for a few days and is beyond cure. Even the Daluo Immortal wouldn't be able to save him. Then what should we do? Qi Yaoguang was anxious. Brother can't die. He was injured because of me. Otherwise, with his strength, even if he can't take revenge, he can escape. Ling Xiao, just say it. No matter what you want me to do, I will do it. As long as you can save my brother, I can give up everything, including my body. Ling Xiao was stunned. He looked at Qi Yaoguang's figure. She was indeed the best in the world. Unfortunately, he only had the Moon Maiden in his heart. There was no room for another woman. Also, it wasn't like he had never seen a woman before. He wouldn't be so thirsty. You don't have to be so worried. I just said that even the gods can't save him. But I didn't say that I can't. Ling Xiao smiled and said, I've already checked just now. Your brother's condition is very bad. But it's not a problem for me. Qi Niming's injury couldn't be cured, but it could be sucked out. Don't forget what Ling Xiao did. In the next moment, he released the bloodthirsty plague. The bloodthirsty plague could absorb the true essence and blood of the enemy. But on the other hand, it could also absorb the negative true essence in the martial artist's body and purify it. Just like a sharp sword that could be used to kill people, it could also be used to save people. After a full hour, Ling Xiao withdrew the bloodthirsty plague. Qi Niming's obviously black face had returned to normal. He was just a little weak. Why am I not dead? Qi Niming opened his eyes and looked at the two people in front of him in shock. With me here, you won't die. Ling Xiao smiled and said, but your body is still very weak right now. You need to find a safe place to heal. Let's not talk too much. Enter my Dongshang Emperor ring. It's safe, and you won't be disturbed. Qi Niming couldn't believe his ears. Are you saying that the evil energy of the demonic blood palm has been expelled from my body? Qi Niming hurriedly used his true essence to check. A few minutes later, he was overjoyed. That's great, that's great. Brother Ling, I, Qi Niming, will never forget your kindness. In this life, I'll do anything for you. Qi Niming knelt down again. Hurry up and get up. There's no need to work like an ox or a horse. I've already told you why I'm here. I'll have to trouble you to help me think of a way to save my sister. Ling Xiao sighed. Qi Niming was helped up by Qi Yaoguang. After thinking for a bit, he said, the Yu family is very powerful. Even with your two subordinates, they probably won't be able to save your younger sister. So, you have to at least reach the Demon King level. Isn't that nonsense? If I had Demon King level strength, I would have gone to save her long ago. Why would I need to worry here? Ling Xiao was instantly speechless. Brother Ling, don't worry. I'm saying this because I do have a way. Qi Niming smiled and said, there's something called the demonic Sirius flower in this sky demon cocoon. It's a very strange treasure. After eating it, you can increase your strength to the Demon King level for half an hour. And there are no side effects. It's just that it's very rare. Rumor has it that it's a treasure left behind by the Demon Emperor, so that martial artists in the Sky Demon Cocoon can have a chance to comprehend it. They can experience the feeling of divine body echelon cultivation. It'll be even easier to break through in the future. There's actually such a good treasure. Tell me, how do we get it? Ling Xiao knew that since Qi Niming said so, he definitely had a way. The demonic Sirius flower is born in different places. Normally, one flower will appear every year, and it's produced in the 9 great demon nations. This year, it's our Fengdu Devil Nation's turn. In the extreme north of the Fengdu Devil Nation, there's a forest called the Fengdu Devil Forest. The environment there is complicated, and it's very dangerous. It can be said to be the scariest place in the entire Fengdu Devil Nation. The weather is also very bad. Normally, those who haven't reached the heavenly core realm wouldn't dare to go to that place. This time, the demonic Sirius flower will be born there. Calculating the time, there's only about 10 days left. This is also the reason why the Yu family is attacking our Qi family. Because the Yu family wants to get this demonic Sirius flower and give it to your sister. This way, your sister can reach the shattered core realm as soon as possible, and then break through to the divine body echelon. Qi Niming explained, "All right, then I'll go and fight for this demonic Sirius flower. You can stay in the Dongsheng Emperor Ring and show me the way." In order to save Ling Jiaojiao safely, Ling Xiao had to make ample preparations. Otherwise, if he was careless, it'd be very easy for him to get into trouble. Don't be in such a hurry. There are some things that I have to explain to you, or else it'll be useless. Qi Niming lightly shook his head and said, "The demonic Sirius flower was left behind by the demon emperor for the demonic cultivators in the heavenly demon ghost region. Other than demonic cultivators, no one can fight for it. There should be a special barrier around that place. Unless you're a demonic cultivator, no one can enter. Also, normally, no matter which devil nation the demonic Sirius flower appears in, only the warriors from that nation have the right to fight for it. With you and Qi Yaoguang, this won't be a problem." Ling Xiao said, "The problem is, the Yu family will definitely send some strong warriors there, right? Don't worry about that. Even if they do send some strong warriors, they can only stay in the outer area. Because of the fight for the demonic Sirius flower, only warriors under the age of 50 have the right to come within 10 miles of that place. Among all the warriors under the age of 50, I've never heard of anyone who has reached the divine body echelon. The strongest ones are your sister Ling Jiaojiao and me." When Qi Niming said this, he felt a little proud. Ling Jiaojiao's body was taken over by someone else, but he had cultivated to his current level. It's quite difficult. Ling Xiao knew very well that there were no divine body echelon warriors under the age of 50. As for the warriors at the extreme core realm, they were Qi Niming and Ling Jiaojiao. But there should be a lot of heavenly core warriors. Qi Yaoguang was one of them. When he fought against a heavenly core warrior, he had to risk his life every single time. It was quite difficult. Qi Niming laughed and said, "Don't worry, not everyone is as heaven-defying as me and my sister. My sister is a top genius in the Fengdu Devil Nation. I can guarantee that among all the geniuses under the age of 50 in the Fengdu Devil Nation, there are no more than 5 who have reached the heavenly core realm, and that includes my sister." Chapter 4109. I'm guessing that when you go to the Fengdu Devil Forest, most of the people you'll face will be Earth Core warriors. There will also be a small number of Mortal Core warriors. Qi Niming reassured Ling Xiao. "All right, I can give it a try." Ling Xiao laughed. Of course, even so, the Fengdu Devil Forest is still the scariest place in the Fengdu Devil Kingdom. There are at least a few 100,000 geniuses fighting for the demonic Dutchman's flower. I have to tell you about the difficulties. I don't want to waste time. Qi Niming poured cold water on Ling Xiao again. But this time, Ling Xiao wasn't worried at all. So what if there were a few 100,000 geniuses? He was only worried about powerful warriors. Since there wouldn't be more than 5 heavenly core warriors, and one of them was Qi Yaoguang, then what was there to be afraid of? As for the dangerous environment, it wasn't a problem for him. What kind of dangerous environment hadn't he seen before? This Fengdu Devil Forest was nothing. All right, Qi Niming, you go and rest first. I definitely have to go to the Fengdu Devil Forest. Getting the demonic Dutchman's flower is too important for me. Even if it's just half an hour of Devil King strength, it will be of great help. This was definitely an opportunity. If Ling Xiao missed it, he might not have the same opportunity in the future. Besides, there were only 10 days left before the demonic Dutchman's flower bloomed. It wouldn't delay him from returning to the 3,000 saint cities to participate in the ranking tournament. This trip wouldn't be in vain. It would increase the hope of saving Ling Jiaojiao. Of course he had to go. No more nonsense, let's go. Although Ling Xiao really wanted Ancestor Scarlet Flame and Azure Lotus Swordswoman to go with him, but the actual age of those two was over 50 years old. They wouldn't be able to get close to the demonic Dutchman's flower. More importantly, time was of the essence. It would take a few days to reach the Fengdu Devil Forest from here. Along the way, he didn't know if he would run into the Yu family's pursuers. Everything was troublesome. As for the safety of Ancestor Scarlet Flame and Azure Lotus Swordswoman, he wasn't worried. If something happened to those two, he wouldn't be of any help even if he stayed. He might as well get the demonic epiphyllum as soon as possible. Perhaps it would be of some help. Yao Guang, you should also enter the Dongshang Emperor Ring. Otherwise, it'll be troublesome if the Yu family sees us. Ling Xiao didn't want to waste any time on the road. He didn't want to run into the experts of the Yu family either. Without Ancestor Crimson Flame and Green Lotus Swordswoman by his side, once he encountered those powerhouses, only death would await him. Don't even think about turning over. All right, I got it. Qi Yaoguang was very obedient and smart. After understanding Ling Xiao's good intentions, he naturally chose to enter the Dongshang Emperor Ring to hide. Then, according to Qi Niming's guidance, Ling Xiao headed towards the direction of Fengdu Devil Forest. Along the way, they encountered the Yu family's cultivators several times, but they were all safe. Nothing unexpected happened. Until 3 days later, near the Fengdu Devil Forest, Ling Xiao was in trouble. There were more and more Yu family cultivators here. There were also cultivators from the Yang family and the other 3 sections. There were even some warriors from other families and forces. Stop! 4 men blocked Ling Xiao's path. 2 men and 2 women. They weren't old, only in their 20s. 3 of them were peak 6 divine core warriors. Only one of them was a female cultivator, and she was a late 7th divine core warrior. What gave Jiang Chen a headache was that this female cultivator seemed to possess some kind of eye skill. Her strange eyes were glowing with a faint red light. These men weren't strong, but the problem was that there were many Yu family cultivators around them. If Jiang Chen didn't want to be discovered, he would have to kill all 4 of them in an instant. But the female cultivator with the eye skill wasn't easy to deal with. It would be difficult to kill her with a single strike. Get a few more men, surround this guy. Not only was the female cultivator with the eye skill the strongest, she was also very smart. It seemed like she had sensed Ling Xiao's strength. Therefore, she called another group of men over. The number of men increased from 4 to 40. The weakest among them was an early 6th divine core warrior. Guys, we don't have any grudges against each other. Why are you surrounding me? While Ling Xiao was talking, he secretly unleashed his martial soul barrier. It was a good item that could isolate auras. It could also prevent these men from escaping. Although he didn't know why these men were stopping him, but he was sure that they didn't have good intentions. It was necessary to be prepared in advance. Don't have any grudges against each other? Do you really think you can hide from my eyes? The female cultivator with the eye skill sneered. I can sense Qi Yaoguang and Qi Niming's auras from you. Tell me, where are they? What a powerful eye skill. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. He had never encountered a situation like this before, and it was a bit tricky. Maybe I have, but I don't know any Qi Niming or Qi Yaoguang. I'm just a warrior here to participate in the competition for the Heavenly Devil Epiphyllum. Ling Xiao said calmly. They could sense the auras of the 2 men from his body, but they couldn't see the 2 men. This meant that there was a limit to the eye skill. Or, they were too weak and couldn't unleash the true power of the eye skill. No matter what, he should be able to get away with it. Sister Ting, why waste your breath on him? This kind of person doesn't know how powerful he is until we teach him a lesson. Capture him first and torture him. Then, we won't be afraid that he won't talk. The other girl was quite pretty, but her personality was really vicious. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. It seemed that he couldn't get away with it. Forget it. Since someone wanted to die, then he would start a massacre. Once he attacked, none of the 40 people could be left alive. Otherwise, if the fish that escaped the net informed the experts of the Yu family, he would be finished. Ling Xiao, let me out. I'll kill them. Qi Yaoguang shouted in the Dongshang Emperor Ring. You'd better shut your mouth. If you come out, your aura will leak, and it will alarm more experts. I'm different. Before confirming that I know you, these fools won't easily contact experts. Ling Xiao said mentally, don't worry. These rookies can't hurt me. But Qi Yaoguang was still worried. There were 40 of them. How could Ling Xiao stop them all by himself? No buts, just watch. If Ling Xiao didn't want to let someone out of the Dongsheng Emperor ring, that person wouldn't be able to come out, unless he was strong enough to destroy the Dongsheng Emperor ring. Obviously, Qi Yaoguang couldn't do that. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and exhaled. Actually, I didn't want to kill you, but since you're blocking my way, I'm sorry. Today, all of you will die here. Hearing this, the warriors of the Yu family were startled. Then, they let out an exaggerated laugh. Are you kidding me? You? A 6th-rank divine core warrior? You want to kill all 40 of us? Are you sure you're not acting tough? A young girl was laughing so hard, as if she was sick. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. Chapter 41:10. Be careful, everyone. There is something strange about this guy. Among the 40 warriors, only the female warrior with the eye skill could sense something special about Ling Xiao. The true yuan in Ling Xiao's body was incredibly powerful. There was a feeling of disbelief. Out of caution, the female warrior reminded her companions. Sister Ting, you're overestimating him. He is just a piece of trash. Don't worry about him. I can kill him by myself. A young man walked out from the crowd. He wasn't old, but his combat strength wasn't weak. He was a peak 6th divine core warrior. His cultivation was the same as Ling Xiao's current cultivation. Kill. The young man didn't care about being stopped. He simply charged forward. No one could stop him even if they wanted to. Looking at the young man charging towards him, a disdainful expression emerged in Ling Xiao's eyes. Even without transforming, he could easily kill any warrior at the same cultivation level as him. Ah Cheng is one of the most talented among us. He once challenged an early 7th Divine Core warrior with his peak 6th Divine Core cultivation level. Although he didn't win, but it ended in a draw. That guy is finished. Ah Cheng, don't kill him. We still need to ask him about Qi Niming and Qi Yaoguang. Apart from the female warrior with the eye skill who had an ugly expression on her face, the others didn't take Ling Xiao seriously at all. They just crossed their arms and stood there, waiting to see what would happen. It was like they were waiting for a cat to catch a mouse. Ah Cheng, don't underestimate him. The female warrior with the eye skill shouted. Fine, fine. Ah Cheng replied somewhat impatiently. Suddenly, black true essence gushed out of his fists. Yu family's evil devil fist. Originally, Ah Cheng only wanted to capture Ling Xiao with an ordinary attack. But after hearing what the female warrior with the eye skill said, he decided to use it. The Yu family's evil devil fist was a martial skill that every warrior in the Yu family was qualified to cultivate. But the requirement was that the warrior had to reach the 6th Divine Core realm. The power of this attack was at least at the level of a 6th grade Emperor martial skill. In Ah Cheng's mind, this was bullying. This was because it was impossible for an ordinary rogue cultivator to possess a martial skill of this level. Boom. In the next moment, the devil's fist landed on Ling Xiao's body. Everyone laughed. Ah Cheng, you idiot. Don't beat him to death. If he's dead, then he's dead. I reckon that this brat has only seen the two of them. It's impossible for him to know them. He's so weak. How could those two become friends with him? Ha 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 ha. Before the laughter stopped, the smoke had already dispersed. Everyone saw a very frightening scene. Ling Xiao, who they thought would be killed, was unharmed. On the contrary, Ah Cheng's fist was bleeding. How could this be? At this moment, everyone's expressions became unsightly. Encountering such a thing was really like encountering a ghost. He didn't expect this at all. Ling Xiao's strength had definitely exceeded everyone's expectations. It was as if an insignificant puppy had suddenly turned into a terrifying tiger. Bastard, I don't believe I can't kill you. Ah Cheng was embarrassed, so he was naturally unhappy. With a loud roar, he circulated all of his Zhen Yuan. He fiercely blasted towards Ling Xiao. This time, Ling Xiao fought back. With a light kick, he flew up. Ah Cheng was sent flying. He crashed heavily into the martial spirit barrier and bounced down. He was no longer breathing. Oomph, this kind of trash dares to stop me. I've already said that if you let me go, you'll live. But you've made the stupidest judgment. With a cold snort, Ling Xiao entered the unbounded heavenly rat beast soul transformation. He wanted to end the battle quickly. Damn it, everyone. Don't panic. Although his strength is beyond our expectations, we have a lot of people. As long as we don't make Aching's mistake, we'll be fine. The female warrior with the eye technique said loudly. Hearing this, Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with disdain. Would having more people be of any use to him? After the beast soul transformation, his aura became extremely terrifying. The violent aura was like a ferocious beast that had run out of the Fengdu demon forest. It made everyone's soul suffer a great impact. The feeling was too terrifying. Is this guy a demonic beast? Although the warriors of the Yu family were powerful, these young warriors were about the same as the warriors of the 3,000 sacred cities. They were just greenhouse flowers without much combat experience. It was fine if things went smoothly, but once they encountered trouble, they panicked. Each of them trembled as if they had seen a ghost. He's not a demonic beast. He should be a beast warrior. No one had seen a beast god warrior before. They only knew that there were beast warriors. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't care what they were thinking. He took out a sword. It wasn't the Eastern Victory Sky Sword or the Eastern Victory Demon Sword. It was Di Tuatyan's Scarlet Gold Sword. This Scarlet Gold Sword was a celestial-grade Heavenly King artifact. Obviously, it was more suitable for him now. The Eastern Victory Sky Sword and the Eastern Victory Demon Sword were too precious. It would easily arouse the greed of others. Unless he encountered a warrior stronger than him, there was no need to use them. The Scarlet Gold Sword was in his hand. Golden light shone. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cruel sneer. Is a 6th-level Emperor-class martial skill very powerful? Then I'll let you experience the terror of a 7th-level Emperor-class martial skill. The Scarlet Gold Sword unleashed its sword energy. A strange light shone on the sword. Behind Ling Xiao's back, the innate Fiend God Sword emerged. Behind him, 9 snake heads emerged. 9-headed Hell Snake Poison Realm. In the next moment, black poison filled the air. The entire martial soul barrier was filled up. Only now did the Yu family's warriors think of running away. When warriors fought against each other, what they feared the most was poison. Once they inhaled it, even if they could control the poison, it would still cause their overall strength to drop. It was very troublesome, but right now, there was no way for them to run away. The martial soul barrier was extremely tough. As long as they couldn't go beyond the barrier, they would have to kill Ling Xiao. This guy is really strange. Sister Ting, what should we do now? Stop hiding your strength. Unleash your martial souls and use all your strength. If not, we'll all die here today. The female warrior with the eye technique was the most frightened. Her eyes had captured Ling Xiao's aura. Right now, he had broken through to the peak 7th Divine Core realm. Although his cultivation base hadn't changed, his combat strength had skyrocketed. An opponent like this was too frightening. She had no choice but to unleash her martial soul as well. It was a huge black monster. It had a human form with a pair of wings on its back. Its face looked like a black smoke that was constantly moving. Within the black smoke, there was a pair of scarlet-red eyes. Its entire body was as black as ink, and no one could see its face clearly. But this martial soul gave people a terrifying feeling. The others unleashed their martial souls as well. Most of them were Yu family's ancestral martial souls, black creatures. Although they all had different appearances, but they all had the same feeling. They were all creatures formed from black energy. They were very similar to heavenly devils, but they weren't. Innate Fiend God Seal's slaughterhouse. Ling Xiao didn't move. He just thrust his scarlet gold sword forward. In the next moment, a golden light bloomed. Chapter 41:11. Ah! Screams rang out instantly. 6 or 7 martial artists had already died tragically in the dense sword chi. They were too weak to block the sword chi at all. Damn it! We must stop him. The female martial artist pounced on Ling Xiao. However, when she arrived at Ling Xiao's position, she found that he was already gone. Ah! Then, a few screams came from behind her. In the slaughterhouse, Ling Xiao was like a ghost. He began to harvest lives. Those martial artists who could block the golden sword chi couldn't block his sword to cut their throats. Don't attack. Release your strongest defensive martial skills. This guy is too fast, too terrifying. The female martial artist could see Ling Xiao's after images, but she still couldn't capture Ling Xiao's exact position. At this moment, she was close to despair. This kind of person really shouldn't be provoked. Who knew that this Ling Xiao would be so powerful? If she had known, she would have informed the experts in the family. She had no other choice, because no matter how she thought about it, she couldn't be a match for this young man in front of her. The other party's speed, attack, and moves were all stronger than hers. While she was marveling, the Yu family's martial artists died one after another. Some of them died under the golden sword chi. Some died under Ling Xiao's scarlet gold sword. They felt like turtles in a jar, waiting to be caught and killed. Just when they thought that this young man was their prey, the roles suddenly reversed. It was already too late. Facing an expert of this level, what they could do was really limited. Perhaps they could only wait for death to descend. The golden sword chi finally disappeared. Only 10 of the 40 people were left. The corpses were still warm, and the blood was still liquid. It hadn't solidified. The rest of the people were all cowering beside the female martial artist with the eye technique. They were no longer as arrogant as before. As expected of the Yu family, you're quite capable. I originally thought that this sword would wipe out all of you, but 10 of you survived. This won't do. Myriad snake of the Hell Hydra. Ling Xiao had already decided to kill these people, so he didn't have the slightest intention of showing mercy. Myriad snakes was released. The venomous snakes swarmed over. Of the remaining 10 martial artists, 3 were bitten to death in an instant. The remaining 7 people were still resisting with all their might. But there were too many snakes. In the blink of an eye, another 4 people were bitten to death. There were only 3 people left. They were also the 3 most powerful people. The female warrior's martial soul enveloped herself and the other 2. He blocked the snake dowager's attack. Seeing this, Ling Xiao knew that it would be pointless to continue attacking like this. So, he simply put the snake dowager away. He looked at the remaining 3 people with disdain and lightly shook off the blood on his golden red sword. It was as simple as killing a few rabbits. The 3 survivors were terrified to the extreme. He had thought that it would be his contribution. Dying had turned into death. You were the one who said you were going to torture me, right? Ling Xiao looked at the young girl. She was very beautiful. She was also very good at dressing up. No matter where she went, she would be considered a top beauty. However, there was no pity in Ling Xiao's eyes. An enemy was an enemy. No matter how beautiful a woman was, as long as she was an enemy, she could kill you. So, he absolutely could not be soft-hearted. You, are you crazy? We are members of the Yu family. Do you know the consequences of doing this? The young girl said in a trembling voice. That's right. You killed so many of our Yu family's people. Our Yu family's experts will not let you go. Another youth also shouted. Unfortunately, they seemed to have forgotten that they were still trapped by Ling Xiao's martial soul barrier. If they died here, they would have died in vain. Their families wouldn't know who did it either. You are indeed very strong, but it won't be that easy to kill me. Ali Lu Hao, hide behind me. The female warrior with eye technique stood out and looked coldly at Ling Xiao. You killed so many of our people. Today, we won't be kind. Hee, not only will I kill them, but I will also kill you. To be honest, you are all courting death. From the beginning, I had no intention of using force against you. Ling Xiao smiled. In his eyes, there was only disdain and contempt. He didn't put the female warrior in his eyes at all. She was just a late 7th Divine Core warrior. Although she was stronger than ordinary warriors at the same cultivation level, she was still nothing. Is that so? Don't forget the specialty of us, a devil cultivator. When you die, remember my name, Yu Ting? After saying that, she suddenly crushed a talisman. A layer of black armor appeared on her body. This armor did not look ordinary at all. It caused Yu Ting's combat strength to skyrocket, almost reaching Di Ying's level. In order to increase their overall strength, A devil cultivator would do anything. Talismans were one of them. After using the talisman, Yuting became even more confident. The air was filled with an evil and cold aura. Behind her, a huge phantom of a heavenly devil stood there, staring at Ling Xiao with its blood-red eyes. As for Ali and Lu Hao, they had already run far away. At the same time, both of them circulated their true yuan and defended with all their strength. Ling Xiao was too frightening, so they had to run as far away from him as possible. Ali, don't you have a talisman as well? Quick, think of a way. See if you have any talismans that can help us escape from here. Lu Hao lowered his voice and said. He didn't know if Yuting could defeat Ling Xiao. He didn't care. There was only one thought in his mind right now, and that was to escape from this damned place as soon as possible and find reinforcements. Yes, I have a 1,000-mile sound transmission talisman, but I don't know if it can send out a message. This martial soul barrier is a little strange. Ali said, don't think too much about it. Let's give it a try first. We'll just have to try everything we can. Lu Hao urged. Ali nodded her head. Just as she was about to reach for the 1,000-mile sound transmission talisman, unexpectedly, a poisonous snake suddenly shot out from the ground. It bit onto Ali's throat. The deadly poison instantly spread throughout her body. She couldn't move anymore. Ling Xiao was a cautious man. There was no way he would leave someone alive to transmit his message. He didn't want to take even the slightest risk. Therefore, the Snake King of the myriad snakes had been hiding underground. He was always ready to ambush his enemies. Ali was a perfect 6th Divine Core warrior, but she was still a perfect 6th Divine Core warrior. But she was instantly bitten to death by a poisonous snake. She didn't even have the chance to fight back. The deadly poison had seeped into her body, and even her inner core was being corroded. Fear and helplessness could be seen in her eyes. She suddenly grabbed onto Lu Hao. Save me! Save me! Get lost! Lu Hao kicked Ali away. Then he crazily ran away. Right now, there was only fear in this man's mind. He just wanted to run for his life. Not to mention Ali, he would even abandon his own father. Right at this moment, the female warrior was distracted. Chapter 41:12. Ling Xiao suddenly disappeared from where he was standing. In a flash, he arrived in front of Lu Hao. The crimson gold sword in his hand pierced into Lu Hao's body and lifted him up into the air. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Sister Ting, save me. I've served you before. You can't just leave me to die. While struggling, Lu Hao screamed out in fear. Stop it! The female warrior shouted out with a stern voice. Then she leapt towards Ling Xiao. However, how could her speed compare with Ling Xiao's? Ling Xiao let out a disdainful laugh. Then he unleashed a bright sword beam from the crimson gold sword. The sword beam didn't just tear Lu Hao's body apart. It also tore apart Lu Hao's inner core. Since you're courting death, then die with determination. Don't beg for mercy when you're about to die. That's too shameful. Ling Xiao let out a disdainful laugh. Then he moved his body and dodged the female warrior's attack. In less than 3 minutes, only one of the 40 men was left alive. These weren't just 40 random cats and dogs. They were all divine core warriors. They were so useless when facing Ling Xiao. Who are you? The female warrior stood there, staring at Ling Xiao with hatred in her eyes. Putting the others aside, that Lu Hao was one of her gigolos. She liked this gigolo very much. However, not long after that, he was killed by Ling Xiao. How could she let go of this resentment so easily? Who am I? That's a problem. I'll tell you before you die. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile on his face. After using the talisman, the female warrior's combat strength had reached Di Ying's level. But for Ling Xiao, it was still nothing. Don't forget, during the Great River Bandits mission, Ling Xiao had killed Di Ying. At most, Yuting could only last a little longer than the other warriors. Ling Xiao, you've become really strong. Qi Yaoguang was stunned. She originally thought that it would be difficult for Ling Xiao to win against so many people. But in the blink of an eye, it became a one-on-one battle. This time, she was really not worried at all. Because she had seen Ling Xiao kill Yun Feng, the leader of the Great River Bandits. Although he had used a mysterious secret technique, However, his strength was indeed not weak. The key point was that Ling Xiao's current strength was much stronger than before. You must die. Yu Ting's expression became extremely ferocious. Within the black armor, a blood-red light actually appeared. His aura became even stronger. Ling Xiao frowns. This should be the devil transformation that devil cultivators are best at, right? That's right. This is demonization. Because it is difficult for Xiongma practitioners to deal with warriors of the same level, they will try every means possible to increase their fighting strength. Talismans are one kind of talismans, but because they are too precious, ordinary Xiongma cultivators simply can't afford to use them. However, demonization could be used by anyone. Basically, after demonization, a martial artist's combat power will increase by about 10 times. Qi Yaoguang explained, demonic cultivators are really a special kind of martial arts practitioners. Ling Xiao smiled. He could feel that Yu Ting's combat power had once again increased. She was even 10 times stronger than Diying, almost reaching the level of Lu Qingmong, who had obtained the power of the blood pool. However, she still hadn't reached the heavenly core realm. Therefore, he still had nothing to be afraid of. The violent black wind and red light bloomed within the martial soul barrier. Yu Ting stared at Ling Xiao and said, "Today, no matter what, you must die. Or else, I can't answer to my family." "Go ahead." Ling Xiao smiled. Then he made an inviting gesture towards Yu Ting. "This man is the most terrifying genius I've ever seen." Qi Niming exclaimed, "Brother, is your talent inferior to his as well?" Qi Yaoguang asked. "Far inferior," Qi Niming said with a bitter smile. "I'm afraid in the entire 4 regions, there is no one with talent comparable to this guy. I've seen Yu Fanghua from the Eternal Emperor region, Yang Shui from the Golden Sky region, and Beiming Ba from the Savage Beast region. I thought these 3 were the strongest geniuses in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. But looking at it now, the gap between them and this guy is still huge. Once this Ling Xiao grows up, I'm afraid the entire 4 regions and 9 worlds will be shaken. Even the secret of the eternal desert will be revealed." Qi Niming had never praised someone like this before, until he met Ling Xiao. "Die. Yu family's devil fist, burial." It was the same devil fist. When Yu Ting executed it, it was much stronger than Ah Qing's. Strange black smoke filled the air. The fists that had transformed into demons emerged from the void and smashed towards Ling Xiao. This was one of the stronger moves in the Yu family's devil fist. It was a peak 6th level Emperor Realm martial skill. Its power was much stronger than the death offering. In the void, it looked like a giant devil's fist. A fishy wind blew. It was very uncomfortable. Ling Xiao glanced at it contemptuously. Now, he didn't care about 6th level Emperor Realm martial skills anymore. He stabbed out with the red gold sword. He didn't even bother to use martial skills. Golden light flickered, and the fist shattered with a sound. It shook Yu Ting back 4 or 5 steps. Damn it! Yu family's devil fist, burial at sea. This move was even stronger. When it was swung out, it was like the surging sea. The huge waves condensed into a fist. It smashed towards Ling Xiao. It had the power of a 7th level Emperor Realm martial skill. In the end, Yu Ting was still testing him, because she wasn't sure that she could kill Ling Xiao. In order to confirm Ling Xiao's strength, she continued to increase the power of her martial skill. Unfortunately, this attack was still shattered with 1 strike. Ling Xiao didn't even use his vital essence. It was as easy as taking a stroll. "I don't believe that you can block this move." Yu family's devil fist, burial at heaven. Burial at heaven was stronger than burial at sea. When it blasted out, the entire sky turned pitch black. The aura of a 7th level Emperor Realm martial skill bloomed. Ling Xiao finally became a little more serious. Innate Godfiend seal. All beasts become one. On the red gold sword, golden light flickered, and inscriptions appeared. It was like 10,000 beasts galloping. Finally, they merged into one. Berserk power gushed out. It turned into a terrifying sword chi. Crack. Burial at heaven was also directly torn apart. The remaining sword chi even hit Yu Ting's body, sending her flying backward. It heavily hit the martial spirit barrier. She spat out blood and dodged in panic. At this moment, Yu Ting was extremely shocked. She was already so strong. Ling Xiao could still suppress her. Why was this? I don't understand. With your strength, it's impossible for you to be unknown in the Fengdu Devil Kingdom. Who are you? Yu Ting's face became very ugly. She had used the talisman and even demonized. But she was still no match for Ling Xiao. She simply didn't know what to do. Why are you asking this again? It's too boring. I've already told you. Before you die, I will definitely tell you my identity. Ling Xiao laughed. Hateful, do you really think that I can't do anything to you? Heavenly Demon Remnant Scroll, Immortal Demon Body. Chapter 41:13. Yuting bit her finger. Her blood dripped onto a brand new talisman in her hand. Right at this moment, a person who looked exactly like her appeared next to her. However, this person's eyes shone with a frightening black light. In a flash, she charged towards Ling Xiao. At the same time, Yuting's true self was charging towards Jiang Chun from another direction. What a strange talisman. Looks like this Heavenly Demon Claws talisman technique is even better than the Golden Sky regions. Or maybe it's because I haven't been to the Golden City, that's why I don't know the true technique of the Golden Sky region. But I would like to see how many talismans you can use. Let them all become my cultivation base. Ling Xiao put away the golden crimson sword, then held the Eastern Victory Heavenly Sword in one hand and the Eastern Victory Demon Sword in the other. He attacked with both hands. One sword was aimed at Yu Ting, and the other at the indestructible demon body. Time to end this. Innate Celestial Demon Seal, Bloodthirsty Demon God. Facing a warrior at this level, Ling Xiao didn't need to use the 12 Divine Beasts technique. These two sword strikes had definitely achieved the essence of the Tao of Sword. Yu Ting didn't react at all. Her body that was pierced through slowly returned to normal. Her eyes were filled with confusion and helplessness. Now, can you tell me who you are? Yu Ting asked with a bitter smile. I'm sorry, I can't. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and ended Yu Ting's life. Did she think he didn't know? If he had told her his name, all the warriors from the Yu family would have known. Yu Ting was still trying to play tricks on him before she died. Of course, he wouldn't let her have her way. Isn't this too abnormal? Qi Yaoguang was shocked. Even for a heavenly core warrior like her, it would be difficult for her to kill Yu Ting so easily. Ling Xiao was growing faster than she had expected. 10% of my cultivation base. Ling Xiao let out a long breath. Since the enemy was too weak, he couldn't get much benefits. In order to break through to the 7th Divine Core Realm, he would have to work harder. After killing Yu Ting, Ling Xiao didn't hesitate and collected everyone's storage rings. Unfortunately, there was nothing worth paying attention to. They were just some high-grade spirit stones and some handwritten copies of martial arts. However, they were all martial arts below the 6th level of the Emperor grade. He didn't need it anymore. It could be used to strengthen the arsenal of the Heavenly Dynasty. He burned all the corpses and destroyed all the evidence. Ling Xiao quietly left again. He was very glad that he had obtained this barrier martial spirit. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to escape the encirclement of the Yu family's cultivators so easily today. Of course, if the Yu family suddenly lost 40 people, they would definitely notice it. But at that time, Ling Xiao had already stepped into Fengdu Devil Forest. Why would he care? In the Fengdu Demonic Forest, the environment was extremely complicated. One's spiritual sense would be greatly restricted. At that time, he would still have to rely on the Taiji Eye. Ling Xiao, you seem to know eye techniques as well? On the way, Qi Yaoguang suddenly asked. Yes. Ling Xiao answered simply. Actually, our Qi clan also has a record regarding eye techniques. It's just that our Qi family members don't have much research on eye techniques, so until now, no one has cultivated them. But the ancestor told us that this set of eye techniques is very powerful. I'll give it to you. Qi Yaoguang said directly. Give it to me? Ling Xiao was a little surprised. To these large clans, martial arts manuals were extremely precious. Basically, no one would easily leak it out. Qi Yaoguang actually wanted to give it to him? There's no need to be so strange. I've discussed it with my brother. Anyway, we can't cultivate this eye technique. So why don't you take it and study it? This isn't a big deal. You saved our lives. If we can't even bear to give you this little thing, wouldn't that be too stingy? As he spoke, Qi Yaoguang directly placed a memory medal into the Dongshang Emperor ring. Ling Xiao reached out and took it out. A brand new memory instantly surged into his mind. As he hurried along, he closed his eyes and comprehended. If an ordinary person did this, they would probably bump into something. He wouldn't. He had the ability to do two things at once. They could completely not affect each other. Demonic Eye. Just this name alone was extremely domineering. As his cultivation continued to increase, the Tai Chi Eye could still keep up with his cultivation, because it was a divine ability derived from the Tyrant martial soul. However, the four-leaf demonic eyes that he had obtained before had gradually fallen behind. After all, this four-leaf demonic eyes was obtained when he was in the divine Phoenix continent. Today, it should have been retired honorably. The effect of the demonic eye was somewhat similar to that of the four-leaf demonic eyes. However, it was obviously more powerful. The demonic eye also had four powerful abilities. The first was called Illusion Demon. As the name implied, it could use illusion techniques to bewitch, control, and even kill the enemy. The second was called Soul Demon. This was powerful. Not only did it have the soul-sucking ability of the four-leaf demonic eyes, it could even directly control the souls of warriors or monsters through its own soul. Leaving a mark in the soul was like controlling a puppet. It was very terrifying. The third was the most powerful. It was called Demonic Magic. It could use the demonic secret technique. The stronger the soul, the more terrifying the secret technique would be. The specific secret technique he would only know after cultivating the demonic eye. The fourth was the most sinister. It was called Enchantment. It was said to be sinister because once the demonic eye was activated, it could randomly cause the enemy to be possessed by a certain demonic creature. It would cause all aspects to be in a state of exhaustion, life force loss, poison state, and so on. The most troublesome thing was that after using this thing, the enemy could only use their soul power to resist. Vital essence had no effect. Therefore, other than the Soul Clan, the other warriors would probably be unlucky. The most terrifying thing was that this enchantment also had an effect. It could absorb the enemy's cultivation experience. It could pry into the martial arts laws that the enemy had grasped. From there, it would become one's own, making the enemy weaker and oneself stronger. This effect was also quite terrifying. One had to know that the path of martial arts was very important, and that was to comprehend the Tao. Many people worked hard to comprehend the martial Tao for decades, or even hundreds of years, but in the end, they were easily obtained by you. Wasn't that terrifying? Wasn't it sinister? Although this place was already at the edge of the Fengdu Demon Forest, as the saying goes, looking at a mountain is close to death, it would take some time to reach the place where the demonic Sirius flower was fought for in the Fengdu Demon Forest. Ling Xiao was not willing to waste this time. He had to make the best use of his time to cultivate the demonic eye, to replace the four-leaf demonic eyes. After all, the demonic eye was much stronger than the four-leaf demonic eyes. Ling Xiao liked good things more. It couldn't be said that he liked the new and hated the old. Time passed very quickly. About an hour later, Ling Xiao finally arrived at the entrance of the Fengdu Demon Forest. In theory, one could enter the surroundings of the Fengdu Demon Forest. However, in reality, most of the places were occupied by terrifying monsters. If one's cultivation had not reached the extreme core realm, they would be courting death. The places that could be safely entered were all sealed off by the Yu family and their lackeys. Ling Xiao did not want to come into contact with the Yu family for the time being. Chapter 41:14. The Yang family had submitted to the Yu family. But no one knew if they truly submitted to the Yu family. After all, as one of the three big families, it was impossible for the Yang family to not have any ambitions. Judging from the situation of Qi Niming and Qi Yaoguang, it felt like the Yang family didn't put in any effort. This was the reason why Ling Xiao chose to enter the Fengdu Devil Forest through the entrance guarded by the Yang family. They wouldn't be too strict with their investigation. Of course, this was just Ling Xiao's speculation. Reality was often much more complicated than speculation. There were many people lining up at the entrance guarded by the Yang family. Some of them were warriors from the Yang family, and as long as their identities were verified, they would be able to pass. Some of them were warriors from smaller families and sections. You had to pay a sufficient fee, and the Yang family had to be in a good mood to let you in. After all, everyone wanted to get their hands on the demonic epiphyllum. The Yang family wouldn't easily let in warriors who were obviously a threat to them. In other words, the trashier you were, the easier it was for you to pass. The man guarding the entrance was a middle-aged man in his 40s. His strength was at the late 7th divine core realm. This wasn't a strong cultivation, but there were many warriors from the Yang family nearby. Therefore, Ling Xiao tried his best to keep a low profile. He followed behind the man and arrived in front of the entrance. "Kid, you don't look familiar. But never mind, since you're a trash, I'll let you in. Just pay 100,000 upper-rank soul stones, and you can enter." For an ordinary 6th divine core warrior, 100,000 upper-rank soul stones was definitely not a small amount. Even if he could afford it, it would be a huge loss. But in order to avoid trouble, Ling Xiao didn't say much. He took out 100,000 upper-rank soul stones from his storage ring and handed it over. The most important thing was to enter the Fengdu Devil Forest safely. As for the soul stones, they were just worldly possessions. He could still get them, but he didn't expect the warrior guarding the entrance to be such a greedy man. When anyone else took out 100,000 upper-rank soul stones, they would be in great pain. But when he took out 100,000 upper-rank soul stones, he didn't even blink. This martial artist had other thoughts. "Stop. It's not 100,000 upper-rank soul stones, it's 1 million. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. If not for the fact that he wanted to quietly enter the Fengdu Devil Forest, with his personality, he would not have swallowed his anger. Who would have thought that this dog would be so insatiable? 1 million high-grade spirit stones? Senior, are you sure you're not wrong? They only paid 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Why can they enter but I can't?" Ling Xiao pointed at the people in front of him. "They are them, and you are you. Cut the crap." The middle-aged warrior sneered. "Yangdian, that's enough." They were all pitiful people. With their little cultivation, they would only be sending themselves to their deaths if they went in. Why do you have to make things difficult for him? Someone at the side laughed. "That's right, Yangdian. How could he possibly take out 1 million high-grade spirit stones?" Someone else said. These people did not sympathize with Ling Xiao. They just felt that Yangdian was a little too black-hearted. If you think 100,000 high-grade spirit stones is too little, you can just double it. He actually asked for 1 million directly. That was a little too ruthless. "Senior, how about this? I really didn't bring many spirit stones with me this time. How about 200,000 high-grade spirit stones? I'm just going in to join in the fun and see the world. Look at my poor cultivation. Even if I go in, I can't pose a threat to the geniuses of the Yang family." Ling Xiao took a deep breath and hid the killing intent in his heart. He knew that it was best not to make a move at this time. Otherwise, it would make things worse. The few people at the side also persuaded. "Yangdian, you bastard. Look at the little guy who's about to cry. Don't bully him. 200,000 high-grade spirit stones is quite a lot. Since he's so cooperative, we'll just let him in." "That's right. Don't be so unreasonable. Let people off whenever possible." Hearing these words, Yangdian became even more enthusiastic. "What a joke. I said 1 million high-grade spirit stones, so it's 1 million. If you can't take out 1 million high-grade spirit stones, get lost. Although I'm not an emperor, there's no reason for me to take back what I said." Seeing that Ling Xiao was so cooperative, Yangdian felt that Ling Xiao was easy to bully. In fact, he did not necessarily have to ask for 1 million high-grade spirit stones. He just wanted to get all the spirit stones on Ling Xiao's body. As long as Ling Xiao added a few more points, he would let him go. However, what he did not know was that he had already angered Ling Xiao by looking for trouble like this. Ling Xiao was not a good-tempered person to begin with. Since pretending to be a coward did not work, he could only use force. "Since you're not satisfied even with 200,000 high-grade spirit stones, then why don't you just give me 1 million high-grade spirit stones? Then you might as well not take a single spirit stone." Ling Xiao's eyes shone with a cold glint. He had seen many people like this. They were simply insatiable. The more you admitted defeat, the more motivated he would be. Therefore, he could only use force. Kid, what did you say? Yang Dian did not expect that the kid who was so cowardly just now would actually become so unyielding now. Could it be that he had been pretending all along? You little brat, there's indeed something wrong with you. You can't be a spy from the Qi family, right? Hee hee, you can't get the spirit stones and you're going to accuse me? Ling Xiao said with a mocking tone. Good kid, you've got guts. How dare you provoke the Yang family? Right now, in the Fengdu Devil Kingdom, besides the Yu family, the Yang family is the strongest. I think you're tired of living, Yang Dian said coldly. A look of disdain flashed through Ling Xiao's eyes, and he was about to attack. Suddenly, a voice sounded out from behind. What's wrong, Yang Dian? Yang Dian looked past Ling Xiao and turned around. He was shocked. Then he quickly kneeled down on one knee and said, Young master, I'm Yang Dian. The person who came was one of the young masters of the Yang family, Yang Mao. Yang Mao was a peak 7th divine core warrior. He could be considered a genius. Of course, he couldn't be compared to Qi Yaoguang, nor could he be compared to Qi Niming. Yang Mao was wearing a leather armor. The leather armor was beautifully made, and anyone could tell it was made by a master leathersmith. It was comfortable and luxurious. But this Yang Mao was not worthy of Ling Xiao's attention. What scared Ling Xiao was the young man next to Yang Mao. The young man was wearing black clothes, and he carried a long sword on his back. He was emitting an extremely cold killing intent. Logically speaking, martial artists of this level all had storage rings. Normally, they would store their weapons in their storage rings. But this young man was carrying it on his back. There were even bloodstains on the long sword, and it was obvious that he didn't want to wipe it off. Furthermore, this sword wasn't a treasure sword. It looked just like an ordinary metal plate sword. If he bought it from the streets, he wouldn't even need to use spirit stones. He could buy it with gold or silver. But a sword like this was emitting a terrifying aura. In any case, Ling Xiao was unable to see through his cultivation. He could only confirm that this young man's strength was no weaker than Qi Yaoguang's, and he might even be as strong as Qi Niming. This young man was cold, so cold that it made one's hair stand on end. Many warriors around him moved away, as if they were afraid that they would be killed by this young man. After all, the killing intent unleashed by this young man was too terrifying. Chapter 41:15. Ling Xiao, be careful. This person isn't a martial artist from the Fengdu Devil Kingdom. He should be the genius martial artist from the neighboring Black Fiend Devil Kingdom, Ghost Sword. Qi Niming reminded, Ghost Sword is the personal disciple of the Black Fiend Devil Kingdom's Demon Lord. His strength is terrifying. Even I don't have full confidence in beating him. Black Fiend Devil Kingdom, Ghost Sword? He doesn't have the qualifications to come to the Fengdu Devil Forest to snatch the demonic epiphyllum, right? Ling Xiao frowned. Whether he has the qualifications or not, that's up to the person guarding the entrance. As long as the Yang family agrees, he can enter. I reckon that if it wasn't for the fact that the other Devil Kingdoms are too far away, there would definitely be martial artists coming. Qi Niming said, as expected, there's nothing in this world that can't be traded. Ling Xiao roughly understood that Ghost Sword must have given the Yang family some benefits. This benefit was even close to the value of the demonic epiphyllum. That was why the Yang family went through the back door. Get up, Yang Dian. If there's anything, we'll deal with it later. Don't let young Master Ghost Sword see you as a joke. Yang Mao walked over and looked at Ling Xiao with disdain, then said, if anyone is disobedient, just chase them away. If they can't be chased away, kill them. You have to know that the Yang family's dignity can't be destroyed. Yes. Young Master, you're right. I'll definitely do as you say. Please. Yang Dian bowed like a pug and said, please, young Master Ghost Sword. Entering from here is the Fengdu Devil Forest. The location of the demonic epiphyllum is still unknown. We can't help you with this. You can only think of a way yourself. Yang Mao made a gesture of invitation and said to Ghost Sword, Ghost Sword only nodded. It could be seen that he was also an extremely arrogant person. He didn't care about Yang Mao at all. However, Yang Mao was as submissive as a lapdog. In this world, The strong were indeed respected. If you were strong enough, others would fawn over you. If you were too weak, others might not even be willing to look at you. You really are a qualified dog. Seeing Yang Mao and Gue Jian walk over, Ling Xiao mockingly looked at Yang Dian and sneered, "Brat, you actually dare to be so arrogant. You also heard what our young master Yang Mo said just now, right? Or get out of here. Or you can put down 500,000 high-grade spirit stones before entering." Yang Dian was seeking wealth, not to deal with anyone. In order to not let Yang Mao make a fool of himself, he lowered the requirement of spirit stones from 1 million to 500,000. But this time, Ling Xiao refused to compromise. 500,000? Not to mention 500,000. I won't even give you a single spirit stone. Ling Xiao looked at Yang Dian and sneered, "I'll give you a choice now. Otherwise, you can just wait to be beaten up." "Ha ha ha ha, I'll get beaten up?" Yang Dian immediately laughed wildly. "Kid, I think you're really refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." He was being shameless. "See if I don't cripple you today." After saying that, he suddenly walked towards Ling Xiao and threw a punch. A hint of disdain flashed across the corner of Ling Xiao's eyes. Suddenly, he raised his hand. "Chi!" Ah dash! A scream rang out, and blood splattered everywhere. Yang Dian's arm was directly cut off. Hearing Yang Dian scream, everyone looked over, including Yang Mao and Ghost Sword, who had already walked far away. No one expected that Ling Xiao would actually dare to make a move, and he directly cut off Yang Dian's arm. This was truly too ferocious. I couldn't tell. This kid is so powerful. He was indeed pretending before. He's probably someone who doesn't want to cause trouble. Sigh, Yang Dian deserves to be unlucky. He has already given you face, but you still have to push your luck. Such a discussion made Yang Dian feel both ashamed and angry. His severed arm was still bleeding, but his eyes were filled with madness and anger. "Men, kill this brat for me and tear him to pieces," he roared angrily. The warriors of the Yang family gathered one after another. On the contrary, Ling Xiao's expression became even calmer. He wasn't the type to swallow his anger. It was better for him to be arrogant. Not only would this make him feel more comfortable, it would also make things easier to solve. "Young Master Yang Mao, do you really want to watch these men die?" Ling Xiao's cold voice sounded out. But he wasn't speaking to Yang Dian. He was speaking to Yang Mao. This Yang Mao was obviously not an ordinary spoiled brat. Although he was weaker than Qi Yaoguang, he had a good eye. Ling Xiao had already shown his formidable strength. No matter how stupid Yang Mao was, he knew what to do. "Yang Dian, you trash. You can't even defeat a peak 6 divine core warrior." Yang Mao coldly harumphed. Then he looked at Ling Xiao and said, "I know you have the strength to kill those men who are surrounding you. But don't forget, this is the Yang family's territory. If you dare to attack, don't even think about living." Hearing this, Ling Xiao was startled for a moment. Then he immediately laughed and said, "Looks like I've overestimated you. I thought you wouldn't be as stupid as this idiot, but who knew you're also an idiot? If I dare to attack, do you think I'll be afraid of the Yang family? Get the hell out of here." Suddenly, Ling Xiao let out a cold shout. At the same time, he activated the demonic vision of the heavenly devil eyes. He had just finished cultivating the demonic vision. This was the first time he had used it, but the effect was great. Those Yang family warriors who were charging at Ling Xiao actually started killing each other. In their eyes, their opponent was Ling Xiao. But too bad, the ones who were attacking them were their own comrades. The demonic vision isn't strong enough. It can only be used on those who have a lower soul strength than me. I hope it can become stronger in the future. This was his first time using the demonic vision, and the effect was great. This made Ling Xiao reveal a smile on his face. He walked forward, and when he passed by Yang Dian, he thrust his finger at him. But right at this moment, a frightening sword energy came slashing at him. Yang Dian's attack was blocked. It was the ghost sword. Let people off whenever possible. I owe them a favor. So, you can't kill him now. The ghost sword said coldly, "You can go." He only stopped Ling Xiao from killing Yang Dian and did not attack Ling Xiao. This also made Ling Xiao heave a sigh of relief. Otherwise, he could only escape. After all, the ghost sword's strength was really not something he could deal with. Unless Qi Niming recovered. I'll give you face. Because you're stronger than me. Ling Xiao smiled and flew away. In the blink of an eye, he had already disappeared from the Fengdu Devil Forest. Young Master Ghost Sword, why did you let him go? Yang Mao asked in confusion. Because neither you nor I can kill him, the Ghost Sword said indifferently. Then, he turned around and walked forward. Yang Mao could not understand, but there was nothing he could do. Fortunately, although several people from the Yang family were injured, no one died. After Ling Xiao left, the illusion was lifted. Yang Dian fiercely grabbed his arm that had fallen to the ground. As he pressed it on his arm, he gritted his teeth and said, Kid, remember, I, Yang Dian, will not let you off. Although he did not know Ling Xiao's name, but he still knew what Ling Xiao looked like. When Ling Xiao came out, he would definitely kill this kid. He had to take revenge. Chapter 41:16. At this moment, Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't care about a fool's concern. He had already arrived in the Fengdu Demon Forest. Even if the Yu family and the Yang family wanted to deal with him, it would be very difficult. Now, Ling Xiao was more concerned about the danger of this Fengdu Demon Forest. As far as the eye could see, it was a ghastly scene. The tall trees also released a suffocating aura, and those low bushes seemed to be hiding some monsters. If one was a little timid, they would probably turn around and run away. Whoosh! A black shadow suddenly darted out from the bushes. Under the Taiji eye, this black shadow had nowhere to hide. It was a snake. It was very small, but very ferocious. A wild boar that was much larger than it was instantly poisoned by its terrifying poison. Ling Xiao suddenly felt a wave of danger. He suddenly soared into the air. At that moment, the ground suddenly collapsed. A bloody mouth actually stretched out from the ground and bit at him, and it was extremely fast. Its sharp teeth made one's scalp tingle. This was a very strange demonic beast that looked like an earthworm, but its body was incomparably huge. It had no facial organs, only a big mouth that was like a black hole. If not for Ling Xiao's speed being fast enough, he would have been swallowed by this guy in one bite. It was really very dangerous. This Fengdu Demon Forest is indeed the most dangerous place to seal demons. It's too dangerous. Looks like it's better not to let Qi Yaoguang come out. This way, it'll be easier for me to deal with it. This demon beast's ability to hide its aura was very strong. If not for his combat experience and intuition, he would have dodged it. Otherwise, he would have really died. That huge mouth did not bite Ling Xiao. It actually spat out a ball of earthy yellow demonic aura. Ling Xiao snorted coldly and punched the demonic aura ball. The demonic aura ball was blasted back into the demon beast's mouth. It instantly exploded. The demon beast was in pain, and its other body burrowed into the ground and quickly disappeared. Ling Xiao did not chase after it. He was an outsider and was not familiar with this place at all. If he encountered danger on the way, it would be bad. Therefore, he didn't dare to land on the ground. He sped up and soared into the sky. With his strength, it shouldn't be a problem for him to survive in the Fengdu Devil Forest. As long as he didn't provoke an existence that was too strong, it would be fine. Fortunately, he had the Tai Chi Eye and could predict danger in advance. He really didn't know how those genius martial artists of the Fengdu Devil Kingdom did it. Of course he didn't know. This was because hundreds of thousands of warriors who had entered Fengdu Devil Forest had already died in an instant. Instead of killing each other, they all died under the sudden attacks of the demonic beasts. This was the most terrifying part of the Fengdu Demonic Forest. Fengdu Demonic Forest sounded like a forest, so it shouldn't be big. In fact, everyone who was familiar with the jungle knew about it. The area of the Fengdu Devil Forest was even larger than the entire Fengdu Devil Kingdom. In order to find the demonic epiphyllum, Ling Xiao could only rush with all his might. Along the way, Xiao Chen activated his Taiji Eye to search. It was more convenient than others. Even so, after a day had passed, he still did not gain anything. Things were more difficult than he had imagined. Moreover, flying in the air was even more dangerous than walking on the ground. He had already been attacked several times by unknown attacks. He had almost died. Therefore, he only dared to fly at a low altitude in the forest. Finally, he was able to avoid those dangers. Roar! Suddenly, a terrifying roar sounded out from the front. Ling Xiao quickly hid. He activated the Tai Chi Eye and looked over. About 1,000 meters away from him, there was a ferocious tiger. The tiger was 4 meters tall, and its body was nearly 10 meters long. Its huge body let out a thunderous roar. The violent aura caused all the nearby demonic beasts to flee in all directions. They were afraid that they would become this tiger's food. It's an early 8th level divine core demonic beast. This is terrifying. Ling Xiao stared at the demonic beast in shock. This tiger's combat strength was much stronger than Yunfeng's. Although Ling Xiao could win, he would have to use Life Rewind or Rising from the Ashes. He might even have to use the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul's power. Therefore, it was better to avoid this tiger. That was what he thought, but some people didn't think so. A few of them were warriors from the Yu family. They were wearing the Yu family's uniform, and none of them were weak. They were on par with Yu Ting's group. When these idiots saw the ferocious tiger, not only did they not run away, they even proudly called it an evil beast. They even wanted to attack. The result was tragic. The tiger went berserk, and in just an instant, the entire group was wiped out. In the end, not even their corpses were left. All of them became the tiger's snacks. After that, the tiger let out a loud roar. Then it turned around and left. It was probably looking for new prey. Ling Xiao confirmed with his Tai Chi Eye that there was no danger. Then he walked out. This is the consequence of overestimating your own strength. Of course, he wouldn't sympathize with the Yu family. He continued moving forward and continued looking for the heavenly Devil Dutchman's flower. This was his real goal in entering the Fengdu Devil Forest. Another half a day passed. Ling Xiao suddenly saw a green poisonous miasma floating up from the forest. The miasma was extremely terrifying. If it was someone else, they would have turned around and left. But Ling Xiao didn't leave. This poisonous miasma was beneficial for him to temper his 9-headed Hell Hydra and strengthen his 9-snake poison domain and myriad snakes attack. He continued running forward, wanting to investigate this poisonous miasma. The more dangerous a place was, the more likely it was for the heavenly devil epiphyllum to appear. No one knew what the Devil Emperor of the Fengdu Devil Forest was thinking. It all depended on luck. Swoosh. About 10 minutes later, Ling Xiao arrived near the poisonous miasma. With his Tai Chi Eye, he could see 1,000 meters away. Even if there were obstacles, they couldn't stop him. There were many warriors within the poisonous miasma, and it looked like they were all from the Yu family. There were more than 200 of them. Most of them were at the 6th Divine Core realm. There were also a dozen 7th Divine Core warriors. Senior Disciple Wang, this poisonous miasma is so terrifying. Is the heavenly devil epiphyllum really here? A 6th Divine Core warrior asked another 7th Divine Core warrior. His eyes were filled with worry. Senior Disciple Zhang said with a smile, "Don't be afraid. Although this poisonous miasma is powerful, as long as you consume a poison prevention pill, you won't have to worry about it for at least an hour. Of course, this poison prevention pill is extremely precious, and only an alchemist from the Yu family can concoct it. If it was someone else, they wouldn't even think about it. Without the poison prevention pill, anyone who comes into contact with this poisonous miasma will immediately be corroded and turned into nutrients for those plants. Unless you reach the heavenly core realm, you will be able to survive for a while. But in the end, you won't be able to escape death." But, Senior Disciple, there is only one heavenly devil epiphyllum. Is it really necessary to bring so many people here? The junior disciple asked with a puzzled expression. What do you know? The heavenly devil epiphyllum isn't the only thing in the Fengdu Devil Forest. When the Devil Emperor is in a good mood, he will leave behind some special treasures. Chapter 41:17. The senior brother said mysteriously, "According to our past experience, the more dangerous the place is, the more likely the Demon Emperor's treasure will be there. That's enough. Stop talking nonsense. Our mission is to guard this place and not let anyone disturb our senior brothers. What if someone doesn't listen to our advice?" The junior brother asked. "Are you stupid? If you can't afford to offend them, then don't bother with them. If you see someone who isn't strong enough, just kill them, the senior brother said disdainfully. Listening to their words, Ling Xiao secretly laughed. Although he wasn't sure if the heavenly demon epiphyllum was in this poisonous miasma, but he was sure that there were treasures here. If he could get his hands on this treasure and increase his strength, then this trip would be worth it. With this thought in mind, Ling Xiao walked towards the dense forest. He had already observed this place. There was only one entrance to this poisonous miasma. The other places were all blocked by a terrifying force. It didn't look like a formation, nor a barrier. It looked more like a barrier set up by a powerful warrior out of boredom. This heavenly demon emperor is really a pain in the ass. Ling Xiao shook his head. He walked towards the group from the Yu family. Young man, stop right there. This is not a place you can come. The warriors from the Yu family noticed Ling Xiao, and they all came forward to stop him. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. He just moved forward. He went through the narrow gap between the crowd and stepped into the poisonous miasma. He wasn't interested in the Yu family's minions, and he didn't want to waste his time here. Therefore, not fighting was the best way. Somewhere in the Fengdu Devil Forest, a fierce battle was going on. The two sides of the battle were the Fengdu Devil Tiger that Ling Xiao had met before and two genius disciples from the Yu family. The reason why these two were called geniuses was because their strength was extraordinary. They were in their 40s, and they had already reached the perfect Earth Core realm. Of course, they couldn't be compared to top geniuses, but they were much stronger than ordinary warriors. They were a couple. The man's name was Umo, and the woman's name was Yuna. They were brother and sister, so they cooperated very well. Even when facing the early heavenly core Fengdu Devil Tiger, they were still in a difficult situation. But they weren't killed. Rumble. A terrifying explosion sounded again. The entire forest collapsed as a result. Brother, let's run. This Fengdu Demon Tiger is too powerful. With just the two of us, we are no match for it. Yuna's expression was very ugly. There were many injuries on his body, and his clothes were torn in many places. More importantly, it consumed a lot of true essence. If this continued, he might really become the Fengdu Demonic Tiger's snack. It's not that we don't want to escape, but the Necropolis Demonic Tiger won't let us escape. Umo smiled helplessly. His condition was slightly better than Yuna's, but he was still exhausted. After being discovered by the Fengdu Demon Tiger, they had been on the run for 4 to 5 hours. The sky was almost dark. However, the Necropolis Demonic Tiger was stronger than them. They couldn't escape no matter how hard they tried. There was no way he could beat them in a fight. The two of them were caught in a dilemma. We have to think of a way. Otherwise, both of us will die here. Sigh, if only Ling Jiaojiao were here. With her around, this Fengdu Demonic Tiger is nothing. Yuna sighed and said, Don't think about that woman. She's currently cultivating and preparing to enter the core-shattering realm. She doesn't have the time to fight for the demonic epiphyllum. Umo shook his head. But we worked so hard to fight for the demonic epiphyllum. In the end, won't we still have to give it to her? Yuna was a little unconvinced. That's true, but we can't do this. Who asked her to be the future hope of our Yu family? Even the deceased demon venerable said that she was the person most likely to become the next demon venerable. Umo shook his head and punched out again. However, his target wasn't the Fengdu Demon Tiger. Instead, it was the nearby hill. If he hit the Fengdu Demon Tiger directly, his attack would be like scratching an itch. All he could do now was to create trouble for the Fengdu Demon Tiger. Then, he would take the opportunity to escape. Let's go. The Fengdu Demon Tiger was covered by the smoke and dust in the sky. Umo shouted, and the two of them continued to run. However, it was useless. The Fengdu Demon Tiger blew away the smoke and dust in the sky with just one breath. It continued to roar and chase after them. Damn it, why is this guy targeting us? Umo complained incessantly in his heart. At this moment, they saw two other figures. Isn't that Yang Mao? Who's the person beside him? Umo asked. I don't know, but he feels quite strong. Why don't we lure the Fengdu Demon Tiger over? Otherwise, we'll really die. Yuna suggested. Let's go. He didn't think too much about it. After all, it concerned their lives. The two of them reacted in the same way. They quickly rushed towards Yang Mao and Ghost Sword. Young Master Ghost Sword, do you need help? Yang Mao frowned and asked, help what? The Yu family didn't give me any benefits. Let's go. Although Ghost Sword could kill the Fengdu demon tiger, what did that have to do with him? He only owed the Yang family a favor, not the Yu family. Therefore, he rose into the air and headed towards the poisonous miasma forest. Yang Mao hesitated for a moment and chased after him, because it was useless for him to stay. He was no match for the Fengdu demon tiger. Yang Mao, stop right there. Yuemo shouted. Ghost Sword saw the two of them chasing after him and frowned. He casually stabbed out with his sword. With this stab, the huge sword energy uprooted more than 10 trees. All of them shot towards Yuemo and Yuna. For Ghost Sword, the fewer opponents there were, the higher the possibility of obtaining the demonic epiphyllum. Moreover, in the fight for the demonic epiphyllum, such battles were too common. There was no hesitation at all. Bastard, Yang Mao, are you betraying our Yu family too? Yuemo was furious. He hurriedly waved his fists to smash the trees flying towards him. However, in this moment of delay, the Fengdu demon tiger had already arrived behind them. It opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Yuemo. Yuemo turned pale with fright. He circulated all the true essence in his body to resist. Unfortunately, it was useless. In an instant, he was swallowed by the Fengdu demon tiger and became its snack. Yuna took the opportunity to dodge. Her eyes were filled with hatred. Yang Mao, and that guy should be Ghost Sword from the Black Fiend Kingdom. Just you wait. If there's a chance, I'll definitely kill you and avenge my brother. There are people from the Yu family guarding there. There must be something good inside. Yang Mao suddenly saw warriors from the Yu family outside the poisonous miasma forest. His face immediately lit up. Come, let's go in together. Ghost Sword was a warrior in the ultimate core realm. Naturally, he wouldn't care about the poisonous miasma. Just like Ling Xiao, he also felt that there must be treasures in the poisonous miasma. Even if it wasn't the demonic epiphyllum, it could be something else. He definitely couldn't let it go. Yang Mao swallowed a poison prevention pill. He was the young master of the Yang family after all. He still had such things. Oh no, senior brother. More people are coming. They seem to be from the Yang family and one of our own. It's senior sister Yuna. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version update website, M. Chapter 41:18. Damn it, the one following behind is the Fengdu demon tiger. Quickly run. We can't stop it. What bad luck. A young man sneaked in previously. Although we didn't die or get injured, we lost all our face. We originally wanted to make a contribution, but it looks like there's no hope this time. Run and pray for your own fortune. When the Yu family senior brother in the lead saw the situation, he consumed a poison avoidance pill and headed for the poisonous miasma forest. If they stayed outside, they would become the Fengdu demon tiger's food. Fortunately, the Yu family destroyed the Qi family and obtained a large amount of wealth from the other factions. Almost everyone who came in had a poison prevention pill. It just happened to come in handy. The rest also consumed the poison avoidance pills one after another and ran into the poisonous miasma forest. These people have good eyesight. Yang Mao originally thought that there would still be a battle, but he did not expect that this group of cowards from the Yu family actually all fled. Hence, he entered the poisonous miasma forest together with Ghost Sword. Yuna was being chased by that Fengdu demon tiger and did not have time to think at all. She swallowed the poison avoidance pill and rushed in. In her opinion, she had the poison avoidance pill, while the Fengdu demon tiger did not. Even if that demonic beast was very powerful, after being poisoned, it would also slowly weaken. This poisonous miasma forest was the key to avoiding danger. The Fengdu demon tiger was also a brainless fool, actually really diving in headfirst. Demonic beasts were demonic beasts, unable to compare to intelligent life. Even if they gained intelligence, they were still unbelievably stupid. Ling Xiao raised his head and looked at the surrounding situation. The dense forest wrapped in green poisonous miasma appeared even more bizarre. Furthermore, the trees here were extremely tall. He estimated that a tree's height had to reach several hundred meters. In any case, He could not see the end at a glance unless he opened the Taiji eye. Those leaves covered the sky and the sun, causing the dense forest to have no light at all. Unless it was a martial artist, otherwise, ordinary people would immediately lose their lives if they entered here. Along the way, he discovered several corpses. Their deaths were all extremely bizarre. They were all martial artists of the Yu family, and they had all died not long ago. More than an hour had passed, and he still did not see a living person. Help! Just as he was thinking about this, he suddenly heard a blood-curdling scream not far in front of him. Ling Xiao could not help but frown. The screams were filled with fear and panic. Clearly, they encountered something that could not be solved. Let's go take a look. Ling Xiao instantly entered the shadow dancer form and moved forward. His speed was not very fast, because if he encountered danger, he could adjust in time. At the same time, he activated his Tai Chi eye and paid close attention to the changes in his surroundings. This damn place was not safe at all. All sorts of dangers could happen. About a few minutes later, he finally saw hundreds of figures in front of him. They were fleeing out of the poisonous miasma forest in panic. What's chasing them? Ling Xiao was a little surprised. Senior brother, that won't do. We've already lost dozens of people, and we still don't know how they died. Every person who died had their true essence sucked dry, leaving nothing behind. It seems to be the cultivation method of an evil demon. Bullshit. Aren't we just demonic cultivators? Don't talk nonsense. There must be some kind of monster in this damned place. If we had the time to talk, we would have escaped long ago. The leader of these few hundred men was an early 8th Divine Core warrior from the Yu family. At the age of 49, he was 1 year away from being qualified to enter the Fengdu Devil Forest and fight for the heavenly devil blooming flower. But there was no doubt about his talent. Putting aside Ling Xiao and the other abnormal geniuses, anyone who could break through to the heavenly core realm before the age of 50 was a genius. This man's name was Yu Zhangzhou. He looked simple and honest, but in fact, he was very smart. But today, he had fallen into a state of panic. In the poisonous miasma forest, an unknown enemy had caused everyone to panic. Little sister, don't be afraid. Big brother is here. In a corner, 2 early 7th Divine Core warriors were hugging each other. There were tears and fear in their eyes, and regret. As warriors, it was normal for them to participate in the fight for the heavenly devil blooming flower. But they never expected that the fight would be so terrifying. Big brother, what kind of monster is attacking us? It specializes in sucking true essence. This is terrifying. I heard from senior disciple Zhangzong that all our dead brother's inner cores shattered and disappeared. The young girl held onto her big brother tightly. Her eyes were filled with panic. The big brother looked around cautiously, then he comforted the young girl. Don't be afraid, big brother is here. No matter what kind of monster comes, big brother will protect you. But this time, the young girl didn't say anything. The young man turned around and looked at the young girl. He saw a green thread wrapped around the young girl's neck. The thread was too thin. If one didn't pay close attention, they wouldn't be able to see it. Right now, the young girl couldn't speak anymore. Her life had been taken away. Her soul had been cruelly torn apart. No! The young man shouted out loudly. He crazily circulated his true essence and slapped towards the thin thread. But in the next moment, he stopped moving. More thin threads appeared. In the pitch-black poisonous miasma forest, it looked like a trap set by the god of death. Right before the young man died, he finally saw the owner of the thin thread. Spider! He shouted out loud with all his might. He told everyone what he had seen. Ling Xiao heard the sound as well, and he felt a chill run down his spine. No matter how brave he was, when he saw someone being killed like this, he still felt a chill run down his spine. That spider should be the legendary shadowless spider. The spider silk of these guys could change color according to the surrounding environment. It was full of poison and could absorb a martial artist's true essence. It could be said that it was the thing martial artists feared the most. At this moment, Ling Xiao seemed to understand something. When he entered this poisonous miasma forest, he didn't see any other monsters. He originally thought it was caused by the poisonous miasma, but now it seemed that it was the work of these shadowless spiders. The shadowless spiders were extremely small. They were only the size of a fingernail. Once they hid in such a dark environment, it was really too difficult to find them. Run! Yu Zhangzong knew very well how terrifying the shadowless spiders were. These spiders weren't very strong, but once they were in the poisonous miasma, they were almost invincible. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't think of any way to deal with it. So he tore a talisman, wrapped it around his body, and quickly fled outside. The others were also in chaos, fleeing in all directions in fear. This escape was to the satisfaction of the shadowless spiders. They began to crazily harvest lives. The poor martial artists of the Yu family originally followed Yu Zhangzong because they believed in him. Who would have thought that Yu Zhangzong would abandon them and flee at the critical moment? Ling Xiao withdrew his gaze. He wasn't interested in caring about the Yu family. It would be good enough if he didn't kill them. How could he save them? He continued to maintain his shadow warrior form and walked into the poisonous miasma forest. The dangerous thing here had been confirmed to be the shadowless spiders. So for him, the next step would be much simpler. End of chapter. Chapter 41:19. Yu Zhangzong and the rest were ambushed by the shadowless spiders. Ling Xiao continued to advance in his shadow dancer form because he believed that there would definitely be good things in this dangerous place. On the other side, Yuna was also in trouble. Countless strange threads shot toward her. If she hadn't used the talisman to activate her defense, she would have become a delicious meal for the shadowless spider. But continuing like this wasn't a solution. This was because the silk of the shadowless spider could continuously absorb true essence. The defensive layer seemed to be getting weaker and weaker. Yuna hurriedly swallowed a pill to replenish her true essence, but her complexion was still extremely ugly. Run! She began to realize that this strange poisonous miasma forest was even more terrifying than the Fengdu devil tiger. Thus, he turned around and fled. However, the dense spider webs blocked her way. She attacked with all her might. Although many of them had been destroyed, the spider webs seemed to be endless. The fact that it would recover after being severed made her heart turn cold. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have come to fight for the demonic Sirius. This was too terrifying. Ever since Xiao Qian entered the Fengdu demonic forest, he had not had a peaceful time. He was not chased by demonic beasts. It was a strange poisonous miasma. Now, he had even encountered this terrifying shadowless spider. She really wanted to cry. Boom! Just as she was desperately trying to escape, a spider web suddenly shattered in front of her. The trees were constantly breaking apart. A huge demonic beast appeared in front of her. If it wasn't the Fengdu demonic tiger, what else could it be? This big guy had actually chased them all the way in. She was shocked and could only close her eyes and wait for death. Unexpectedly, at that moment, the necropolis demonic tiger let out a miserable shriek. It was as if he had encountered something terrifying. Yuna opened her eyes and saw that the Fengdu demonic tiger had been entangled by countless spider webs. The demonic aura was constantly being sucked away. The Fengdu demonic tiger also became more and more irritable and crazy. Chance. While the Fengdu devil tiger was fighting against the shadowless spider, Yuna scuttled out. The Yu family's wealth helped her, allowing her to release a strong defense to protect herself. As for the necropolis devil tiger, no matter how strong it was still only an early 8th level divine core warrior. There was no way he could fight against the shadowless spider. Yuna, who was running wildly, turned back to take a look. That sturdy Fengdu devil tiger had finally fallen to the ground. Countless threads completely sucked its demonic aura dry. The king of the forest had died just like that. This damn place was really too scary. This should be the deepest part of the poisonous miasma forest. There is indeed a secret. Ling Xiao looked at the collapsed building in front of him. Although it had collapsed, the entrance was still intact. He should be able to enter. It was pitch black inside, and he didn't know what was inside. Ling Xiao smiled and walked in. To him, there was nothing in this world that was worth him retreating to. He knew that the treasure could be in this collapsed building. It was impossible for him to leave. No matter what, he had to go and take a look. In a flash, he had already entered the building. Although it had collapsed, the main structure was still intact. It was enough to show that this construction technique was quite powerful. Opening the Taiji eye, Ling Xiao completely ignored the darkness here. When he reached the deepest part of the building, he sensed that someone had indeed been here. And it wouldn't have been long. It should have been within a month or two. It can't be that demon emperor, right? Could this be where the heavenly demon epiphyllum is hidden? Ling Xiao thought to himself as he opened the last door of the building. At that moment, the dazzling light almost made him temporarily blind. He hurriedly closed his eyes and hid to the side. Because the moment a warrior closed his eyes was very dangerous. If someone ambushed him, it would be troublesome. After waiting for a moment, when his eyes adjusted to the light, Ling Xiao looked behind the door. He really found a treasure land. However, it wasn't the heavenly demon epiphyllum, but all kinds of treasures. Needless to say, gold, silver, and jewelry were all stored in various boxes. Because the boxes had been in disrepair for a long time, they were scattered on the ground. These were very precious to craftsmen and ordinary people. To warriors, they were also good materials for refining pills. Of course, they couldn't compare to spirit stones. And here, other than gold and jewelry, there was a large number of spirit stones. Moreover, they weren't high-grade spirit stones. They were supreme-grade spirit stones. One supreme-grade spirit stone was worth 10 million high-grade spirit stones. And there were close to 1,000 supreme-grade spirit stones here. It seemed that supreme-grade spirit stones were the real currency among the top experts in the 4 major regions. High-grade spirit stones were no longer useful. Ling Xiao hurriedly put everything into the Dongshang Emperor ring. The gold and jewelry could be used to strengthen his empire. After all, there were still many ordinary people in the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. Even warriors with weaker cultivation needed these things, not to mention the large number of projects that required these things. Therefore, Ling Xiao didn't reject them. He wanted to keep those 1,000 supreme-grade spirit stones. He would probably only use them when he reached the divine body realm. He would just treat them as his stock. He kept the gold, jewelry, and spirit stones. The entire building became much more spacious. Some inconspicuous things were also exposed. There were 10 jars of wine on the ground, and a strong fragrance filled the air. The effects of these wines were clearly written on them. The first was called vitality wine. After drinking it, it could replenish one's vitality. Even a core realm warrior could guarantee that his vitality would be replenished by more than half. The second was called true origin wine. As the name suggested, it could replenish one's true origin. The third was called soul wine. It could replenish one's soul force. The fourth was called tiger wolf body tempering wine. It could temper one's body. Different from the previous 3, this was a good wine that could improve one's black tortoise divine body. Ling Xiao decided to just sit there and gulp down the entire jar of wine. He could feel it. The moment the wine entered his body, all the cells in his body began to change. Ling Xiao's body began another round of tempering under the fragrance of the wine. After an hour, Ling Xiao could feel that his black tortoise divine body was about to break through to the next level. He was about to break through to the 8th grade Emperor realm, but the effect of this tiger wolf body tempering wine was too strong, and he couldn't absorb it yet. Perhaps he would need to fight in order to break through. He didn't waste any more time. He put away the other 3 wines. No matter which wine it was, they were all priceless treasures. Even a 9th grade divine core warrior would crazily fight for them if he saw them. This jar of wine, if he drank 1 mouthful at a time, he would be able to drink at least a few hundred mouthfuls. Aside from these 4 jars of wine, there was also a box of memory metal. All the books recorded in the box were martial skills. It was a pity that these martial arts manuals were no longer of much use to Ling Xiao. They were all martial skills below the 7th grade Emperor realm. They would have to fill the national treasury. These were the things the Heavenly Dynasty lacked. After all, ever since the Heavenly Dragon continent had developed, the laws of the world had become more flexible than before. But the number of martial skills was still inferior to others. These things were necessary. End of chapter. Chapter 41:20. There's actually a teleportation array there. At this moment, the teleportation array was dark and gloomy. Hiding in the corner, It was covered by the gold and jewelry from before. When Ling Xiao put away all the other things, he could finally see its existence. Ling Xiao walked over and looked at the structure of the teleportation array. It was very simple to open it. He was an array master himself, so he could naturally do it. But after opening it, he didn't know where he would be teleported to. But since he was already here, if he didn't try, he would probably regret it. What if the heavenly demon epiphyllum was where the teleportation array led to? Even if it wasn't the heavenly demon epiphyllum, it could be other treasures. This teleportation array used so much gold and silver to hide so many treasures, so there must be something unusual about it. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao bit his finger and dripped a drop of blood on it. This was the way to open the teleportation array. This teleportation array must have been left behind by the demon emperor, which was why there was such a strange way to open it. Buzz. Following a wave of energy, Ling Xiao's vision turned black. He couldn't see anything. However, he had obviously experienced this kind of teleportation array too many times, so he didn't care. A moment later, light appeared in front of him. Ling Xiao found himself in a sealed space. There were walls all around. It was very oppressive. Ling Xiao frowned and began to observe the situation here. Except for the hard walls around him, there was a table in the middle of the space. On the table, there was a jade slip. The jade slip was carved from white jade, and it was suffused with a faint luster. It was probably something that the demon emperor had left here. Thinking of this, he opened his Taiji eye to observe. He didn't notice any traps, so he went forward and took the jade slip in his hand. There were no words on the jade slip. There was nothing special about it. This made Ling Xiao frown involuntarily. This demon emperor really knew how to play tricks. Since he wanted to give someone something, he should have just given it. What an old urchin. He looked at the finger that he had bitten. It had already healed. He had no choice but to take another bite. He dripped it on the jade slip. Sure enough, at that moment, Ling Xiao felt as if he had been sucked into a special space. This should be a battlefield. The air was filled with a terrifying killing intent. The ground was littered with corpses. Roar. Suddenly, a roar could be heard. A gigantic heavenly demon appeared on the screen. This heavenly demon should be the first batch to arrive at the Black Tortoise continent. Its body was enormous, at least several hundred meters long. With a single stomp, the ground began to crumble. When he sneezed, sand and pebbles would fly around like a storm. The combat strength of this monster had most likely surpassed the divine core realm. However, such a heavenly demon suddenly panicked. In the void, a gigantic hand that covered the sky appeared. This hand was like the falling of the heavens. He slapped the heavenly demon's body. The heavenly demon was instantly reduced to ashes. There was nothing left. What a terrifying palm technique. Ling Xiao was shocked. At this moment, he had already returned to that room. A string of information appeared in his mind. Heaven-covering palm. How domineering. The power of the heaven-covering palm felt even more terrifying than the 12 divine beasts technique. Similarly, he couldn't tell its grade. It seemed to be the power of his physical body. The stronger his physical body was, the more powerful this palm technique would be. Comprehend the heaven-covering palm within 10 days. Otherwise, you will never be able to leave this place. A voice suddenly rang out. Ling Xiao knew it was the voice left behind by the Devil Emperor. But he didn't care. The Devil Emperor was definitely not here, and this was just a small trick. Comprehend this ultimate skill in 10 days. For geniuses like Qi Niming and Qi Yaoguang, it was very difficult. But for Ling Xiao, it was nothing. Did he really need 10 days? 24 hours passed. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from Ling Xiao's body. He opened his eyes. He looked like a devil god. His eyes were filled with the intent of destruction. Heaven-covering palm. He furiously roared and struck out with his palm. He felt like something had shattered. After that, he was sent out of the room. He arrived at the treasure vault. He could see that the teleportation formation had disappeared. It's a one-time use item. The Devil Emperor must be looking for someone who can inherit his legacy. Could it be that the Devil Emperor wants to explore the depths of the eternal desert as well? Ling Xiao looked at the teleportation formation that had disappeared. He was very interested in this Devil Emperor. There were two types of devils. The first type was cruel, and murderous. The second type was a devil who did whatever he wanted and acted according to his heart. Ling Xiao felt that sometimes he was similar to the second type of devil. Shaking his head, he was about to leave the building. Suddenly, 3 figures barged into the building. Ling Xiao knew 2 of them, Guijian and Yang Mao. Guijian was the disciple of the Black Fiend Devil Kingdom's Devil Sovereign, and he was very strong. Yang Mao was one of the young masters of the Yang family. There was also a girl, and she looked unfamiliar. She had a proud expression on her face. Even if she stood next to Guijian, she wouldn't show any weakness. She was just slightly weaker than Guijian. She should be a peak 8th Divine Core Warrior, at the same level as Qi Yaoguang. Why are you here? When Yang Mao saw Ling Xiao, he couldn't believe his eyes. In order to pass through the poisonous miasma forest, he had used up all his pills. If not for Guijian's help, he would have been dead by now. As for this Ling Xiao, he was only a peak 6 Divine Core Warrior. But he was able to pass through the poisonous miasma forest all by himself? This was unbelievable. Who is he? The girl asked. He's just a nobody. Yang Mao didn't even know Ling Xiao's name. This made things even more awkward. Ling Xiao looked at the 3 men indifferently, then he started walking away. Stop right there. Yang Mao said with a cold voice. Did you take the heavenly devil Dutchman's flower? Ling Xiao didn't want to waste any more time on this guy. He just kept walking. Yang Mao immediately became angry. He raised his hand and was about to attack, but he was stopped by Guijian. You're no match for him. Guijian shook his head. He could sense the frightening energy contained in Ling Xiao's body. Although he wasn't afraid, Yang Mao wouldn't be able to stop him. He's right. You guys better not attack, or else you'll all die. I can feel that the 3 of you are being tortured by the shadowless spider. By the time he reached this place, he was probably already exhausted. If I want to kill you, it won't be too hard. Ling Xiao looked at Yang Mao and said with a cold voice. The reason why he didn't attack was because he didn't want to attract the attention of the shadowless spider. He didn't want to engage in a meaningless battle. Guijian furrowed his brows. Ling Xiao was able to see through their predicament with just a glance. They had underestimated the danger here. Even if they wanted to fight, now is not the time. They needed to recover their strength first. As an extreme core warrior, Guijian understood the importance of true yuan and stamina. End of this chapter. Chapter 41-21. Hello, my name is Black Pearl. I'm a martial artist from the Black Feather Demon Kingdom. I just want to ask you something. Did you really get the demonic epiphyllum? If you did, I can buy it. Name a price. The girl suddenly said, She's not Black Pearl. She's the young master of the Black Fire sect. Qi Niming suddenly said from the Dongshang Emperor Ring. She wants the demonic epiphyllum for revenge. Maybe we can become allies. Hearing this, Ling Xiao was a little surprised. He didn't expect the young master of the Black Fire sect to be such a wild beauty. Miss, I can only say that there's no demonic epiphyllum inside. Although I did get some benefits, the fight for the demonic epiphyllum is not over yet. Ling Xiao smiled. I believe you. There was a strange mark between Black Pearl's eyebrows. It looked like a third eye, but it didn't open. However, Ling Xiao was sure that this should be one of Black Pearl's abilities. Do you want to go out together? I can help you. Ling Xiao suggested. Since she was an ally, Ling Xiao wouldn't miss it. In order to save Ling Jiaojiao, he would contact everyone he could. It's not impossible to go together, but let's wait until I recover my quintessential essence. Black Pearl shook her head. It wasn't that she looked down on Ling Xiao, but that Ling Xiao's cultivation was too weak. If she was in her current state, both of them would probably die. Did you hear that, kid? Hurry up and scram. Yang Mao shouted. If you dare to say another word, I'll cut off your tongue. Ling Xiao looked coldly at Yang Mao, scaring him so much that he quickly shut his mouth. Although he wasn't afraid of Ling Xiao, the problem was that he was also very tired. If they really fought, he would be at a disadvantage. Goodbye. Ling Xiao turned and left. He did want to kill Yang Mao, but with Ghost's sword present, it was difficult to do so. Rather than wasting his energy, he might as well leave. When he was outside, he quickly entered the shadow dancer form. He walked out of the poison miasma forest. To be able to obtain a divine skill like the heaven-covering palm here was already a great harvest for him. However, he still had to work hard for the demonic Sirius. After Ling Xiao left, Ghost Sword and the rest started investigating the collapsed building. Damn it, that brat took all of them. Yang Mao was furious. The current him had already recovered more than half of his true essence. It was all thanks to the pills Ghost Sword gave him. Therefore, he started to talk about killing Ling Xiao again. Chase. Ghost Sword didn't say anything. If there was nothing left, then Ling Xiao must have taken it. He was different from Black Pearl. He did not believe Ling Xiao's words. Unless they checked it for themselves, they would never believe it. Wait for me, young Master Ghost Sword. Yang Mao hurriedly gave chase. Black Pearl sighed. Even though she knew that Ling Xiao wasn't lying, she couldn't make Ghost Sword believe him. He could only take it one step at a time. The three of them had just walked a few hundred meters away from the building. Black Pearl suddenly stopped. Be careful, she warned. What's going on? Ghost Sword asked. Something's coming. It's very fast and very powerful. The mark on Black Pearl's forehead was a special ability. It wasn't an eye technique, but the effect was similar. She could faintly sense a powerful enemy approaching. However, she wasn't sure about the specifics. She was sure that even she and Ghost Sword might not be able to deal with it. Miss Pearl, don't scare us. The shadowless spider in this forest is already very scary. Yang Mao smiled bitterly. Let's go. Finally, the Black Pearl sensed the direction from which the terrifying threat was coming. She ran in the opposite direction. Ghost Sword and Yang Mao hurriedly followed. The reason why they moved together with the Black Pearl was because of the Black Pearl's divine ability, which could help them avoid danger. Did we lose it? Yang Mao asked after a while. We can't. It's too fast. I suspect it's the shadowless Spider Queen. Black Pearl stopped. They couldn't escape. They could only fight. If they had their backs to the enemy, it would be even more dangerous. Right after they stopped, a terrifying explosion sounded out from behind them. After that, a huge spider appeared. Its huge body was the same color as the surrounding trees. If it didn't move, it would be really hard to recognize it. However, the shadowless Spider Queen didn't stop moving. It was very obvious and very terrifying. When they saw the shadowless Spider Queen, the trio's expressions turned serious. Yang Mao's legs were trembling. It's a late 9th divine core demon beast. Even if the three of us join forces, we won't be its match. I'll stop it. Black Pearl, you find a way out. We'll fight and retreat. Ghost Sword said. Understood. Black Pearl nodded her head, then she closed her eyes. Her soul energy started spreading out. Although soul energy would be greatly weakened in the Fengdu Devil Forest. However, the mark between her eyebrows was able to reduce this weakening to a minimum. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Right at this moment, the shadowless Spider Queen launched its attack. Countless silk threads shot towards the trio. The spider silk looked ordinary, but it had the terrifying power to kill a martial artist in the ultimate stage of the core realm. And it was extremely fast. Swoosh. Ghost Sword finally made his move. A sword beam in the shape of a crescent moon slashed out. It actually managed to block all the spider webs. But blood trickled down from Ghost Sword's mouth. It was obvious that he had strong combat strength. But the shadowless Spider Queen was even more terrifying. Follow me. Black Pearl suddenly opened her eyes. Then she took out a talisman. The talisman turned into a golden barrier, protecting the trio. They started running away. The escape route had been decided. Now, it was time to see if they could stop the shadowless Spider Queen's crazy attacks. At a time like this, Yang Mao had become a burden. He couldn't be of any help. All he could do was watch in fear. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Boom. The shadowless Spider Queen kept chasing after them. Its terrifying spider silk rained down on the golden barrier like a storm. With every attack, the golden barrier would become much dimmer. Black Pearl was secretly glad that she had brought enough talismans with her when she left. Otherwise, she would have died here today. But they were still far from the exit of the poisonous miasma forest. According to Black Pearl's prediction, they wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. If we can't escape, then let's fight. There are no cowards in the Black Fiend Demon Kingdom. Ghost Sword also noticed that Black Pearl's barrier was getting weaker and weaker, and it was continuously consuming true essence. They could only fight now. This time, he didn't use the sword on his back. Instead, he took out his real weapon from his storage ring, an immortal-grade Heavenly King artifact weapon. This was given to him by the Black Fiend Demon Kingdom's demon sovereign. It was called the Black Fiend Sword. The Black Fiend Sword was unsheathed. Black light exploded. Sword chi rampaged. A terrifying gully was cut into the shadowless Spider Queen's body. Green blood flowed down continuously. The shadowless Spider Queen let out a terrifying roar. Because it was injured, it became even more violent. Please remember the domain name of this book. Come read the mobile version website. Chapter 41-22. Keep running. Ghost Sword didn't continue fighting after his successful attack. He knew very well that this attack could only injure the Spider Queen, but not destroy its foundation. The Spider Queen's vitality was incomparably strong. It wasn't something he could kill. If he continued fighting, they might all be wiped out. Only by escaping the poisonous miasma forest would the Spider Queen's advantage disappear. They had a better chance of winning if they fought there. The three of them continued running. Along the way, Ghost Sword attacked 3 more times. He almost destroyed half of the Spider Queen's body. He was also heavily injured by the Spider Queen's spider silk and had lost all ability to fight. Damn it, are we really going to die here? Yang Mao glanced at Ghost Sword. A vicious look flashed across his eyes. He actually wanted to throw Ghost Sword to the Spider Queen as bait and create a chance for him to escape. But Black Pearl was here, so he couldn't do it. He had no choice but to give up. Take care of Ghost Sword. I'll do it. Black Pearl took out 6 talismans. She activated her true essence and released it. Talismans could be used directly, but their power was nothing to brag about. But if they were infused with true essence, their power would naturally be different. The 6 talismans exploded in a terrifying manner. The surrounding trees were blown up into the air. The violent waves that were created overturned the shadowless Spider Queen. Great! Yang Mao finally breathed a sigh of relief. He thought that he had taken care of the Spider Queen. But the next moment, the ground shook. The Spider Queen let out an even more terrifying cry. Black Pearl's body was pierced by several threads. If not for her powerful cultivation, she would have died. Useless trash. Yang Mao coldly snorted and kicked Black Pearl's back, sending him flying. Then, he carried Ghost Sword and fled. He had planned to use Ghost Sword as bait, but now that he had Black Pearl, Ghost Sword had to stay as a bodyguard. Ghost Sword owed him a favor, so he naturally wouldn't cause any more trouble. This guy also had many talismans on him. He didn't use any just now, but now, he used all of them. They were all used to escape. He left Black Pearl and the Spider Queen far behind. Black Pearl never thought that she would end up like this. As the young master of the Black Fire sect, he was still too inexperienced. He had actually been tricked by his peers. At this moment, she no longer had any ability to resist. Only death awaited her. She closed her eyes, filled with regret. If she was given another choice, she definitely wouldn't be so naive. Yang Mao, that kind of despicable person, should have been killed from the beginning. However, death did not come. Black Pearl felt like she was being held up. She opened her eyes in surprise. It's you. It was unbelievable that the person who saved her was the man she looked down on. You're welcome. My name is Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao also threw the Black Pearl into the Dongshang Emperor Ring. She was handed over to Qi Yaoguang. As for him, he had to face the heavily injured Shadowless Spider Queen alone. If the Shadowless Spider Queen had been at its peak, he really wouldn't have been able to do anything. However, the Shadowless Spider Queen was already heavily injured. What did he have to fear? Don't be stupid. Hurry up and run. That guy isn't someone you can handle. The Black Pearl shouted in the Dongshang Emperor Ring. However, Ling Xiao ignored him. He looked at his hands. A terrifying aura was brewing. That palm in the small room was affected by the Demon Emperor's seal. Ling Xiao didn't know how powerful it was. This time, he wanted to test the true power of the heaven-covering palm. A destructive will was released from his right palm. The shadowless Spider Queen had already caught up. Although half of its body was already rotten beyond recognition, no one dared to underestimate it. Its frightening attack power, its frightening venom. It could still make any martial artist tremble in fear. Heaven-covering palm. Suddenly, Ling Xiao let out a thunderous voice. He pushed out his right hand. A gigantic palm suddenly appeared in the void. It fell from the sky. It was extremely fast. It accurately hit the shadowless Spider Queen. Boom! The ground was directly shattered. The shadowless Spider Queen was directly smashed into pieces. Only the demon beast core flew in the wind. It wanted to escape. Can you escape? Take it. Ling Xiao reached out his right hand and grabbed at the air. The demon beast core was absorbed into the Sky Tyrant martial soul. The demon beast core was still uncontrollable. He had to rely on the Sky Tyrant martial soul to slowly erase the shadowless Spider Queen's wildness. Until the day the shadowless Spider Queen's wildness was completely erased, it would belong to him. After killing the shadowless Spider Queen and taking the demon beast core, Ling Xiao quickly went to the exit. Once the shadowless Spider Queen died, the poisonous miasma forest would lose its overlord. A large number of demon beasts would definitely appear. It was better to escape early. After finding a safe place outside, Ling Xiao released the Black Pearl. Qi Yaoguang was also released. The Black Pearl's injuries were basically healed. Of course, this was all thanks to Ling Xiao's healing pills. If he wanted an ally, he naturally had to be willing to invest. Anyway, Ling Xiao had gained a lot this time, so he wasn't stingy. The Black Pearl looked at Ling Xiao in shock, as if she had just met this man. Is there a flower on my face? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. No. How on earth did you do it? The Black Pearl couldn't help but say, compared to you, I feel like I have a body full of strength, but I'm completely like an idiot, unable to use it. You don't need to be modest. In the end, you still have too little combat experience. As for me, I just basked in the limelight. You guys beat the shadowless Spider Queen half to death. I only gave it the finishing blow. Ling Xiao was very modest. That was because vanity was meaningless to him. He preferred practical benefits. No matter what, I, the Black Pearl, have never admired anyone other than my mother. But today, I prostrate myself in admiration of you. You used your low cultivation to accomplish something that none of us could do. The Black Pearl sighed with emotion. I'm embarrassed. We shouldn't stay here for long. Let's find a safe place to talk. It's about the Yu family. Of course, Ling Xiao wouldn't let the Black Pearl's praise go to his head. He always remembered his purpose. He didn't save the Black Pearl to listen to a few words of flattery, but to obtain the Black Pearl's help, to deal with the Yu family. I know a place. Let's go. The Black Pearl glanced at Ling Xiao and seemed to understand what he meant. The fact that Qi Yaoguang was with Ling Xiao was already very clear. They were lucky. Compared to them, the Yu family had lost hundreds of lives in the poisonous miasma forest. Only Yu Na and Yu Zhangzong had escaped. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know about this. The life and death of the Yu family didn't have much to do with him. He only cared about two things now. The first was the demonic Sirius. The second was to form an alliance with the Black Pearl. Not long after, the Black Pearl brought Ling Xiao and Qi Yaoguang to a mysterious place. Chapter 41-23. Seeing this mysterious place, Ling Xiao was even more interested in the Devil Emperor. Because this Devil Emperor actually temporarily built a city in Fengdu Devil Forest. A city that could accommodate 1 million people. In this city, it was for martial artists to rest and trade. The people in the city, other than the genius martial artists who participated in the fight for the demonic epiphyllum, were all puppets. These puppets were no different from humans in appearance. They followed a certain procedure to complete their mission. It was very magical. So this place was also called the Puppet City. There were a total of 3 such cities in Fengdu Devil Forest, standing in the east, west, south, and north. It could be said to be very thoughtful. He found a private room in a restaurant. Ling Xiao told Black Pearl his thoughts. Black Pearl was overjoyed after hearing it. I must avenge my mother. Since Brother Ling and I have the same goal, then cooperation is naturally not a problem. But there is only one demonic epiphyllum. How should we split it? Whoever has the ability to get it will get it. After all, you and I probably won't believe who it belongs to now. Ling Xiao smiled. Okay, let's do that. Black Pearl was also a straightforward person. After the discussion ended, Ling Xiao returned to his room. Black Pearl and Qi Yaoguang discussed more detailed matters. One was from the Qi family, the other was from the Black Fire sect. They should have a lot of common topics. Ling Xiao returned to his room and took out a secret manual. This was awarded to him by the Golden City after completing the Great Pirate Mission. He never had the chance to read it. Today happened to be the day he needed to rest. There was no harm in reading it. Flipping it open, Ling Xiao couldn't help but reveal a look of joy. Evolution Technique. Peak 8th Level Emperor Level Secret Technique. Ling Xiao was too familiar with secret techniques. He had cultivated many secret techniques in the past. He always felt that secret techniques were more difficult to cultivate than martial techniques, but the effect was very good when used. The so-called secret technique, simply speaking, was a secret technique or divine ability. It was very difficult for ordinary people to obtain and use, because most secret techniques required the use of true essence and soul force at the same time to be used. However, among martial artists, there were not many who cultivated soul force and true essence at the same time. This made the value of the secret techniques even higher. Ling Xiao flipped open the book and continued reading. The art of evolution is a secret technique that can allow martial arts to evolve. Peak 8th Order Emperor Realm Evolution Technique can evolve any Emperor Realm martial skill to peak 8th Order Emperor Realm. Even though there were more words to describe it, the core content was these two sentences. Ling Xiao felt that he was simply too lucky. Of course, it might not be luck. Perhaps the Green Lotus Swordswoman had specially found this evolution technique for him. Moreover, this secret manual came at the right time. Ling Xiao's Falling Plum Clear Shadow Steps was an outstanding movement technique, but he was only a 6th Order Emperor Realm Master. Now, it could no longer keep up with other martial techniques. In terms of offense, he had the 12 Divine Beasts Art and the innate Celestial Demon Seal. In terms of defense, he had the Black Tortoise Divine Body. However, in terms of movement techniques, he was a little weak. The Falling Plum Clear Shadow Steps gave him an absolute advantage in battle. If he could upgrade it to peak 8th Order Emperor Realm, the effect would definitely be better. Once he succeeded in cultivating it, his strength would have a great breakthrough. Let's start cultivating. This art of evolution must be used together with the Falling Plum Clear Shadow Steps. I don't need to rest tonight. As a cultivation genius, Ling Xiao had never worried that his martial arts progress would be too slow. When they lived in the eastern puppet city, it was already evening. After a night, Ling Xiao felt refreshed. Because he had perfectly cultivated the art of evolution and integrated it into the Falling Plum Clear Shadow Steps. At this point, the Falling Plum Clear Shadow Steps had also changed. Not only was the speed faster than before, but it also had new characteristics. It could condense the Falling Plum Shadow. In other words, it was a doppelganger. This doppelganger was not simple. It not only had all of Ling Xiao's fighting strength, except for the Tyrant martial spirit. More frightening was that it could also use Ling Xiao's martial skills and secret techniques. It was simply a weakened version of Ling Xiao. In the morning, Ling Xiao finished cultivating. The moment he walked out of the room, he saw Black Pearl and Qi Yaoguang walking over together. The two girls seemed to have more in common. At this moment, they were as close as sisters. I wonder what Brother Ling plans to do next? Black Pearl asked. Naturally, it's to continue searching for the demonic epiphyllum, Ling Xiao answered. If you want to find the demonic epiphyllum, Brother Ling's equipment might not be enough. You don't have any talismans or puppets on you, right? Why don't you go to the trading market to take a look? The Demon Emperor has prepared all kinds of tools for geniuses there. As long as you have enough spirit stones or items, you can buy and exchange them. Black Pearl said, sharpening the knife won't delay the work of cutting wood. You're right, I should go take a look. With a strong enough talisman, the increase in fighting strength wasn't just a little bit. Although he was anxious to find the demonic epiphyllum, the previous experience told Ling Xiao, if he didn't prepare well, death would come quickly. He didn't want to die in the Fengdu Demon Forest. And to be honest, He was very interested in the demon emperor of the demonic ghost forest. The puppet city that this person left behind was really amazing. It would be a pity not to walk around. Qi Yaoguang's identity was too eye-catching, so he still returned to the Dongsheng Emperor Ring. Otherwise, once exposed, he would probably be surrounded by the Yu family. Black Pearl was different. Very few people knew her identity. And now that she changed her name, as long as she didn't use the Black Fire sect's martial arts, she would most likely be fine. This man and woman walked on the streets of the Eastern Puppet City and were very eye-catching. Isn't Lady Black Pearl with Ghost Sword? Why did she change male partners? Who is that kid? His cultivation was so low. It was obvious that he wasn't much. Why was he together with such a beautiful woman like Miss Black Pearl? What a waste. Not from the Yu family. Not from the Yang family either. Not from our 3 sects either. Then he's a loose cultivator. Humph. He dares to monopolize such a beauty. What right does he have? No need to be angry. This kid doesn't know he's playing with fire. With his strength, he dares to stay with Lady Black Pearl. Someone will take care of him. A flower stuck in cow dung. Hearing these discussions, Ling Xiao was very disdainful. These people only knew how to slander others behind their backs and didn't even have the courage to come and provoke him. What a joke. Ignore them. They're all a bunch of trash, Black Pearl said coldly. And don't worry, killing is not allowed in the puppet city. Once someone is killed, the guard puppets will appear. They are all puppets and don't know how to reason. They will directly deal with the crime committed. The most serious is to kill on the spot. The guard puppets are very strong. She was comforting Ling Xiao, but at the same time, she was warning him. She hoped that Ling Xiao wouldn't cause trouble here, otherwise, it would be troublesome if he provoked the guard puppets. End of chapter. Chapter 41-24. The two of them stepped into the Eastern Puppet City's trading hall. All the puppets were doing their own things according to the preset program. Ling Xiao could see the shining incantations on each puppet. These should be one-time use puppets that would not be used for more than a month. The spirit stones inside would be used up in a month. Then, the puppet would be destroyed. At that time, the Demon Emperor would probably transfer everything here to his next game. To Ling Xiao, the Demon Emperor was the creator of a game. When he set up the game of fighting for the demonic epiphyllum, he became a god's perspective. On one hand, it was to find geniuses and nurture successors. On the other hand, it was also to find fun. Of course, all of this had nothing to do with Ling Xiao. He didn't care what the Demon Emperor's goal was. He only wanted to obtain the demonic epiphyllum and the other treasures left behind by the Demon Emperor. The trading hall was very spacious, and it was very exquisite and luxurious. The ground was covered with exquisite floor tiles, and there were even dragons and phoenixes carved on them, as well as all kinds of patterns. Sometimes, Ling Xiao even suspected that the Demon Emperor had obsessive-compulsive disorder. It was just a temporary city. Was there a need to put in so much effort? There were many exhibition booths in the hall. The outer layer was wrapped in tempered glass, and there were also incantations flickering on it. It was almost impossible for an ordinary person to break the glass and take away the things inside. There were all kinds of items in these glass cabinets. Ling Xiao casually took a look, and none of them were as good as what he had obtained in the poison miasma forest. But to most martial artists, this was a very good place. That talisman is not bad. Flying Sword Talisman, a divine-grade Heavenly King artifact talisman. Although it could only be used 3 times, its power was comparable to a divine-grade Heavenly King artifact's attack. At critical moments, it could be of great use. Ling Xiao, who was originally feeling bored, finally found what he wanted. He hurriedly went over. At this moment, there were many martial artists watching the show in front of the glass cabinet where the talisman was. After all, this divine-grade Heavenly King artifact talisman was not cheap. Very few people would be able to afford it. There were only 3 or 4 people who had the desire to buy it. 10 million high-grade spirit stones. This is daylight robbery. Too expensive. However, there is no way to bargain with these puppets. Puppets only knew how to sell things and collect change. They wouldn't know anything that was too complicated. For example, bargaining. Therefore, 10 million high-grade spirit stones meant 10 million high-grade spirit stones. No one was allowed to make an exception. Everyone shook their heads. Although it was not that these people did not have 10 million upper spiritual stones on them, once they took it out, they would not be able to afford it. Then he would really be penniless. It was really not worth it for a talisman. It would be better to use it to buy other equipment. Even so, everyone seemed reluctant to leave. No one knew what he was thinking. Here are 10 million high-grade spirit stones. Give it to me. Ling Xiao saw that no one was willing to bid, so he walked over. Although 10 million upper-grade spirit stones was not a small sum to him, it was not enough to bankrupt him. A divine-grade Heavenly King artifact flying sword talisman could be used to save one's life. If he really met a Heavenly Core warrior with this item, his chances of winning would be much higher. Of course, the puppets wouldn't say anything. After taking Ling Xiao's spirit stones, they gave the talisman to Ling Xiao. The surrounding people were jealous and envious, something they were reluctant to buy. This guy didn't even bat an eyelid. This was the difference between them. I wonder which family's prodigal son is from, spending so many spirit stones on a talisman. If his family knew about this, I'm sure they would be furious. Why do you care so much about him? If he has the money, then let him spend it. It has nothing to do with us anyway. Humph, I'm afraid he won't be able to take the item away. The crowd's discussion soon came true. Ling Xiao took the item and was about to leave, but he was suddenly pulled back by someone. Young man, I saw this item first. Give it to me. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows and turned around. It was someone he didn't know. What are you looking at? Daddy already told you. I saw this item first. Give it to me. In fact, this person had been standing aside all this time. He had no intention of bidding. When he saw Ling Xiao buying the talisman, he came over to find fault with him. It was obvious that he did it on purpose. This man looked to be around 45 or 46 years old, and he wasn't young anymore. He was wearing a red battle robe, and he looked mighty. However, he was a little short, only about 1.4 meters tall, which made him look less mighty. However, no one dared to look down on this man. This man's cultivation had reached the perfect 7th Divine Core realm. Although they were both at the peak 7th Divine Core realm, Ling Xiao could feel that this man was much more terrifying than Yu Ting, who was possessed by a devil. The deacon of the Red Robe sect, Yuan Yi. This man is very strong, and he is an expert in using hidden weapons. Even early Heavenly Core warriors don't want to offend him. Soon, someone recognized this middle-aged man. Although he was called a middle-aged man, for a first-rank warrior, this man could only be considered a teenager. Yuan Yi has always been a cruel and merciless man, and the Red Robe sect is one of the 3 biggest sects in the Fengdu Devil Kingdom. Although they have joined the Yu family, their overall strength, not only have they not weakened, they have become even stronger. This is going to be a good show. What good show? I don't think that guy dares to reject Yuan Yi. He will be the unlucky one. Everyone quickly moved away. Although Puppet City had a rule stating that no one was allowed to kill, there was no rule stating that no one was allowed to fight. If not, Yuan Yi wouldn't be waiting here to take advantage of this situation. Ling Xiao gazed at Yuan Yi coldly. Get out of my way. Hee, you're really something, kid. How dare you act so arrogantly in front of me? Yuan Yi, don't you know that I am a peak Earth Core warrior? You're just a mortal core warrior. If you know what's good for you, hand over the flying sword talisman. If I am in a good mood, I might even give you some compensation. If not, not only will you have to hand over the talisman, you will also have to die. Yuan Yi was directly threatening Jiang Chen. I don't believe you have the guts to kill anyone in Puppet City, Ling Xiao said with an indifferent tone. You're right, I don't have the guts to kill anyone here. But can you stay in Puppet City for the rest of your life? Hee, even if you can, Puppet City will be taken back by the Devil Emperor in a month's time. When that time comes, where do you think you can hide? Yuan Yi mocked. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Hurry up and hand it over. What if I say no? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a hint of ridicule. Suddenly, he circulated his true yuan. Yuan Ye's hand was actually bounced away. Yuan Yi originally planned on making a move, but Ling Xiao's ingenuity made him somewhat apprehensive. Jiang Chen didn't look strong, but he was able to bounce his hand away. This kid might be stronger than what he looked like. Kid, don't throw your life away for a mere talisman. You better think carefully, Yuan Yi said with a sinister tone. If you want to attack, then attack. There's no point in shouting like a shrew. If you don't attack, then I'm leaving, Ling Xiao said with disdain. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 41-25. Ling Xiao looked at Yuan Yi contemptuously and called out to Black Pearl. The two turned and left. He didn't want to make a move in Puppet City, because he couldn't kill people here. Once his strength was exposed, it would be disadvantageous to him. It was better to fight outside. After defeating the other party, he would directly kill them. Brat, remember this for me. There are more than 1 or 2 people from the Red Robe sect. If you have the ability, you can stay in this eastern Puppet City forever. Otherwise, once you go out, I will definitely kill you. After saying that, Yuan Yi also left. Today, he had lost too much face. The targets he usually chose to bully were the weaker ones. Therefore, it was tried and tested. He didn't expect to meet such a stubborn person today. No matter how he scared him, it was useless. Forget it, then I'll just kill him outside Puppet City. Ling Xiao didn't care about Yuan Yi's threat at all. The battle for the demonic epiphyllum was very dangerous. Everyone could be seen as an enemy. Even if there was an enemy like Yuan Yi, it wasn't a big deal. If he was afraid, he wouldn't have come to the heavenly demon ghost domain. Wouldn't it be better to stay in Fighting Soul Sacred City? After all, there was Green Lotus Sword Lady, Ancestor Scarlet Flame, and Zhao Fengyun protecting him. No one could hurt him. Watching Ling Xiao leave, everyone was surprised. This kid is powerful. Does he know what kind of personality Yuan Yi has? I think this kid's strength is not bad. It might not be an easy task for Yuan Yi to kill him. Especially, did you guys notice? The beautiful girl beside him is very powerful. Could it be that that kid is actually a soft rice guy? If these people knew that it wasn't Black Pearl who protected Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao who saved Black Pearl, I wonder how they would feel about this. After buying the Flying Sword Talisman, Ling Xiao wandered around for a while and bought a few immortal-grade Heavenly King artifact talismans. There were also some materials for refining pills. Only then did he leave with Black Pearl. That Yuan Yi definitely won't let this go. Do you want me to act with you? When they went out, according to the previous agreement, the two sides had to act separately. After all, with one more direction, there was a higher possibility of fighting for the demonic epiphyllum. However, Black Pearl was worried about Ling Xiao. Of course I know that he won't let this go, but with his strength, he can't kill me. Moreover, don't forget that Qi Yaoguang is still hiding in my Dongsheng Emperor ring. Ling Xiao smiled. All right then, no matter who gets the demonic epiphyllum in the end, we have to help the other person achieve their goal. Black Pearl said, of course. Let's part ways for now. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and said, yes. The two of them headed in different directions. Ling Xiao was heading towards the northern Puppet City, while the Black Pearl was heading towards the southern Puppet City. Not long after they separated, Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Even without using the Taiji Eye, he could sense Yuan Yi's aura. That guy really chased after them. I didn't want to kill you. You asked for it. Ling Xiao sneered and fled into the forest where there was no one. Do you think you can escape? Yuan Yi didn't know what Ling Xiao was thinking. He thought Ling Xiao was scared of him. That's why he chased after them without any hesitation. I wonder who is going to be unlucky this time. I think Yuan Yi has already killed a few people. Someone saw Yuan Yi chasing after Ling Xiao, and he couldn't help but sigh. Why do you care so much? Everyone in this world has their own destiny. Who asked that guy to offend Yuan Yi? Among all perfect Earth Core warriors, Yuan Yi is definitely ranked in the top 20. That guy is just a perfect 6th Divine Core warrior. He is going to die for sure. They were all competitors. There was no need to sympathize with each other. Seeing Yuan Yi chase after Ling Xiao, most of them rejoiced in his misfortune. Kid, I have my eyes on you. And you still want to run away? Since you don't want to give me the Flying Sword Talisman, I'll take your life instead. Yuan Yi sneered. Suddenly, his right hand turned into a claw. The claw slashed down from the sky. Crack! The terrifying claw landed on a rock right next to Ling Xiao. The rock instantly shattered into pieces. Ling Xiao didn't even look at it, as if he had already expected this attack. Right before the attack arrived, he lightly shifted his position by 1 meter. If not, Yuan Ye's attack would definitely hit him. At that time, even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured. Ling Xiao continued moving forward. Finally, he could no longer see anyone around him. The entire forest was quiet. Only the roars of demon beasts could be heard from afar. Ling Xiao suddenly stopped in his tracks. Almost there. Of course, he wasn't trying to run away. He just wanted to find a quiet place to kill Yuan Yi. Run? Why don't you run? You can't run anymore, right? Yuan Yi said with a ferocious smile. He didn't notice anything wrong. He just thought Ling Xiao was tired from running. After all, those with a weak cultivation base would have weak stamina as well. Did I say I was going to run away? Ling Xiao laughed. I'm just looking for a suitable grave for you. You're just bluffing. Without that woman, what can you do? Yuan Yi sneered. Seeing Ling Xiao's calm face, he was a little annoyed. This brat was bluffing as if victory was already in his grasp. Soul-hooking claw. Suddenly, Yuan Yi launched an attack. A hook made of an unknown material pierced through the air. The hook looked more like an eagle's claw. There was even a chain behind it. Ling Xiao smiled lightly and his figure flashed. He had already performed the Falling Plum Clear Shadow Step. The new Falling Plum Clear Shadow Step was a peak 8th level martial arts technique. However, Ling Xiao wasn't very proficient in actual combat. It was just right for him to practice on Yuan Yi. The hook claw hit the ground and a large piece of grass was dug up. A nearby tree was directly smashed to pieces. However, it didn't hit Ling Xiao. Kid, your movement technique is not bad. You dodged the previous attack, and now you've dodged this attack. It seems that you've practiced a lot of life-saving skills. Yuan Yi was a little unhappy. According to his judgment, even if this attack couldn't kill the other party, it would severely injure the other party. However, he didn't expect Ling Xiao's movement technique to be so magical. He easily dodged his attack. Just as he was about to continue attacking, Yuan Yi suddenly felt a terrifying aura. That aura made his entire back feel cold. His hair stood on end. Danger. Years of combat experience told him that he was in a very dangerous situation, although he didn't know what happened. However, at that moment, he tore a spirit talisman. The surface of his body was covered by a ball of golden light. This spirit talisman was similar to the one Yu Na used before. They were both defensive types. At the critical moment, it could still block a sneak attack. In the next moment, a sword light pierced from behind Yuan Yi. Crack. The golden light shattered. A terrifying wound was pierced on Yuan Ye's body. It was a pity that the power of the sword light was weakened by the shield. Otherwise, this sword would definitely make Yuan Yi bleed. End of this chapter. Chapter 41-26. Brat, I'll make sure you die without a complete corpse. Touching his wound, Yuan Yi roared like thunder. Ling Xiao's attack just happened to hit a spot on his back where his defense was the weakest. He really didn't know how this brat did it. He was actually able to injure him. However, his roar couldn't affect Ling Xiao. What Ling Xiao used just now was the new characteristic of Falling Plum Shadow Steps. Falling Plum Shadow. Using a clone to sneak attack Yuan Yi. It could maximize the effect of his attack. After all, Yuan Yi wasn't weak. If he faced him head-on, although he could defeat him, it would still take a lot of time. There were many demonic beasts around. He didn't want to be interrupted by demonic beasts during the battle. Therefore, after the sneak attack, his main body also charged over. Two sword lights attacked from the front and back, wanting to kill Yuan Yi. Yuan Ye's expression was a little ugly, but this guy had lived for more than 40 years. Although his cultivation hadn't improved, he had accumulated a lot of experience. He could be said to be a veteran Earth Core expert. At the moment of crisis, he still reacted. A talisman turned into a flame attack and pounced on the clone, and he himself charged towards Ling Xiao's main body. The talismans on this guy were most likely stolen. Although they weren't as powerful as the Flying Sword talisman, they were still Celestial King artifacts and precious Heavenly King artifacts. They couldn't be underestimated. The falling plum shadow was blocked by the fire element and couldn't be taken down for a while. As for Ling Zhao's sword qi, it was also torn apart by Yuan Ye's hook claw. It turned into a fragmented aura and splattered everywhere, shattering the sand and stones on the ground. Looks like I can't underestimate the enemy. This old guy isn't weak. He's stronger than Lu Qingmong, Diying, and Yu Ting. If I underestimate the enemy, I might really fail miserably. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao instantly entered the Hell Hydra Beast Soul transformation. This transformation could unleash even more power in the Fengdu demonic forest. It consumed less stamina than the peerless Heavenly Rat Beast Soul transformation, but the power was not far off. Go to hell. Yuan Yi didn't realize how strong Ling Zhao's Beast Soul transformation was. He roared angrily. Chaotic Grave Claw. The claw prints in his hand flew out continuously, forming dense afterimages. However, it was not a large-scale attack. These paw prints formed a huge paw print in the void. It was equivalent to hundreds of attacks. Its power had also increased by a lot. Oomph! Ling Xiao snorted and unsheathed his golden red sword. A beam of golden light pierced through the countless claw prints and tore them apart. Surprisingly, he hadn't weakened at all, and his sword qi was still shooting towards Yuan Yi. Because the distance was very close. When Yuan Yi tried to dodge, it was already too late. So fast. Yuan Yi was shocked. He had fought with swordsmen before, but the sword qi was so fast. This was the first time he had seen it. Even those who were stronger than Ling Xiao would not be able to display such domineering sword qi. What gave him the biggest headache was that this stab actually contained a strong poison. It was like a venomous snake attacking. He couldn't dodge it. In desperation, he took out another talisman. He released it in front of him. The talisman transformed into a male lion. It roared and collided with Ling Zhao's sword qi. Can a mere precious Heavenly King artifact talisman block it? Ling Xiao couldn't help but sneer. Bang! At this moment, the sword qi collided with the lion, and the ground exploded. Spiderweb-like cracks continued to spread, and the surrounding trees were very unlucky. They all collapsed and shattered. Yuan Yi was once again hit by the sword, and his body was sent flying by the sword qi. His face instantly turned pale. His originally angry expression became even more ferocious. However, even so, this old man still maintained his combat strength. He quickly got up from the ground. He said fiercely, "Good boy. You dare to talk back to me. You do have some ability. But do you really think that with this little ability, you can survive under my hands? You seem to have forgotten that I haven't released my martial soul yet." Although he said so, Yuan Yi was really surprised at this moment. He thought that he could easily defeat his opponent, but he was injured twice in a row. He didn't even touch the other party. This was simply a great humiliation. It was too embarrassing. Fortunately, both of them were minor injuries. He swallowed a pill to ensure that his combat strength wouldn't decrease. Otherwise, he would really turn around and run away. Then release it. Let's see if I'm afraid of your martial soul. Ling Xiao mocked. You don't have to say that. Boom. In that instant, a huge claw appeared behind Yuan Yi. It was really just a claw. It was wrapped in flames and looked terrifying. It looked like a ghost claw that crawled out of hell. There was no body. The huge claw was moving freely. The moment this claw appeared, Ling Xiao could clearly feel that Yuan Ye's combat strength had increased. It seemed that this old man wasn't lying. Limitless Ghost Claw. The moment he released his martial soul, Yuan Yi used his most powerful attack. He felt that he had lost too much face before. So now, he had to regain his face. Danger. The moment Yuan Yi attacked, Ling Xiao realized that this old man's attack was very dangerous. It was best not to fight head-on. Once this terrifying power exploded, it might even seriously injure him. But he didn't move. After drinking the tiger wolf body tempering wine, Ling Xiao's black tortoise divine physique showed signs of breaking through. But too bad, he was still a step away. Therefore, he wanted to help himself break through during the battle. With this thought in mind, he circulated his true yuan. A huge black tortoise wrapped around his body. At the same time, the ground cracked. Huge black ghost claws reached out from the ground. They viciously grabbed at Ling Xiao. rumble. Terrifying explosions kept sounding out. Blood trickled down from Ling Xiao's mouth. But he didn't die. He didn't even fall down. Right at this moment, Yuan Yi was dumbfounded. Why? Why? This is impossible. With this guy's cultivation, how can he block my limitless ghost claw? The reason why Yuan Yi couldn't believe it was because this limitless ghost claw was a peak 7th order Emperor martial skill. Ling Xiao's cultivation was only at the peak 6th order divine core realm. There was no way he could block it. This was completely different from what Yuan Yi had expected. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. With a furious roar, Yuan Yi unleashed nearly 70% of his true yuan. Crack. This time, a huge blood-red ghost claw reached out from the ground. It wrapped around Ling Xiao's body. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao could block a super skill unleashed with 70% of his true yuan. Just in time, Ling Xiao wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth. Still, he didn't fight back. He just let the attack hit him. The huge blood-red ghost claw grabbed onto Ling Xiao. Destroy! Yuan Yi roared. He wanted to crush Ling Xiao into pieces. He had used this skill to kill many warriors at the same cultivation level as him. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao could block it. However, a few minutes later, the blood-red ghost claw exploded. Ling Xiao's body was covered with wounds, but a satisfied smile emerged on his face. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. If you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel, don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.